Let's do this thing. Welcome to ATP Insights, broadcasting live from day 2 of SuperAI at Marina Bay Sands in Singapore. Today, we are going to discuss a bunch of things, but specifically how AI is moving into real work. We're going to talk about the data infrastructure behind enterprise AI, the implementation of agentic systems, and how companies are rethinking personalization and customer engagement, and also some of the real, hardcore tech that drives actually how people can actually use artificial intelligence. One of the big questions running through all of these conversations is relatively simple. What has to change for AI to move from its powerful potential to real embedded systems that businesses can actually rely on? And just to be fair, I didn't use AI to write this. I wrote this, it came out of my head. You're laughing at me, but it's true. Before we get to our first guest, let's hear from our presenting sponsor, Twilio. Twilio is a secure and scalable platform to build amazing customer engagement without the complexity, with the AI-driven workflows you need to connect. They are trusted by over 300,000 businesses. It's the platform that makes more possible. Visit Twilio.com today to start building. Okay, let's get to our guests. Let us welcome Shantu Roy. What do you do at ARM?
I actually lead up the developer relations team and also the customer engagements for ARM as a whole.
Perfect. Martin, his sound is okay? Perfect.
Okay, excellent.
And do you come to Singapore often to do this kind of stuff?
No, actually, my last visit to Singapore was about 15 years ago, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I did travel a ton.
Yeah.
But heard about SuperAI and how the conference has grown.
Pretty amazing, right?
Amazing, super amazing.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
For your audience, attend. It's good. It's great.
I've been saying the same thing. And
it's great.
Just for a little bit of context, maybe tell our audience a little bit about what ARM Holdings does.
Sure.
And maybe, if you can, a little bit about the development of it over time.
Sure, absolutely. So ARM is based out of Cambridge, UK.
Yep.
That's where headquarters is. And ARM kind of came into existence of being able to give a CPU power to a device based on a battery. So we have the concept of power management from very early on, saying high performance at low power. Right. So that's kind of our claim to fame.
But what was the driving force behind that idea? In other words, when ARM itself was formed, there were plenty of other chip makers out there, and they didn't seem at that time to be so concerned with power.
Yeah, I think it was largely the founders and the way they were looking at compute and the way they were saying how compute, and this was based on I believe it was at Newton or one of the PDAs way back in the day. And so that's what drove it to say, hey, how can we maximize the useful life of this device that's not wired in?
Right.
And which is the same problem we have today, by the way.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, fair enough.
How long can you run your machines or your phones without having to plug them in? And so it was kind of derived from there, saying, look, there shouldn't be a direct linear power to performance ratio, right? And there are different approaches between RISC and CISC, and so we did it on the RISC-based approach, right? So that's where it started.
So for people that don't know, reduced instruction set computing, complex instruction set computing, I just want to make sure, I get it, you get it, but I just want to make sure that the audience understands what we're talking about.
And so we have this whole instruction set, and that's what's kind of ARM's claim to fame.
Exactly.
Is this whole computing platform and this instruction set that carries all the way from cloud stuff down to the mobile.
So was there a decision made internally, if you don't mind me asking, around, because ARM frankly is known mostly, at least at the beginning, for mobile devices.
Right.
Because it's a small form factor, not a lot of power generated inside of the device itself, whether it's a phone or an iPad, right? So that's where it was. Was there an understanding at some point that, hey, maybe we can use this, it's so powerful, and it doesn't have a lot of power consumption, so maybe we can use it for other things besides just mobile devices internally as you were developing the architecture?
So the
know
ARM,
what I mean,
yeah, absolutely. So the ARM ecosystem actually has been available quite broadly.
Yep.
So for example, if you take Graviton at AWS, right?
Yep.
That is ARM architecture. All the way, so where I think the mobile association was largely from the fact that was what was hitting the consumer market, right?
Those are things that people know about.
Yeah, you carry around your iPads, your MacBooks, your
Android devices,
all
of it,
whatever might be the case. But the fact that ARM technology is in thermostats, it's in TVs, it's been everywhere, right?
Yep.
So, and it's not widely known. Largely, and there's a reason behind that. So ARM largely has been an IP company.
Yep.
Right. I would say, 2025, 2026 has been different for ARM. We'll get into that.
I want to get into why that changed. Yeah, go ahead.
So it's been an IP company. So companies come and they will license that IP, and then they will work with silicon manufacturers to be able to put it onto a silicon device.
Yep.
So there's computer subsystems known as CSSs that a lot of companies out there, a lot of our partners build their technologies on top of. So that's been kind of ARM's ecosystem, so to speak, right?
Right.
We build the IP behind a lot of the architectures that you see. So fast forward to kind of where we are today, right? So
Yeah.
we partner with hyperscalers, we partner with mobile manufacturers, automotive, robots, all kinds of different patterns of customers out there.
Right.
And what you will have noticed within the I would say the hyperscalers itself is that most of them are starting to verticalize, right? They want to own the stack all the way from the silicon all the way up to the stack into the user. And so some of the customers have come to us and told us, hey, can we work together? Can you help us build devices? So one such collaboration with Meta resulted in the AGI chip that we released. So
And where do they use the AGI chip?
in their data centers.
In their
right?
data centers, yeah.
So the AGI chip is our first production silicon device that we've built, right?
Right.
And the whole idea here is choice. Like we do a lot on the IP, we do a lot in the OSS. We have like over 2,000 open source projects. We have 3,500 developers inside ARM that upstream into the OSS world.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a very OSS front view of the world, right? And so it allows us, and we want to be able to make this technology as accessible to the end users as possible. So kind of in your audience, the developers that are out there that are building, we are upstreamed into Executorage, into Onyx or XNNPack, all those things that that most mobile developers know about.
Right.
So we take a very active effort in making that available.
So is there a sort of a fundamental change in what ARM is doing? Because you said the AGI chips were the first chips that you're actually manufacturing yourselves, right? Is that going to be a sort of fundamental change that happens going forward?
No. So the whole idea here is choice, right?
Got it.
ARM has been built on choice. So
Yep.
we're kind of like the ecosystem of ecosystems,
Right.
And so we upstream software, we work with a ton of partners, and the idea here is to reduce those friction points between the end developer that's building apps all the way down and making sure that they can leverage all the hardware that exists. So the existence of the chip is basically one more option at the table. So if you still want to build based on IP, absolutely,
for it.
great, amazing.
Yeah.
You want to do it on CSS, amazing. But if you want to deploy now an SoC into your infrastructure,
Right.
because you need to get where you need to go faster,
Right.
great.
Got it.
So it's more about choice than anything
So
else.
can we talk a little bit about what's happening in the artificial intelligence world? I mean,
Sure,
we're at
sure.
SuperAI, so maybe you can talk about the stuff you've been talking about here and the move to actually AI on device using ARM chips.
Yeah, so
And where they're being driven.
right. And so one thing is that, in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of, I would say, rightfully so, a lot of obsession over, raw horsepower, the size of models, the performance of the models themselves. And those are still incredibly important, right? Don't get me wrong. But the reality is once the model does what it does, and if you look at how inference has moved from human inputs and prompting into more of an agentic world. The agentic world is still doing it without human prompting, so to speak. Right?
Yeah.
So the complexity of how you interact with the model has taken a whole different dimension.
Changed
if you will.
dramatically, actually.
Correct.
Yeah.
But all of that needs to be coordinated with something. You still need a CPU.
Yeah, you can't do it
Right,
without it.
you can't do without it.
No.
So the accelerators are super important. NVIDIA doing all the great work, they're super important. But you still need a CPU to orchestrate through the layers.
So all the communication between the layers of all the GPUs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I ask you this? I was reading somewhere that one of the other CPU makers said that right now the ratio between a CPU and a GPU is something like 1 to 5.
Right.
Right, 1 to 5. But then it's going to go to 1 to 1. Is that something that you can see happening, or does it matter, or is it just the power of the chip itself?
I don't think it matters, and I'll tell you why. Because the ratios are tied to the workloads and the places that's needed, right?
How so?
So, for example, if you're running a cloud orchestration agent
Right.
versus an agent, a personalized agent that's running on your device per se, right? The needs are different.
Very.
The immediacy, the low latency. So you're solving for kind of sort of slightly different things. So I
Right.
think the ratios will differ depending on where you are in the ecosystem, right?
Okay.
Whether you're sitting at the cloud scale or whether you're sitting all the way to the device or maybe even inside a automobile, some controller, so to speak.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. My opinion is it's tough to put a finite number to say.
I love when people give real answers.
Yeah,
I really appreciate
look,
it, actually.
I don't know how you predict that, right?
Yeah.
Because we don't even fully understand the workloads yet.
We don't at all, actually.
Yeah.
So can we say this too? Look, agentic AI, in my mind, has really just been around kind of at scale for 6 months. Am I wrong? 10 months?
I would push it a year.
A
Maybe
year.
a year.
Let's say it's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
year,
yeah.
though, right? So in that year, what have we learned about how inference actually gets done in the agentic AI world, and how does that impact the type of stuff or the architecture that you're building to make sure that communication layer, as you're saying, through the full stack of GPUs, actually makes inference better?
So I think the current state of how inference sits, right?
Go ahead.
I think it's pretty elementary, in my
Very.
opinion. Right?
Feels-
It's very
yeah.
elementary. It's early days.
Yep.
But what we're figuring out is that in a chatbot world, you're having to interact and it's human prompted. So that's one dimension of how you interact with a system and how the inference works. Now you move that to the point that you have two agents communicating with each other.
Separate from any human interaction. Just wanna
Exactly.
be clear,
We
yeah?
might kick it off.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
Please do this with that.
Right. But now you have 2 to the scale of 20, to the scale of 200, or
Scale of
2,000, whatever it might
whatever,
be. the
yeah.
case. So I think that dimensionality is changing of how inference is done and how much of it is being done. It's no longer that stage that we are used to, like prompting ChatGPT to say, give me the latest recipe or whatever might be the case.
So do you believe that your own usage, and again, one of my teachers always told me, don't generalize from your own experience, but I'm just curious because I know my own usage of artificial intelligence at scale has changed dramatically.
Huge.
In the last year and a
12
half.
months. Yep,
Right, so where I
absolutely.
wasn't using it at all, and now I feel like even though a lot of it does take place inside of a chat mechanism, we're moving into agentic AI as well, even inside of our company.
Right.
How has it changed for you and your perception of it? And then how has that impacted what you do at work?
Great question. So I think, initially when LLMs were becoming popular and I was working with them, and at this point I was at Google, and I used it as a reasoning engine to say, okay, you know what, this is the biggest potential library that has dots joined much differently than me reading them. So I can have a reasoning and validate my ideas and actually use it in that fashion. So that now has moved into actual automation, right? I'm having it do things, simple stuff like controlling the sprinklers at my house.
Did you write the code to do that?
I did.
Go ahead, because I want to talk about that too, because I think it's actually really
I
interesting.
did, but then also the prototyping, right? So to
Yeah.
me, I know I have ideas and I want to be able to prototype it out pretty quickly. In past, I would have to work with an engineering team, et cetera, et cetera. Today, I can do this on my own. And mind you, prototyping and production are two different worlds.
Massively
okay?
different things. Yeah, I get
But
it.
you can prototype ideas, you can validate ideas. So I think it's gone from that reasoning aspect to kind of almost a idea validation stage to me.
Fair enough.
And so I use it to not only validate technology ideas, even my thought process about how am I thinking about a problem, right? I use it in the same fashion as well.
So one of the things we talk about a lot with a lot of our guests is this idea that workflow inside of big enterprises, all of that workflow has been built for humans.
Right.
Human interaction. I do something, maybe I pass it off to Shantu. Maybe you're done with it, you pass it off to Martin. And in some cases, there has been some business process automation that's been done there, but less of like what we're talking about from an agentic standpoint. When you, and I don't want to say like when you're doing sales, but like when you're talking to people that are now implementing agentic AI, are they also convinced now that they may have to change not all of them, but the way their workflow looks to actually get the most out of the inference that they're developing in the agentic world?
I'll even make a more provocative statement.
Do it.
If you're not making the change, are you really using AI?
That's what I want. Okay,
it has to
I'm glad you said
fundamentally
that.
change you, right?
But it has to, because you
it has
even
to.
said your thought process changed.
Completely.
Even when you're looking at your sprinklers, you could probably think like, I used to do this at this time or for this reason, or move them around, but now, how can I do it better?
Right.
Sorry.
Now I can task a system to go build something and I don't have to be sitting in front of it.
Right.
I can, do a whole slew of other things. So to me, my day-to-day life as a human has changed.
Massively.
So now kind of, expanding or extrapolating that out to an enterprise, if it's not fundamentally changing the way you are operating as a business,
Right.
I do have to ask the question, are you really doing...
So if that's the case, do you mind?
Well, no.
I'm really curious about your experience when you're talking to big enterprises. Do you feel like most of them are ready from a fundamental sort of infrastructure standpoint to be able to, using whatever platform, to be able to implement artificial intelligence, both from a technology standpoint and from a mindset standpoint, in the sense that they do have to change what they're doing to actually use artificial intelligence.
So there's a third leg to it.
Go for it.
Which is regulations, regulatory aspects and stuff
Go.
that actually are important, because depending on the field or where the enterprise
Right, so like in
is
finance
sitting,
or insurance or something
sure,
that you
right.
it's heavily regulated.
heavily regulated.
But for like a company like, let's say, Salesforce,
right.
which now has rewritten their entire application, Salesforce 360.
Right.
They've made every little implementation of their thing API available, and these MCP to do the communication layer.
Correct.
So they've rethought everything, it seems like to me. They're ready, it feels like.
Correct.
But not regulated at all.
Correct. Well, here's the question.
Good.
You are if you're privatizing an instance of Salesforce, you as an enterprise that has using a private instance of it versus one that you're using in a Salesforce cloud.
Yep.
And if you're a European company versus you're based in some other part of the world.
Fair enough.
I think there's regulation. You don't get away from it, in my opinion.
Okay.
Right? It just has a
You
different.
know way more about it than I do. That's why you're here.
You know, and you have
Okay.
a different kind of, I'd say, exposure to it.
Okay.
So for the enterprise, the problem is a lot harder, in my opinion. And I really
Way
empathize with the CIOs in general and the decisions they have to make. Let's start at the technology level,
Please,
and we'll work
please.
our way
Yeah,
up.
please.
So from the technology level, there's a lot of noise in the market, right?
For sure.
There's a ton of startups doing amazing work. How do you, as a CIO, decide on what boat are you going to So there's a ton of experimentation. There's a ton of proof of concept that are happening in enterprises. The thing that I always say is, are those proof of concepts close enough to the actual problems
Right.
that you can make a decision? And
Right.
what happens more often than not is that cycle doesn't complete. So you're hitting the reset a fair amount of times.
A
So
lot.
so it's a very tough thing for the enterprise to do. Secondly, you have legacy systems that are not tied in. right?
That's the thing that I
Someone's
want.
got to do that.
That
work.
aren't what?
That are not tied in.
Yeah,
To
exactly.
the point they're not accessible.
Right.
They don't have either APIs or
They
whatever.
can't handle the data I/O back and forth fast
Exactly.
enough. Right.
Yeah. So the toil for the enterprise, I really understand that, right? And so the consumption of agentic systems, in my opinion, will go through this variation of becoming more ubiquitous than it is today.
For sure.
And maybe there'll be that one traction point where it will get consumed because the enterprise appreciates it. There's not a CIO that I've talked to that doesn't understand why they need to do it, right? Some early days it was like, pressure from the board.
Right.
No. I think across the board, everyone gets it.
It's interesting, actually, because from my perspective, I used to ask people, is there pressure from the board down to the C-suite into sort of the management level that's actually doing the stuff? I think it's still there,
For sure.
but it's not as relevant as it was before because the CIOs themselves know, I need to do this.
Yes. Yeah.
They
And
figured it
because
out
they
on
see
their
the advantages, because
For
at
sure.
the end of the day, there's still a human with a phone going home
Right.
and you doing what you and I are doing by
yeah.
automating their lives, saying, look,
Exactly.
if I can do this to me as a human,
Then what's the scale I can do at work?
exactly. So I
Yeah.
think these questions are there. So the idea of using it, but the actual implementation, I think, is hard, right?
Right.
I don't think we quite understand and appreciate the pain that the enterprise sees.
Oh, I don't even think we're close to understanding at all. And to be fair, in the same way, I don't think they yet understand. Again, because it's early days, even if it's been a year. When I do this, I think about the speed with which every other technology that I've seen over the course of what I'll call 3 or 4 big tech cycles
Right.
has been implemented. I've never seen anything this fast.
Oh.
But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was going to say not even this fast, but the pervasiveness and how
Exactly.
quickly it's been adopted and accepted, right?
Right. So one of the conversations that I was having earlier was with a guy who used to be in the telecom business, and he said in the early 2000s they were laying fiber everywhere with the expectation that it was going to get used,
Right.
not with the existing demand.
Right.
Would you qualify today and say that not just in agentic but in the AI space at scale, that demand in some ways is outstripping the supply?
Yes.
So that all the building of the data centers that we see, all the building of the chips, all the development in the chip and hardware space is not anticipating demand. It's just trying to keep up with demand.
Right. Because the fundamental changes that it's done to the way, some of the bigger companies are adopting it and how they're changing their business model and their approach.
Right.
I think it's creating that. Plus, the rate of innovation. If you look at the amount of research that's happening, the speed of how papers that are being published in archives are turning into actual things that you and I can download from
Right.
Olama and run.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that ever
So
before.
is that the same thing internally? You know what I mean? Like, is there something not pressure is the wrong word, but is there an excitement? I guess is the
Oh,
better way to.
it's
that
yes.
like we need to develop faster and better, and
Yes.
you know what I mean, bigger, stronger,
Yeah.
faster in a way that we do before. Not that it was slow and whatever, but that now
No,
it's so
velocity is a
exciting.
thing. Everyone gets it. They
Right.
get I feel like speed is finally real to everybody.
Right.
It's a real
But it's
thing.
speed for fun, not speed for like, oh no, there's pressure on me to do this. It's speed for like, I know that if I work faster, work harder, I can build something that's going to make the inference
innovate.
that we develop better.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes, and then I also think companies as a whole now care about the end user experience more, in my opinion, than they've ever cared before.
In what way?
In the sense that today, as a user, the amount of time that's spent in making sure that your experience with an application, with a device, is the best it could possibly be.
Yeah.
Right? That mindset, I think, is very prevalent
It's
now.
pervasive,
right?
yeah.
People care.
They do.
People deeply care about the fact that when you run my app or when you pick up my device, you are the most ecstatic about it.
Do you feel like work is more fun today than it was maybe 5 years ago because of the excitement around the stuff that's being developed around you?
Well, I'm a geek at heart.
Yeah, so am I.
And the answer is
So am
yes.
I know, but still, like,
Yes, yes.
everything goes in cycles. You know what I mean?
Yes, I can do more today
Than you ever could do
in
before.
all these ideas that I have to try to prototype them. Like I said, the prototyping thing is phenomenal.
It is phenomenal.
I have thrown away more code than I care to admit.
Martin was laughing at me because over last weekend I was actually building something to automate some of the work that I did, and he was
Yes.
like, "You?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can do this."
Over the craziest things.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, you know what? Let me sit down with Codex or let me sit
I
down
was
with
using
Taco,
Codex.
and then I'll go build it. I'll prototype it, even if it's something I just
Yeah, you do
you know,
something else develops like
R
the full
minus
scope
R
of
of it.
Yeah,
Doesn't
it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
And to me, that's a fascinating world.
Okay,
right?
I'm gonna let you go. I really appreciate, particularly at the last minute, coming over and joining this.
Oh, my
I
pleasure.
learned a
My
lot. I
pleasure.
really had a good time. I hope you enjoyed it as well.
Likewise.
Okay,
Thanks a
Shantu,
lot.
thank you so much
Appreciate
for doing
it.
this.
Thanks
Let's
again.
do more.
We should.
I'd love to have you back
Absolutely.
on.
Let's do it.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Take care.
Thank you. Go for it. Yeah. We're live, so. Martin, let me know when the video starts. Please sit down, and I'm going to do one thing before we start. Okay, a message from our next sponsor. Boomi is the data activation company for AI. Boomi powers the agentic enterprise by bringing data to life across your business. Trusted by over 30,000 customers and supported by a network of 800 plus partners, they help organizations of all sizes achieve agility, efficiency, and innovation at scale. Let's get back to our guests. Ariel,
Hey, what's up?
how are you doing?
Great, thank you.
Thank you for coming here. Ariel Shulman, the Chief Products Officer at Bright Data. It's a good segue. Tell us a little bit about Bright Data before we jump into some of the questions we have.
Okay, so Bright
Microphone
Data,
up here.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect.
So Bright Data has been in business for a long time, for about 15 years.
Okay.
We started out as a web scraping company, providing e-commerce and travel information for basically the online economy.
Okay.
And in the last few years, we took a big turn towards AI. And these days, I would say that what we do is we turn web data into AI-friendly data. And that's used either for training of LLMs, so large amounts of data, could be text or audio or video or whatever, or more so now for agentic access, so to provide uninterrupted access for for AI agents to contact
So
the
what
web.
what is actually happening when you transfer web data into data that AI can use, whether it's training, you said, for frontier lab models, or for agentic AI? What has to happen to that data to make it useful?
Okay, so first of all, you need to be able to retrieve the data. And we see that the old web, which was built for humans, doesn't really like agents at the moment. And in many cases, classifies them as bots, malicious bots, and
okay, go ahead.
actually blocks them from getting the
Yes.
data.
How can the web figure out the difference between a legitimate agent that's running for a legitimate enterprise that's trying to just get data to do something, either, again, for generative AI or for any other kind of AI,
Yeah.
or a bot that's trying to do something malicious or nefarious? Or does it have to?
Well, this is not a solved problem yet.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where we step in, because what we do is we make the traffic that the AI agent sends to the web appear completely human, Of course, we do that in a very responsible way. We will not overload the website or do anything that's going to cause damage. So it's automated, but it's also behaves like a human in that sense.
Okay.
So going back to your question, the first layer is actually being able to retrieve the data itself.
Got it.
So overcoming, blocking or throttling or anything like that. But then when you scrape data from the web, the web is based on HTML. HTML, you're typically talking about files that are 100 kilobytes, 200, maybe even a megabyte, and full of crap, basically. So CSS, JavaScript,
Right. It's a
all
whole
sorts of
bunch of
things-
other like sort
all
of
sorts of things that are simply not interesting. So what
Right.
we do is then we take that information, we scrape it, and then we parse it and extract the relevant information for the web agents, for the AI agents, I should say, and then make that into a Markdown language or
Markdown.
JSON file
Yep.
that are then typically a kilobyte in size. So you can save on tokens,
so it's
and you
much
can also
faster to access the data.
it's
more
faster to
efficient.
access. It makes it more economical because you use fewer tokens, and it also
Yep.
makes it more easy to digest for the AI agent because it doesn't include any extra information.
And where does that data live? In the sense that, like, let's say there's website A, like you said, that has all this information on it that's hard to access because I look like a bot and it looks like I'm doing something nefarious.
Yep.
So bright data jumps in the middle. And again, stop me when I'm wrong. You jump in the middle, you take all that data, and you say, let's remove all of the ancillary stuff that's not necessary, and
Yep.
you take it and you put it where?
We deliver it. We deliver it straight to customers.
So
Okay.
the customer says, I need to have access to, let's say, these 25 million websites or whatever it is.
Yes.
And they say, we're going to employ Bright Data to take all this stuff, parse it down, and put it into a format that we can use.
Correct.
And then you deliver it to them. But all that data is dynamic.
Okay.
So
So
it's only updating and changing, yeah?
that is absolutely correct. So one of the things that we do is we deliver this to customers, but B, we also keep an archive
That's what I
of
want to know.
everything that goes through our system. So we've built up a huge web archive. I'm talking about a few hundred petabytes.
I was going to say petabytes of storage, right?
Of storage. And this is something that is highly useful for training of LLMs because we're talking about information from, we have 20,000 customers scraping the web. So it's a very wide kind of
Right, it's not just about this
cross-
vertical or that
Yes,
vertical.
It's a very
tons of
wide
stuff.
view of the web. And so a lot of data, and that can be used for training. Now, this is for training of frontier models.
Right.
When you talk about chatbots, they use the models to basically generate an answer, but all AI agents need to also have real-time access to retrieve the latest information from the web.
Right.
Otherwise, they're basically kind of stuck in
Right,
the
they're
past.
stuck on yesterday's information
Exactly,
or 2
which
days
can
ago,
be
whatever it is.
misleading at best.
Or just wrong, yeah.
So we also offer the ability to scrape things in real time to supplement what the model already knows with fresh information.
So your storage costs must be insane.
They are. They are. A lot of this archive, we have actually split the archive into what we call hot cache and cold cache.
For
The
sure.
hot cache is only a few days, and the cold cache is months or years in the back. And that's.
Do you have any customers who insist that they actually own that data themselves? In other words, would it be faster or more efficient for them for you to deliver that data to their data center, their cloud implementation, or
we
their
do
services?
deliver that.
You
So
do.
you actually, as a customer, especially, we're talking about terabyte or petabyte size files. These are not small files. So you actually
sure.
to get this information, you provide S3 bucket on an Azure kind of location or something like that.
Yep.
And it gets sent over to you as a customer.
What are some companies that, let's say they're not using Bright Data today, but want to use Bright Data? What has to change in their infrastructure to be able to properly implement the stuff that you're talking about? Do you know what I mean? Like, what has to happen to their data infrastructure?
Yeah.
And are a lot of companies already ready for it, or do they have to do things to get ready for this new way of using data?
Yeah, I would say very little. I mean, everything that we do is API based, so it fits very seamlessly into whatever language that you're using. Can be
Right.
Python, Node.js, doesn't really matter.
Okay.
You just send an API call. And it's I could talk about this all day because
Go.
I've done this for 12 years, so I love this stuff.
Go
But
for it.
We
Go as deep as you
when
want.
when you send an API call to retrieve this URL for me, there's a lot of stuff going under the hood that you don't even know about,
like
and
what?
probably don't want to know about.
I'm curious.
So we have hundreds of millions of proxies around the world, different IP addresses. Sometimes we have to launch live browser instances in the cloud to simulate the user going on the website, clicking on different
on
elements,
things, yeah.
on different things, typing things into text boxes, doing all sorts of things to be a user, and all sorts of fingerprinting and unlocking algorithms that are really super sophisticated, but it's kind of magic because you set the URL and it just comes back to you. And that's really one of the challenges that we solve for all of these AI agents, because right now AI is Agentic AI is kind of in an embryonic stage.
It's very early.
So people are building stuff, and it kind of works. It works okay. The thing is, when you go to scale, you start getting blocked. You start getting, all of these issues.
What's preventing the scaling from happening? Because it's a really good point. I talk about this a lot. Like, we talk about Agentic AI like it's been around for 35 years, but it's probably been around for a year at the most.
Yep.
At the most. Sorry, go ahead.
So what prevents it to scale? Let's, imagine that you have a server somewhere in the cloud and it's running
Closer.
So
Yeah, it's
you have a server in the cloud and it's running some AI agent and you're doing some tests and maybe some friends and family and it works great.
Yeah.
Now you launch it to the world. And now that server is sending requests to the web on behalf of thousands of users. So websites on the other side, on the receiving side, will actually say, hey, I'm getting a single IP address that's sending me multiple queries per second.
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
Go ahead. I have another. I have a follow-up.
So
but go ahead.
What we will do then is if you hook the agent into our infrastructure, we will actually split up all of those queries over thousands of IP addresses and send it in a way that the website will
But what does that mean you do? So you create IP addresses to handle all of these inquiries, so it doesn't just look like one of it's either coming just from you or just from you.
That's right. Yeah, it's distributed in a way that every query feels to the website as if it is a human who made that call, and therefore it doesn't go through the anti-bot detection, all the captchas and all of those things.
Are there other ways that you make those queries look human besides just separating them out into individual queries?
Yeah, so as I said, some websites require you to say render a page, including the JavaScript and everything. And let's say an e-commerce site, some of the e-commerce sites you have say a dress, and the dress has multiple colors.
Right.
And the URL stays the same, but you need to click on different icons on the page for the price to change and for the stock availability to change.
Right.
So those things require some additional interaction on top of the proxies.
What is the impact on, again, a lot of people don't know that these content delivery networks, these big CDNs out there, are actually that they actually cache these websites and then serve them to you, that in some ways you're not going directly to the URL, you're going to an instance of it that sits on a CDN somewhere.
Yeah.
What is the implication for what Bright Data is doing on the activity that's taking place on a CDN? Because if you're making, again, if it's just you and me interacting on the web, just to make things simple, I go to the Apple website, like you said, I go to the iPhone, I choose a color, I do all these things. It's not taxing either Apple's website nor the CDN. But if you have agents now doing this, they can do things at scale that you and I cannot do. So a lot more activity.
That's true.
How do you behave with the CDNs then, and what does it look like from their perspective?
Okay,
too?
that's a good question. And in Bright Data we have some very serious customers. We are 500 people, many hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. This is not a small operation.
No, not at all.
And we need to be responsible in the way we operate.
Because you're using the major web that everybody else is using, but at much larger scale.
So we, a lot of these things haven't been clearly defined. So we need to set kind of police ourselves.
Yeah.
So we have implemented things like what we call domain monitoring, internal name, which means that when we go and start collecting information from a website, we will monitor its response time in real time. And if we see that the response time starts degrading for any reason, could be not even related to us, but if we see that starts degrading, we will either throttle down or potentially even stop scraping that website altogether, because we never want to be something that will get in the way of a real user using that website.
So that's why I asked. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you.
So it doesn't really matter how the website does its content delivery strategy, CDN or otherwise. Whatever endpoint we connect to, we will monitor the response time, and if we see that it slows down, we will back off, basically.
So how does that change your relationship then with your end customers? And I completely understand this. That's why I asked the question, right? Because I can see a situation where just the massive amount of activity that you're generating for the queries could potentially degrade it. But I like this idea of internally just going, we don't want to be involved in that because we want to be a good citizen on the web.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise, why are we here, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes your customers want stuff yesterday. So how do you balance their desire for, do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. So, I don't know if we have time to get into this.
No, go.
So there are customers who need information in a synchronous manner. So basically they send a query, they need it now.
Right now.
A lot of that is when you have a user at the other end of the line, waiting for an answer.
Yeah.
And there are customers that send asynchronous.
Right.
Or
anytime you want to give it to me, I'm happy to get it. Yeah.
So they will send us 1 million URLs in one API call. That's
possible.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And says, I need those. And that could take 2 or 3 hours. So we have the ability to kind of play with the different jobs and the different capacity, and to allocate. If someone says, I need something now, a lot of it now, we can maybe slow down a bit on the asynchronous batch jobs, because it doesn't really matter if it takes 2 hours or 3 hours.
Right.
It will be used anyway, maybe tomorrow by that customer. So when we have about 20,000 enterprise customers, so we have enough of a mix to be able to kind of manage this so that we get everyone what they need, but also keep the website in good shape.
As agentic AI continues to develop, right, like you said, it's in an embryonic stage. I think I might use that from now on. I used to say early stages, but now I'm going to use embryonic.
Please credit me.
It's a better word than I will do. Ariel Shulman has told me that embryonic is the right word to use for this. But if that's the case, it just means that activity on the web is going to increase.
Yes, that's correct.
And it could increase exponentially.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, think of you trying to buy a new digital camera, okay?
Yeah.
You'll maybe do a Google search. You'll go to 3 or 4 e-commerce sites that you know.
Right.
And
Yeah,
that's it.
exactly.
So that's the load that you have
And I
imposed
do
on
it
the internet.
slowly, and I do it at human scale.
Right. Now, if you ask your agent, hey, find me a good digital camera, it will go all over the place. It
Everywhere.
will start generating queries. It might go to 50 different e-commerce sites.
Or more. Go to every country in the world.
Exactly. So the total load on the internet will absolutely increase, because agentic AI generates much more web traffic than a human would. And that also means that it typically gets you more information that you would have the time or patience to find yourself.
So do you think about, not you, but like does the firm think about how to make the web itself more efficient, so that then the data extraction stuff can become more efficient as well?
Okay.
And I don't want to say like start your own CDN, because that feels like looking backwards as opposed to looking forward, but I'm just curious, is there discussions around like, this is just going to increase exponentially? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean, and the short answer is no. No. I mean, we have
Should we
enough
go home?
problems to worry about. We
now.
got stuff. These sites. I think the e-commerce sites themselves, for example, are anticipating this increase in load, and they have their own, scaling, abilities. And many of the, if you think about it, many of the quote unquote targets that are being used, that are being scraped, are indeed from very large companies. I mean, it can be travel companies, it can be airlines,
Yep.
it can be e-commerce sites. These are not small sites. They know how to handle spikes. So honestly, we're not too concerned about that. We are concerned about making sure that we are, again, good citizens.
You are,
Good citizens.
yeah, good citizens.
Yes.
So I've always thought about the development of retail offline, and then how it's going to impact the development of retail online.
Okay.
So humor me just for a moment. In the old days, when you were a kid and when I was a kid, I'm older than you, but fair enough.
I'm not sure about
Probably
that.
a lot
yeah,
older,
keep
but it doesn't
going.
matter. But when I was a kid, my mom would go to a butcher
Yeah.
and go to like a tailor, and then there were these big department stores.
Yeah.
But the department stores got too messy. And I'll use the department store as a metaphor for like online marketplaces.
Yes.
They're just really messy. But what happened was all those big department stores got disintermediated, and you went back to having shopping streets with a bunch of little different e-commerce stores. And I
Okay.
want to use that again as a metaphor for the way I think the web is going to develop, in the sense that I think people are going to stop, particularly because agents make it easier now to go to, as you said, 50, 500 or 1,000 different shops to buy
Yes.
things.
Yep.
That I think the shop owners now, for discovery reasons, like they're on Amazon, they do FWB and stuff like that, or they're on Shopee, or they're on Lazada here
Yep.
for discovery purposes. But that's for human discovery and
Yep.
SEO discovery. But if agentic discovery is different, it's going to create more websites and more places to go. And I'm curious what you think about that.
Yeah, I think that this kind of, democratizes the whole, let's say, product selection or something.
Agreed,
Yeah, you
completely.
are able to shine.
But it creates more activity on the web again. It's the same thing I was
Yes,
talking about
but
before.
as a small store owner, you have the ability of being discovered by these agents.
I love it, actually.
Where normally a human might not have the patience to try and find you.
No.
And that's one of the things that we are actually seeing in terms of demand from customers. You know, you have the old time SEO for search engine optimization, where
Yep.
people wanted to be high on Google.
Yep.
The new next thing is to be basically discoverable on chatbots. So whenever if someone would ask, where can I buy a digital camera? And the chatbot knows that you are, say, in Singapore, small store owners can actually do things to become more easily discoverable by agents, and that can give them a potential advantage against, the big guys, which
You
is
may
really
not know the answer. I don't know the answer to this. Again, you've just triggered something in my mind, and you're the only guy sitting in front of me, so I'm curious what you think.
Yep.
Search engine optimization has been a thing for, like, let's say the last 2.5 decades.
Yep.
Right? I mean, Google kind of popularized this, and now everybody has to implement it or had to.
Yep.
But is there going to be a concept as well for agentic search optimization.
Oh, it's already there.
But
Yeah.
but it's again, it's early innings, right? It's still embryonic as well.
Nah, no, I wouldn't say that.
So tell me what I don't know, because I
Sorry for
don't know.
disagreeing. But
Please,
no,
please. Did you say
No,
softly? Don't
no, no,
softly.
no. We have multiple large customers
So how
in
does it
Bright
work? In
Data.
other words,
who-
if I go to ChatGPT and I type in a query, how can I optimize if I'm a seller?
Got it.
So that I get so that
the
people
services
find me.
that these companies, I don't want to overrepresent
No, no,
them,
it's
but
okay,
the
it's
services
okay.
that these companies provide using our infrastructure
Yep.
is that they will send queries to these chatbots of course in a public mode without login. This is always
Yeah, yeah.
publicly available, and it will look at the results, look at the citations. Okay.
Yeah,
And
go ahead.
if you can find your way into the citations or try to understand how the chatbot found its way to those citations,
Got it.
then you can be more visible when people are looking for that specific query. So it's kind of trying to reverse engineer
Reverse
the way-
engineer the
Yeah.
query, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So can I ask you another question?
Yes.
And then I'll let you go. Does Bright Data work with not the clients that are scraping the data, but the websites from which that data is being scraped at some level to make them better optimized for their data to actually be used for whether it's training or this optimization that you're talking about? Do you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, and the answer is yes. And in fact, many of the sites that you know of that you think would be scraped are the biggest consumers of web data to better understand the competition and to improve their own internal processes. So
Yeah, that's not surprising at all.
This is the Asia Tech podcast. So I can tell you, for example, in Asia, we work with Shopee.
Yeah, of course.
They're a customer of ours. We work with OTA customers in the likes of, something like Traveloka or Agoda.
Yep.
All of those are customers of ours. And they're scraping each other to understand where the market's going, what people are
They
looking
use
for.
Bright Data
Yes.
to get information.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. That's
Yeah.
really interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I interrupted you.
Yeah. So this is something that's kind of counterintuitive, where you see that websites don't want to be scraped. But
No, they don't.
But those same websites spend a ton of money and effort trying
Scraping
to
other
to
websites.
scrape the other websites.
But in a way, it's like sneaking into somebody's like books and actually, that's the wrong thing to say. It's like taking a look at how they run their business. It's like walking into a department store and going, okay, this is how they organize their stuff.
What a wonderful example. In the old days, if you had, let's say, two grocery stores next to each other,
Yeah.
you'd send the kid over to the other grocery store
to fake
with a
shop in
piece
there.
of paper
Yeah.
and say, hey, how much do the cucumbers cost?
Exactly. Exactly.
And
It's a great example.
And these days, I mean, it's not scalable to do that. It's not even smart. I mean, you could put 1,000 people on
Yeah, but why?
websites,
Agents
on
can do
Google
it.
Sheets to start going to URLs, read stuff, and put these things into Google Sheets. It's silly.
Yeah.
Okay? So what we're doing is effectively automating that and making it scalable to be modern and to be used. And in fact, any kind of e-commerce that you are doing, any kind of travel booking that you're doing, all of that is based on this publicly available web data, and a huge part of that goes through our systems.
Awesome. Okay. Ariel, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for coming and doing this. Thank you for
welcome.
coming earlier today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You were
That was
awesome.
fun.
And I
Thank
learned
you.
a lot. I hope you had fun.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. You can just put that down. Awesome. Thank you. You left me hanging. Chirag, how are you?
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Okay. Chirag Yagnik, do I get your name right?
Perfect.
And Martin told you how to use the microphone. Just keep it up here.
Yeah.
Use it like it's an ice cream cone that you're not gonna lick. Yeah, better.
Good enough?
Better. Okay, co-founder and head of AI and CIO. Do you have other jobs that we should talk about?
Well, when you start a company,
I know you're everything.
you're practically wearing
You don't
every
even
hat.
need a title.
Exactly. You do what you have to.
Co-founder is co-founder.
Yes.
Arta Finance. So tell us
Correct.
what Arta does, and then we'll jump in.
Yeah. So I'll just start with the origin story.
Yeah.
A bunch of us were at Google for a number of years.
At Google.
Yes.
Okay.
And we all basically worked with who we consider first generation Googlers. So these are individuals that were there pre-IPO. So
Ah.
imagine some of these had net worths of hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And we basically got to see firsthand what financial superpowers they had access to. They had access to investing in private companies that most retail clients don't have
And
access
is
to.
all this incoming, or is this them going out and searching for things, or some kind of combination
They
of
had-
both?
The reason they had this access is because they had access to private banks.
Yep. So that's what I mean. So the
Or
private
family
bankers
office.
would call them and be like, "You've been at Google since 2004, so you must have some cash. Otherwise, what
Correct.
are you doing?"
Correct.
Yeah.
So they graduated to the tiers of private banking
Right,
where
right.
you need at least $30 to $40 million
I was gonna say.
to be able to bank with them. But what felt out of place is we're technologists through and through, and particularly my background is also in finance. I ran systematic trading at DRW for a number of years.
You're in programmatic systematic trading.
Yeah, so we did
At which company?
DRW. It's a prop fund. It's actually one of the largest.
Got it.
Where we did everything from market making to statistical arbitrage, to relative value, everything, right?
Got it. So, job.
That's a whole other topic.
Fun
We could spend an hour talking about that.
Yeah.
So at some point we can do that. But
I
the
ran
point
portfolio trading at Goldman Sachs and the automated
wow.
trading at Goldman Sachs as well, and at Citigroup. So,
yeah,
So I know what
we
you're talking
probably
about.
have stories to share.
we can do that without the microphones. Go
But
ahead.
coming back to this,
Yeah.
it felt out of place that technology we felt was already at a place where we can build. And it's not like the private banks don't want to serve clients below 10, 20, 30 million.
They just can't afford
it costs to serve,
Time
right?
waste, yeah.
So we felt strongly that technology is already at a point where we can bring that cost to serve down in a significant way.
Got it.
And in doing so, we highlight what private banks do really well: maintain relationships,
Yep.
build trust. So
Sorry, go ahead.
no, so all of these things, led us to actually say, hey, we need to do something here, and so that's where Arta got started.
So how does the ability for a wealth management company to maintain trust and provide a high level of service change when technology sits in the middle, so that guys and gals with $100 million, or I should say this in reverse, that guys and gals with $1 million or $2 million, which is still a lot of money,
It's still a
can
lot of
get
money.
the same level of service that a guy or a gal with $100 million can get, or at least get access to the same investment opportunities.
So sometimes, it's not just about they need access to the same things. Someone who's at 50 or 60 million dollars maybe need more help with estate planning.
Yeah, for
Someone
sure.
early on in their journey may actually just need access to alternative structured products, or even sophisticated strategies that help them diversify their exposure.
Right.
So I'll give you an example.
Please.
A lot of our users are from tech. And some of them, you'll be surprised, but some of them have 70% of their entire net worth tied up to a single stock.
Probably in their own company, in some cases.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
which is bad.
And then now you imagine these individuals being recommended to invest in index funds like S&P.
Right.
40% of S&P is tech, right? So we're like,
Right. Yeah.
we're past that. We can build strategies that hyper personalize. So the approach we've taken is we've built an entire core infrastructure where two users should not share the same portfolio. We maintain unique portfolios for every single user on the platform.
Okay.
And that's actually deeply resonating with the ecosystem,
Yeah.
because everyone talks
How
about
can I get in? Sorry, go ahead.
everyone talks about personalization, but when
Right.
you ask them, like, what's a variety of portfolios you manage on the platform, right? And it's you can count that, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, everyone talks about personalization, but in reality, it's like my personalization looks just like yours. Because they feel like
100%.
either we're the same age or the same cohort. And that's not a reality at all, because your family's different than mine.
Correct.
Your extended family could be different than mine, right?
Your
So
liquidity needs might be different. Maybe you have kids
Completely.
going to college in
and
4
you
years.
don't.
Or,
You don't.
or-
Yeah.
or
So
maybe I
planning could be
don't.
completely different.
100%.
How long has Arta been around?
We've been around almost 5 years now.
Okay, but in those 5 years, the tech world has changed dramatically.
It has.
But I mean dramatically, like stuff that maybe you could have anticipated but couldn't have used. So how has that changed the way you guys do stuff? We can talk about agentic AI,
Right.
or even just generative AI, or even just the implementation of LLMs, and
Right.
maybe some of the challenges and issues around that.
So a lot of these changes seem new to folks that weren't at the forefront of AI.
Yep.
I can tell you now
Go,
that
go.
in 2018,
Right.
where I was sitting at Google, we had a model that
But you're
was
in Google. You're in Google. So Google has been working, and if you listen to the founders of Google, right?
Yeah.
They have been working on artificial intelligence internally. It's one of the things they've been talking about for 2 decades, at least. But they didn't roll anything out until not really that anybody knew about until ChatGPT came out, where they were like, now what are we doing? But anyway, go ahead. So in 2018, you were at
so
Google.
the technology was there.
For sure.
Right? The technology was there. And even prior to LLMs, you had, language models like BERT, and,
Yep.
they were widely published, open sourced, right?
They were, but nobody outside used them really, because there was
Right.
none of the conversation around them. I don't even want to say
Exactly. It was not mainstream yet.
Not at
right?
all.
So from what the technology can do, we already kind of understood what the technology can do
So you
before.
had an edge though, right? Because you were inside, and now you're
Correct.
outside. Sorry, go ahead.
But the challenge here in private banking and wealth management is not just about how smart the models are. I did a keynote about this yesterday,
Tell me.
right?
Yeah.
It's like the key message is the agentic layer is only about 15% of the problem, because it actually sits on a whole bunch of things that are necessary to build trust. Imagine
so talk to me about this. You say something that I say all the time.
Yeah.
The model itself. What did you say? Like the smartness of the model itself.
the smartness of the model is like, Okay, that's not the problem. The models are pretty smart, actually.
Yeah, they're pretty smart.
Right? They can summarize content really well. They can take actions, right? So,
Yeah, they're not deterministic at any level, but
and the litmus test here is actually a good
Go ahead.
example from a different domain is self-driving cars.
yeah, tell me.
I don't know if you know, but the first prototype was in 1986. That's, someone retrofitted a Mercedes van and they ran it on European freeways in an autonomous fashion.
Doesn't
1986.
Doesn't surprise me, but go ahead.
Right?
Yeah.
And the small rollout happened, I forget, it was Waymo I think it was Waymo in
Yep.
2024.
Right.
So that's 38 years between a demo, a prototype,
Right.
to actual production system where edge cases have been worked out, in a way that doesn't cause fatalities, right, in the
Yeah, yeah.
process. So I think when we talk about high stakes, regulated environments,
Mm-hmm.
it's not enough to say, oh, it's good enough for 80% of the workflows.
Yeah.
You have to go through the process, and it's an engineering project on its own.
For sure.
How do you evaluate these systems? How do you ensure that data boundaries don't get violated?
Yeah.
How do you ensure that the scopes are right? Like someone who's onboarding shouldn't actually have access to investment planning journeys because we don't know the suitability of the client.
Exactly.
Right. So all of these things take time.
Right.
And it's not just a technology problem. You have to actually educate the ecosystem, which includes the users themselves.
Right. Well, it's actually multifaceted, right? Because you have to educate the users because
Yeah.
their expectations about what they're going to get is different than what they're actually going to get.
Correct.
First of all, but second of all, there must be a wealth management person inside of Arta as well that's responsible for a particular client.
Absolutely.
But that guy or gal also has to know
Exactly.
how all this stuff is working. Because again, I ran a portfolio trading desk. I also ran an automated trading desk.
Yeah.
We did direct market access, TMA,
Right,
all
right.
this kind
I'm
of stuff.
familiar with that,
So-
yeah.
Yeah. So if somebody called and said, "Why is the algorithm doing this?" I couldn't just be like, "Because it's doing it."
Exactly.
I can't do that.
Actually, you hit it right on the head.
Right?
Right.
So how do you educate those people as well? And because this is part of the whole trust
Exactly.
foundation, right? If somebody called me, I'll tell you the exact response I would get. If somebody said, "You're way off of VWAP," or "You missed the close because the algo did something different," why? And I would just be like, "I don't know." Talk to the tech guys. They'd be like, "I'm calling Lehman Brothers right away."
Exactly.
And that's the same thing because there's no
Yeah.
trust now, right?
Yes.
So how do you not fix that, but how do you disintermediate
So
that?
first, it starts with culture, right? As a company, do we care about,
You have to.
It's not, regulation is not a checkbox. It's there for a good reason.
No,
right?
no.
And honestly, how do you improve a system if you don't fully understand it?
Yeah.
Right? So from an improvement perspective, we build things from day one with explainability in mind.
Yeah,
Right?
yep.
And risk tiering across every use case.
But how much risk tiering do you have?
Many tiers,
You
right?
must, right? Because most people talk about some risk, a little bit more risk, crazy.
No, it's very, very nuanced.
layered, yeah.
We have models that manage portfolios and make trading decisions at scale, right?
Yeah.
And so there's layers and layers of safeties that are there
Right.
to ensure that there's nothing that's going wrong.
Fair
right?
enough.
There's human in the loop escalations that happen.
Yep.
We do tax loss harvesting in the US, incredibly sophisticated algorithms. We still build it in a way where we can explain every single decision because when a regulator comes in, to
Yeah.
be fair to them, they just want to make sure you're operating the right way.
Sure.
But then how do you explain to them
Yeah.
why the algorithm did what it did, right?
Right.
So I think it cannot be an afterthought. It has to be part of the culture of the company. And then you build things in a way, that give you that transparency so you can also improve the system continuously.
Sure. I'm curious what kind of feedback you get from clients that haven't dealt with sort of automated systems that prior were only dealing with individuals face to face or just phone to phone, and now they're dealing with some automated stuff.
Yeah.
What kind of feedback do you get from them?
It's a really good question. Actually, the best technologies are the ones that fade into the background.
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
And
It's
the
supposed
way
to be magic.
the way it gets reflected is we have extremely high retention rates of our clients, right? In the upper 90%, right?
Okay, that's a lot.
Where basically once someone's used to that experience where they don't have to sign documents to just invest in an alternative,
Right.
Or everything is fully digitally handled, even capital calls, right? We're not asking them to wire transfer money last second. They already have a money market account or a high yield savings
You
account.
just take it out of that.
Automatically,
And they know it's coming.
it moves, right? And
Yeah.
we've gotten obviously their approvals, and they're okay with it.
Sure.
So it's about building technology in a way that it kind of shifts into the background, and the users can go about their day, right?
They just sit on the sailboat basically and figure stuff out. What are some of the sort of unanticipated challenges that you face where you're like, oh, we didn't think about that thing when we were building this technology?
I think it's the ecosystem is very complex. Different players come at it from a different angle. Different users come at it from a different angle. So one of the things that we learned, when we initially launched in the US, So specific types of user personas there.
Yeah.
And then when we launched in
I'm
Singapore,
going to use that, by the way. Specific types of user personas. Okay. Loosely translated as a bunch of wise guys. Okay, go ahead.
I don't know.
You don't know.
That's
but
your interpretation.
Exactly. That's my interpretation of.
But what I'll say about Singapore is what surprised us, and in hindsight it shouldn't have, is Singapore users are incredibly financially savvy.
Yeah, for sure.
So if there's a scale of 1 to 10, they're sitting at a 9.
Are they really?
Right. So even the
I
advanced.
mean, at that level of wealth accumulation.
Exactly. So
Really
if we
bad.
have a structured product or something that has unique characteristics, the questions we get from them are incredibly detailed, and like it's actually great to see because then we know where to focus on. Right? We want to just bring great products to them versus like just spending a bunch of time getting them to step from one to 2, 2 to 3, and getting them all the way to 10.
What type of platform changes have become necessary as your number 9 or number 10 clients, right? Those the guys and gals that are, that have a 9 or 9.5 understanding of the financial markets and the nuances of financial markets want more tech involved. And the feedback that you get says, oh, but we didn't anticipate needing to build this thing or that thing.
So that's an incredibly important part of how we build a platform. So we have many partners at this point, right? So we're a core wealth platform. We're a wealth platform.
Yep.
So for instance, the Weo Bank, it's a neobank out in the UAE.
Yep.
I'm sure you're familiar with them.
Yep.
Their investment planning, their wealth management products are powered by Arta. Right, so this is where we partner with the ecosystem. You get to learn a lot.
Because investing out of the Middle East is way different than investing out of
Exactly.
Singapore. So, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
What we had to do adaptation is like, okay, what are the kinds of investment themes that individuals in those geographies care about?
Go ahead. I've got a follow-up for you, but go ahead. Yeah.
And so that's where we had to do some learning, and we had to actually work with our partners to ensure that we bring the right products,
right,
and we're able to allow them to scale their business with the technology infrastructure that we built.
So trust is a really interesting word.
Yeah.
Because it feels like it just has one meaning or one definition. But what's the right way to say this? Getting trust in Singapore and keeping that trust in Singapore is definitely different than it is in the UAE.
Yes.
How do you build that? You know what I mean?
Yes.
So systemically, like, how do you build that? Because a lot of the trust you're garnering is based on the way the system interacts with the people that are investing money with you.
Yeah.
But it's really different, again, in the United States. The cohorts are different than they are in the UAE, different than they are in Europe, and different than they are here.
Yes.
And I would submit different than they are in Japan completely.
Absolutely.
How do you understand that and build it into the technology so that everybody gets sort of the same level of service,
right,
but the way trust is manifested to them is presented in a way that's different?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, by the way, and I don't know if there's one single answer to it.
There isn't, but I'm just curious how you think about it. Obviously, there's not one answer, yeah?
Well, it starts with being humble and understanding, like, maybe we don't know everything about a specific market, actually understanding what are the pain points user in this market actually goes through, right?
Yeah.
You start there, but then you don't stop there. You actually iterate, and you iterate in a way where, when we launch products, it's never 0 to 100, right? It's ring fenced, right? We dog food the products that we build, which means we try them first, right? We iron out the kinks. And only when we feel like, okay, we have something solid that we feel good about actually shipping to our clients.
Okay.
Even then, there's a rollout. There's a gradual rollout process that we go through.
Right.
And at every layer, we find new things and we address them.
Yeah.
Right? So that's how we think about trust. And the thing about trust is you can't create a list of things that will make someone trust you.
No,
certainly there are things you can do that will basically lose the trust.
Almost
immediately. And those are obvious.
Yeah.
Right? So it starts there. Don't do the obviously bad stuff.
Sure.
It starts there.
Yeah, like idea number 1, don't punch me in the face.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna like you a lot for that.
Right.
But even in, like, it is very nuanced, right? And this is one of the reasons why I asked at the beginning, like, how technology changes the way people understand that they can trust you.
Right.
Right, because there is a way to interact with you, like you and I can interact, and it may take 6 months, it may take a year for me to really believe, like, do I really trust this guy? Right. But again, when my money's involved and I want to make investments, I do have near-term goals that I want to reach that in some ways outweigh the importance of, as I'm building that trust, I can still make some investments. That's kind of why I want to know about that, right?
One of the ways we've tried to go about it is effectively, we're not going to try to solve every user journey with AI, right? There are some journeys for which human interaction is necessary.
For sure.
And even within AI, we have agents that are just focused on education, right? Their goal is not to have you go buy a product.
Sorry,
It's
go ahead.
just about education, right?
Yep.
There's an AI agent that allows you to go through the investment planning process. So we rolled this out in the US,
Hmm.
right? Which collects the entire suitability, goes through the suitability process, and then comes up with investment recommendations.
Sure.
And there, we don't let the LLM actually come up with allocations. I mean, you know this.
Yeah,
you
you
don't
shouldn't.
want an LLM.
No, I don't. Not at
that
all.
can
No.
be random at times,
No,
right?
because
Or
I
hallucinate.
can get 10 different
And
recommendations.
those come from deterministic models.
Right.
And we're very
You
upfront.
build your own models.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Right. So these are explainable, auditable, right?
Yep.
And you can completely break down what the model did, and we're upfront with the user about how we're doing this, right? So the language model is used at what it's good at.
Yeah.
Is understanding, human intent.
Sure.
All of that. So
Right, so you build your own deterministic models.
Correct.
Yeah, there's no other way. You cannot have a probabilistic model making investment
Exactly.
decisions. Because then you're
Exactly.
like, it could give 10 different recommendations at 10 different times.
Correct.
One of the things we did at Goldman was when we started building new algorithms, we would give it to what I would call our most loyal customers, but not necessarily our biggest customers.
Okay.
I got it. Not necessarily our biggest customers. Give me one more second. It's throwing stuff at me. It's important stuff.
Okay.
But what we would do is once they were happy using it, because the risk with them was low, and because we were over servicing them, we could test, and we told them we were doing this.
I see. You were upfront about
But like a
setting
$5
the
million
expectation.
hedge fund
Yes.
doesn't have as much leverage with Goldman Sachs
Absolutely.
as a $15 billion hedge
course,
fund. And
of
I'm not
course.
testing my new algo
Yes.
on the $15 billion guy who's
Yes.
paying me X million dollars a year.
Correct.
I'm giving it to the guy who's trading for free in the hope that guy
Yeah.
will get bigger and turn into a $15 billion
Yes.
hedge fund. And that's how I create loyalty.
Makes sense.
How do you do the testing for your guys' stuff besides just dog fooding yourselves?
I mean,
I'm gonna let
honestly,
you go.
No, 100%. That's a great question. As I said, we ring fence everything at every stage, right? We
Yeah,
start
yeah.
with ourselves, but then we have a group of users
That are happy to test.
that are happy
That's what
because
I mean.
they
That's what I
want
to
the
know.
new experience.
Yeah, yeah.
They want to be on the frontier.
Right.
When Tesla came out with the Roadster, not everyone queued
No,
up
no,
for
I
it.
remember.
But there were some very passionate people
like,
that
this
queued
may
up.
not work, but I want to be the guy that
Exactly.
does it. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Fine.
So
Okay, that's what I want to know.
yeah. So that's how we approach it, and it's worked out quite well.
Perfect. Okay, Chirag, I'm gonna have to let you go.
Absolutely.
I could keep talking, but I'm getting pointed at.
It's a great conversation.
I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time. Hi.
It's leave at 20, so you just have 10 minutes.
No problem. Is somebody coming afterwards or no?
Yes, we're gonna have a few minutes
Maybe we
gap.
put the video on.
Let's try not to, but yeah.
Let's try not to. Jennifer,
Hi.
the CEO of Muse AI.
Yes.
You only have 10 minutes.
Yes, I
Go
only have 10
quickly.
minutes. Yes.
What does Muse AI do? Tell us about that first.
Yeah, so Muse AI, we are a agentic solution provider
Okay.
for enterprises end-to-end content operation.
Content operation. What does that mean? Content.
So content is your social media posts, TikTok shorts, e-commerce PDPs, everything that you can watch, see, and read.
Okay, so what type of enterprise is actually using all of these services?
Yeah, so
And
usually
you're based in Singapore, yeah?
We're based in
Go
Singapore,
ahead.
and we usually say companies who are facing severe competitions, that's when they come to us. So we work in CPG, we can work in automotive, we
Okay.
work in FMCG.
CPG, consumer products?
Yep,
Okay, I just
consumer
want to make sure
products.
that I understand the
Yeah, yeah,
acronyms. And is this a new thing that they're doing? In other words, are enterprises just starting to create content, or are they just starting to create the automation of their content?
Oh, no, the enterprises have been creating content ever since there was content, right?
Okay, go ahead.
But it is now more important than ever that we create content at the volume that consumers demands at the pace that the market requires.
This is a really good point. Are consumers actually demanding more content?
Well, I think-
or are the enterprises thinking, I need to create more content, or is it somewhere in the middle?
So I think that's a double-edged sword.
It is, it is,
yeah,
it is,
right?
yeah, it is.
Yeah, because in the sense that, like, I think as consumers, we don't need more content, but it's very difficult to capture consumers' attention.
Yeah.
And hence, brands are just creating more content to attempt to capture more attention.
But isn't there an optimal way to do this? And I'll tell you my own experience.
Yeah.
You know, we create long-form video.
Yep.
But we also slice it into shorts.
Mm-hmm.
And what I found is that there's an optimal number of short production that I do that gets the most viewership. And if I go above that, it's nuanced. It's not exactly the same every day or every month, but it's definitely nuanced in the sense that, just let's say as an example, if I take a long form content and create 10 pieces of short content around it, maybe I get a lot of views. But if I do 12
you're not necessarily
it
getting
all
better.
suffers. And
Ah.
definitely the marginal piece of content gets almost nothing.
Right.
And again, I'm making up numbers, right? I'm
Well,
not
of course,
saying it's
of course.
10 or 12.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious is how do you optimize what that output is?
Yeah.
Or help your clients understand what that optimal output is?
Exactly. I think it still comes down to, do we have a strategy? I think in your example, right, you have a great strategy. You understand your viewers.
Yeah, I'm paying attention, yeah. Yeah.
Not every brand does.
No.
So we start from consumer insights. We want to help our company, our clients, know their consumers better. So we actually have what we call the subjective world model. It's a proprietary model that we built
Did you build? So
Yes.
what does it do, the subjective world
to
model?
simulate human behavior.
So what do? You test against that model
Yeah.
before you release the content?
Exactly.
Oh,
Exactly.
talk to me.
Yeah, right.
But how do you build that model? Sorry,
Human
go ahead.
behaviors are so complex.
Tell me about
right?
it.
Emotions, stories,
Have you ever
cognitive
been on
behavior.
a date? I mean, human relations so complex. Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What I tell you
No
I
idea.
want to eat and what I actually eat are
I'm not even gonna try. I'm
entirely
not even gonna
different.
try. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. So that's exactly what we have done, right? We simulate human beings to be able to give our clients an insight to what their consumers are even possibly thinking.
So I want to go back to this. So you create some content. You're like, we think this is going to work. Well, first of all, you create a model.
Yeah, we
And
create
you
a
say,
model.
Here's in your vertical, let's say a car company. Here's the kind of things that your humans are reacting to.
We create 15 to 20 different personas.
Personas, right?
Yep.
And you want to target all of them. So
Yep.
let's create some content that those personas are telling us, or at least signaling to us that they want.
Yep.
And let's see if we create that content, what those personas do.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't work, sorry, go ahead.
Take an EV company, for example. There
Good
are a ton of features.
In my head, I just have BYD, but I don't know why I'm thinking about it. Sorry, go ahead.
There are also some really bad EVs that have come out recently.
I know.
Right? We don't want to name the brand.
I'm not naming any brands.
But in terms of EV, in a ton of features, what do consumers actually care about?
Yeah, I'm
Not
curious.
every brand knows that.
Yeah, I have
and
no
so
idea.
You just go about talking all the features, and then eventually you lose people's attention.
Yeah.
That's what we don't want to do.
No.
So we actually ask, on behalf of the brands, their target consumers, what is it do you care about our EV that is being released by our brand? And then we come up with a content strategy. And then we then create content based on that strategy. Before we release, we test them again against these personas we've created.
So, have you ever had an instance where you do all the research, you understand or you believe you understand what that cohort wants, you actually create content and test it against some simulation of that cohort, and it seems to be okay, and then you release it and the market just goes, I don't really care. You know what I mean? Or not really?
Yeah, of course, that happens, right? But this is why you want to shorten your research cycle. Companies used to take 30 days or 3 weeks in order to come up with a research.
Right.
Now, by the time that research comes out, nothing is relevant anymore. So we shorten that research time to, 10 minutes, half an hour. You're able to conduct interviews anytime.
Can I ask you this? One of the things that we found in our content creation
Yeah.
business is that sometimes there's not the right person internally to champion what we're doing.
Oh,
Do you understand my point?
of course.
So, because what we do is new, what you do is new.
Yeah.
It's, even though you say they've been creating content, they have not been creating it this way.
Right.
And they've not been creating it at this scale,
Yeah.
not with this level of research. It's more just been like a bunch of guys over there going, I think this is going to work.
Yeah.
And no insults intended to them either. But you're doing something that hasn't been done before.
Yeah.
How do you find a person internally to champion that so that you can actually be effective at your job? Because if you can't find an internal champion or set of champions, nothing you do matters.
Now that's $1 million question. If I figured it out, I guess I wouldn't have to be here. But
No, but you still have to find that person.
course,
Because
of
this
course.
is something that I think new businesses struggle with. Is
Yep.
because you're assigned to somebody.
Yep.
Like Bobby or Lisa internally
Yep.
says, we need to work with Jennifer to do this.
Yep.
And you get them there like, I'm overwhelmed with my real job.
yeah. But
Do you know what I mean?
see, that internal champion, right? Why would that person agree to be our internal champion?
Because their boss told them.
because internally, deep down inside, they want a promotion. They want to be the champion of AI, right? And we're exactly here to help them get that job, get that title, get that recognition.
So when you get internal and you find somebody, you find that they're actually very excited to do
They're
this.
very hungry. They're very hungry for innovation, for a boost in their career.
We find that that's one of our biggest challenges. What's one of your biggest challenges, or some of the biggest challenges, when you not just finding the person, but in this ability to create content that actually makes a difference?
So for us, it's about understanding the true motive. And again, understanding true motive is always difficult.
Yeah.
Right. So
Because you're presuming someone's actually going to tell you.
right. So that takes, it's a relationship building, it's a trust building exercise.
Yeah.
And that takes time. So that challenge is, being able to build that trust and having a limited amount of time. That's the balance we're trying to figure out.
Got it. Who you said most of your customers, CPG?
Consumer products, every brands that
Are you getting
see.
more busy than you thought you would be?
Oh, 100%.
You're like, I haven't slept in 3 days. What are you talking about?
I mean, I think with AI, everybody is actually getting busier.
You think so?
Yeah.
What do I need to know about content creation that I don't already know? Do you know what I mean? We do it every day.
I think nothing is perfect. Release it, test it, get your feedback, and do it again.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing.
That is the way to go about
You
it.
need to go now.
Yeah,
You do?
I do. Sorry.
You have to come back.
I know.
Not enough time.
I would love to come back.
Not enough time.
Yeah. Thank
Are you connected to Martin
Yes.
on LinkedIn or whatever?
Yes,
Okay,
on
let's
LinkedIn.
keep doing that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you.
I could have done more.
I know.
It was a pleasure.
Love talking to you.
Thank you very much.
Stop. 5 minutes.
Okay, can you put on the video? Yeah, just put it on the video. How many people do we have in the live? So let's just run through a little bit about what we've done so far today, because I actually think it's really important. Okay, I just want to do a little bit of this. So we were really lucky today to talk to Shantu from ARM, and one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to Shantu from ARM is because the ARM Holdings, as a company, as he said, it's an IP company that creates the technology that allows people to do low power, right, but high performance computing. And I think I said this on camera, but if I haven't, I've been following sort of ARM's progression and production for probably 2 decades, if not more. Recently acquired by SoftBank. It changes the way that they operate a little bit. But again, Shantu was very clear that the speed with which they innovate from a hardware perspective helps drive actually way the software speed actually gets developed. And the way that he did an entire presentation on the way inference actually gets done and the way that they sit in between the GPU layer as a communication tool, and because they're really lower power, they can actually sit in smaller devices. And he said they sit in places where most of us don't even know that they were sitting. And I thought the entire conversation actually with Shantu was super interesting. We'd love to learn more about what ARM is doing. If you were here or weren't here for Ariel Shulman, you can learn now about the way SEO is morphing and changing based on the stuff that Bright Data does. Because even Bright Data, frankly, I learned, have changed their business. They go out now, and he was hinting at this during the original part of our conversation, but I thought the one really important thing that we extracted from Ariel, among some other very important things, was this idea that some of their biggest clients, and again, he used this analogy of in the old days, if one supermarket was next to another supermarket or a small store, they would send some guy in, right, with a piece of paper to pretend he was shopping to see how much the cucumbers and the tomatoes cost in the store next door. The question is, why would you do that? Well, that's kind of like market research. But you cannot have a guy, metaphorically you can do it, but you cannot have a guy or any individuals go to all of the websites, even one website, like how would Shopee go and understand exactly what Lazada is doing? It would take years, literally maybe light years, for a team of people to go and figure out exactly what their pricing is like, exactly what their product distribution is like, exactly who their client cohorts are like, how they do dynamic pricing, how they do all these things. But again, because Bright Data takes all of the information that is built for human interaction and turn it into the ability to act with agents, so it can now be agentic information, take away all sort of the HTML markers and everything else, put that data in a way that other firms can see and understand, that was actually the secret sauce here. But apparently, and I didn't know this, and I presume that most of our listeners and viewers didn't know this either, and that is that a lot of the people that are scraping, and that was the word that he used as well, other sites are their competitors. So essentially what they're doing is they're saying, we want to take that metaphorical guy, Shopee wants to understand, and I'm just using this as an example, what Lazada is doing, and I presume it's vice versa as well, that they go out and they scrape all this information in little pieces, and then they bring it back internally, and then they do a bunch of data analysis on it that they couldn't have done before. And my presumption here as well is that their data analytics team is also being imbued with agentic analytics, so that instead of having a team of 10 people do it, they have each person that is actually running inside this data business probably has 10 agents working for them. They're all out there analyzing all this data that they maybe would take a month or 2 months to analyze, and distilling it down in a way that's much faster and much more effective. But I also like this idea that Ariel said, that Bright Data wants to be like a good net and web citizen, because we talked about CDNs, right? CDNs serve all this data. So if your website, how are you? Thank you very much. So CDNs are, if you're serving all this data, if your website is based in New York, or if you have a server on Amazon somewhere in California, your data then gets distributed by the CDNs all over the world, so that when somebody accesses that data, they're actually at what feels to them cached and local. And that makes it really fast. But the point is that Bright Data wants to be a good web citizen. They don't want to spam or slam all of these servers with tons of requests. And for the places where the data doesn't need to be synchronous, where it doesn't need to be used right away, the point that he was trying to make it is, if it's asynchronous, they want to do it in a way that's nice. Right? They don't want to jam stuff all over the servers and cause problems for other people that are trying to access that data and access that information. And that to me was actually really interesting. And he said some of the biggest people that use their service are some of the biggest websites in the world, not necessarily to serve their own data. Nobody wants to be scraped, but they do want to go out and scrape other people's sites so they can learn more about how other people are running their businesses. Because of my background at Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, and because I did run a portfolio trading business that to me was actually a tech business, I was super interested in the stuff that Chirag was building, because it kind of fit into my direct bailiwick. It was in my wheelhouse. It fit exactly where I wanted to be, so I can always have a great discussion with a guy who's running an automated finance business, because that's essentially what I built when I was inside, or helped build when I was inside Goldman Sachs and at Citigroup and at Macquarie Securities. And I could have essentially spoke. You can see when the finance and the automated finance stuff comes out, I can have those types of conversations forever, and I really appreciate it. Now, Jennifer was talking about content creation and automating that. Unfortunately, we had less time with her than we would have wanted, but again, we got to learn a lot from Jennifer about how artificial intelligence is helping on the content creation side. And the challenge is actually that their big enterprise customers, whether they're in the consumer goods, the FMG, the fast-moving consumer goods, or even in the automotive business, are using content creation to help get their potential clients' attention. Okay, let's bring in our next guest. Brian.
Great to meet you.
Very nice to meet you as well. You are ready. You are ready. So Brian's the managing director APJ at Klaviyo. And maybe for our listeners and our clients, and our viewers that don't know, maybe give a little bit of background on Klaviyo, and then we'll jump into some of the topics.
Sure. Thanks for having me, Michael.
Right here, a little higher.
Oh, how's that? Perfect. Okay. So,
With that voice, you won't be able to hear it directly into the microphone.
there you go. So Klaviyo really started about helping creators give an experience to their customers that is as if the creator themselves or the founder was engaging directly with their customer. They
Love
know
it.
their customer, they understand their goals and ambitions, and ultimately can provide a level of service that makes it feel like a one-to-one.
Yeah.
And so we are a marketing technology platform, a service technology platform, and an analytics platform.
So can we talk a little bit about how, I'm just going to pick a random date, but you'll see why the date is being chosen. Before, let's say, 2024 or 2023, how did they affect that feeling of personalization? So when you and I are talking directly, when I meet you face to face, I can do some research on what Brian does, where Brian's from, and I can sort of manufacture a conversation with you so you feel like I'm talking directly to you about you. Mm-hmm. But in the context of these companies, they have millions of users, millions of clients. And today they have tools they didn't have then, but back then, Klaviyo did not start yesterday.
Yeah,
It
we're
was
a
before-
14-year-old company.
Exactly. So
Yep.
what changed
So I
back
think
then to now?
So AI, it's interesting. AI we talk about today is really mostly in the context of generative AI.
Go ahead.
However, AI and machine learning,
Yep.
looking at cohorts and lookalike models and things like that, that's been around for decades.
A long time.
And Klaviyo has been building that into our platform for as long as we've existed.
Great
almost.
answer. Go ahead.
And so we started as a data platform, and our co-founders had this vision of how do you collect all that intelligence about a customer engagement and interaction,
Right.
and be able to personalize the experience to give that sort of founder one-to-one experience.
Right.
What they realized was that there's a bunch of channels and engagement over time that people are engaging through. And there's a whole bunch of signal that organizations weren't capturing. And so we capture everything from which channel they prefer, what time of day they engage with the brand, what they do on the website, what they browsed, didn't buy, what they looked at and still didn't put in their cart, all of that sort of stuff. And so in a D2D experience, D2C experience, they can build really deep understanding of the customer. And even pre-2024, a lot of that was still there. What we've really shifted to post-2024 is, if you like, the creative side of it has caught up
Yep.
to the analytics side of it.
So this is actually interesting. How do you merge that creative side, right? Because, okay, let's say, again, we can just pick 2024 as a random date.
Yeah.
But before that, generative AI was nowhere near where it is today. But there was plenty of artificial intelligence and machine learning, so I had plenty of data and analytics to be able to make your experience personalized.
Yeah.
But then how do you weld that together or meld it together now with the generative AI to say, not only can I understand what my potential client or my existing client is doing, or what they're like, or what they like, or where they interact, and what times they do, but now I can actually serve them some creative things that I couldn't serve them before. How do you combine those things together? What does it look like?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, the more data you have, not just on an individual customer, but patterns across organizations,
Exactly.
The smarter you can get in
Yep.
that. And so we've just announced, actually a couple of weeks ago at K Sydney, a product we're about to bring to market. It's currently in a private beta called Composer.
Composer.
Go
ahead.
Composer has kind of two sides to it. You can think of it as the creative part, so building copy, designing campaigns, those sorts of things, and the analyst part of it. So imagine you've got sort of two agents under the hood,
Yep.
and one is a data analyst that you would have in marketing, and one is a creative that you would have in
And
marketing.
are you using agents to do this?
And we're using agents to
Go
do
ahead,
this.
because I
And
have
so-
more follow-up on that in a second.
so as a customer, I can go into the platform and I can say, I want to design a campaign that addresses my most valuable customers that have purchased at least twice, that have a next best product date in the next best purchase date in the next 90 days.
Right.
And the creative part can take your input, look at your brand voice, all of those things, and build the creative content, pull from your website, figure out what the next best product might be, and build like either an EDM or an RCS message or a WhatsApp message. And then the analyst part of it can go and build the cohort, build the campaign timing and sequencing, and build the segment effectively that you're going to target. And so historically, that's been either in large organizations, a data science department, I issue a ticket,
A marketing department, maybe
marketing
a creative department.
right? Maybe an external agency,
Right.
And so all those things still exist, but now instead of doing 1 or 2 campaigns a month, they could do 1 or 2 campaigns a week, or even more. And so,
How has it changed the way that those internal departments are interacting with each other?
well, I think this is one of the biggest opportunities for us right now in this moment, not just for Klaviyo, but for the industry.
Right.
Is we've shipped the org chart for a long time. You know, we've had service on one side,
Right,
we've had
right,
data
right.
in another group,
Right.
and we've had marketing in another group. And Klaviyo's view is that's one customer.
It feels like it
And
now,
so
right?
I remember from university this Conway's Law. Have you heard of this?
Yep.
So Conway's Law is our communication replicates the organizational structure.
Yeah.
And so I think Conway's Law is still alive and well, and AI doesn't solve that problem unless we build on great data underneath and we can join the org chart components,
Right.
marketing, data, service together to be able to create those experiences you talk about. And that's a leadership problem.
It is a leadership problem. It's a leadership issue, let's say. But how do you feel like most organizations are ready to actually bring those three things together? Let's just say, as you were saying, right? Because from Klaviyo's perspective, I always talk in relative terms, none of it's easy. It's easier. Because again, you have one client.
Right.
And at some level, your communication with that client is easier to change.
Right.
But for them, they have these little siloed places where these things are getting determined. what thing has to change internally for
client.
them to understand on the client side
Yeah.
that it's going to be better and more efficient for them, and frankly more effective from a customer retention and personalization standpoint?
Yeah, so I think there's probably two parts to the answer. The
sure.
first part is getting the data in one place.
Yeah, I want to talk about data in more detail in a moment, but please go ahead.
So one is the data piece. The other part is organizationally starting to think about the customer at the center. And I think there's no D2C brand that doesn't think about the customer.
Or try.
But again, as we scale, we
Right.
tend to create these kind of silos and they have their own KPIs.
Sure,
And so
sure.
Really going back to a sort of horizontal journey view, which I think, again, smart organizations are doing. What's really fascinating for me is in the last sort of 60 to 90 days.
Oh my God, that's like
90 days ago, I was having conversations with customers where they were like, tell me about the AI you have in the platform.
okay.
And today, I'm having conversations with customers that are like, we've got Enterprise X, whether it's Claude subscription or OpenAI subscription, we're all using it every day. And what we want to be able to do is plug that into Klaviyo as a source of data and a source of engagement.
Right.
And orchestrate across not just Klaviyo, but our other platforms.
Right.
And that's really breaking down the organization. And so,
Yeah, for
because,
sure.
because
I'm
this is
thinking-
a horizontal
I'm thinking
capability.
as you're talking. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's
And so the marketing department is looking at the same data sets as the data science department, as the service department. And so if they can bring those together in the customer in near real time,
Right.
which is obviously what our mission is,
Yeah.
and then they can interact with it through whatever their enterprise AI harness is,
Right.
things get really interesting because you're starting to break down the org chart a little bit and
So
democratize
you're
the data.
suggesting actually that the org chart is frankly breaking down itself almost out of necessity.
Yeah.
But because I saw plenty of examples when I was working in corporate where it's like, that's my stuff,
Right.
right? And I'll share it with you, but I'll share it with you if we share revenue or something like that.
Right.
And there was no force factor that made me have to do that. But once you start putting that orchestration layer in there, right, regardless of what it is, now that layer says, I don't care who you are and I don't have any vested interest. I'm just trying to get this data, and this data combined.
Yes.
And I'm trying to get something done for whoever wants to get it done.
Right.
So it's almost like the tech is breaking down the org structure
Yeah, and
at some level. No?
it's always risky to say tech leads business, but I think the imperative is business needs to grow. If your competitors are breaking that down,
Sure.
and they have a single source of truth of their data, and they can real-time engage their customers in a hyper-personalized way,
Right.
then they're going to eat your lunch
But is
if you
there
don't
any-
break it down.
Is there any what I call like the conversation at the bar impact here, where like, after work, some guy goes to meet his friends for a drink, and they're like, "Hey, are you doing any of this orchestration stuff?" And he's like, "I've heard somebody talking about it." You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
we haven't done it yet, and then they go back to work the next day and be like, "Those guys are doing it."
Yeah,
Do
there's
you
not
feel
a
like that's happening? And I don't
absolutely
just mean in a bar,
and
but you
that's
know what I mean.
Like this 90 days ago to today,
Yeah.
like 90 days ago, 10% of the people I spoke to would have been talking about this.
Right.
Now, 60+%
But
of people.
like, did the news change it? Did Klaviyo's conversation with them change it? Like, what changed it?
I think there's just a general rising of the tide of awareness that AI is transforming so many industries and so many opportunities.
Right.
Whether it's the good press or the bad press that we see about AI, AI is in the news every day.
Every single day.
And I was in a lift yesterday and I saw the big tech spending on data centers
oh no, in the lip.
is more than the Japanese GDP.
So here's something interesting as well. I'll share another anecdote with you. I was reading something that said that real estate development in the United States is now such that the data center development is more than office space development.
Yeah. So we're in a moment where I think you'd have to be living under a rock not to be thinking about it.
to not
Even
be
if you're a
thinking about
non-tech
it.
leader,
Yeah.
like every leader I speak to, all of my network, I get people coming to me today saying, "How should I be thinking about this?"
Right.
And my conversation is, "Are you using it yourself? Like, how familiar are you?
Right.
How are you enabling your organization to learn and maybe make some mistakes?" And how do you put the guardrails in place that those mistakes are not cataclysmic for your business
Or fatal, yeah.
but they're tolerable mistakes because anytime you try to do something new, there is going to be risk. But also to not do those things right now is also risk. And so I think leaders
doing nothing is maybe the biggest
it's
risk.
still a choice,
Yeah,
but it's
but it's
maybe
a
not
bad
always the
choice.
most optimal choice right now.
Can we talk a little bit about data, because you mentioned this earlier?
Yeah.
Again, like besides the fact that data is siloed in probably most big organizations in a way that doesn't make much sense, it's also hard to get big institutions to change the way they organize their data as well.
Yeah.
But it's almost impossible to have all this siloed and segmented data in a world that's agentic
Right.
and use it in a way that's effective. How are brands reacting to this understanding, and what do they actually have to change internally to make their data better organized?
It's a really fascinating conversation because the bigger the organization, the more data they have, but generally the more siloed it is. And so, to your point before, that there's the kind of ownership of those data structures.
Yeah.
And we optimize for the organizational function or silo, not for the organization as a whole.
Yeah.
And I think what Klaviyo is trying to do is bring that sort of single view of the customer to life and bring, and let's face it, many organizations will have many different touch points with a customer. The bigger the organization, the less likely they are to have integrated or brought those together.
Yeah, for sure.
And so many of our smaller creators, like I'll give you an example. In Singapore, there's a company, Omnidesk, who's a customer of ours. 74% of their revenue today comes from flows, meaning automated outbound engagement to customers from the platform.
Really?
Yeah. So once they acquire a customer, the life cycle post that, all of their sort of post-purchase flows or browse not bought or cart abandonment, all of that stuff, touches the customer and makes sure that they are getting the right content for that customer, and the pull-through has been great for them. And so that's an example.
Yeah,
They're not a Fortune 500 company yet, but they're certainly up and coming and shaking the ground of some of their bigger competitors.
I always like to say in the old days, because that was, like you said, 90 days ago. But 90 days ago, or whatever the old days are, I would deal with you directly. Like you talked about this automated flow, so I want to understand that a little bit better. But once flow gets automated, how do you continue, whether it's Klaviyo or the people that are using your products, maintain a level of trust so that if something does, like if something goes, like let's say I'm dealing with you directly, and I've been working with you for 3 or 4 years, I
Right.
trust you, I go on vacation, something happens, I need to talk to Brian.
Right.
But I already trust you, so I call him, I'm like, Brian, what's going on? You give me some kind of explanation, I'm like, okay, I feel better now, even though I know a problem was created, I feel like Brian can solve it for me.
Yeah.
But if there's no Brian, or 74 or 75% of my stuff is automated, how do I get that same sense of trust and create the same level of stickiness
Right.
when tech is not in the way, but when tech is in the middle of this relationship now?
Yeah, look, I think in D2C brands, tech is always in that relationship because it's very hard to scale direct to consumer,
For sure.
one-to-one through
Yep, for
humans.
sure.
But I think,
But again, still, if I can interrupt you
Yeah.
for a second, like, I think the biggest problem that I have today with whether it's airlines or travel or whatever is I just want to talk to the guy at the desk.
yeah,
Whatever that means, right? Because I'm having a problem with my room or my seat or my something.
Yeah.
And I understand that I purchased the ticket online, that I paid for it through automatic systems, but like when there's an issue, I really want to talk to Brian,
absolutely.
even if it's D2C. And I know that that's hard to do,
Right.
but as more tech gets involved in more businesses, how do you maintain that trust?
So my view on this is, and we, in fact, we did a survey just last month in Southeast Asia, and some really interesting things came out of it. One was like 72% of people are using AI to identify which product and make a purchase decision.
Really?
That's not surprising. If you think about how many of us just open up ChatGPT and say, I need a new tablet. What's the best tablet? Where should I buy it from?
Yeah, fair enough. I was thinking
Right, we
about
do that kind
cameras
of
some days ago.
research
Yeah.
in AI, and we used to sit on Google and open 20 tabs and look at them all and maybe do a
just like
comparison.
this thing, that thing, this thing.
Right,
It's really
now we just
inefficient.
open an AI tool
Yeah.
of choice. So the consumer side is already happening, and there's some level of comfort with that.
Hmm.
What's interesting is the research points to it's all about confidence. So the reason why you want to pick up the phone and call me,
Yeah.
is there's a confidence that comes with that, right? It's a real
Completely.
person. There's an accountability.
I trust you.
I get what I want.
Yeah.
You're gonna understand and hear me out and give me a relevant answer. And so what the research pointed out was people are willing and wanting to engage with AI, provided it delivers. So they want to feel heard.
Yeah.
They want the AI to be relevant in its answers. They don't want to have to go take me to a human 10 times.
No.
Because it's a horrible experience. And
Yeah, yeah.
Really, that comes back to the data. If you don't have the data on the customer's purchase history, what they bought, how they're using it, what other service tickets they've opened, all of that stuff, it becomes really hard to make an AI useful.
Yeah.
Now, the other interesting stat was 54%, so 50 something percent said they would give more data to a brand if they knew it was going to help the personalization and the user experience. And so we're trending to a place where 70+% of people are using AI. They're willing to engage with AI, provided it provides them at least the same level of service as calling the human.
Right.
And I think that's the gap right now is because of the lack of data and the lack of sort of integration, if you like,
Yeah.
it's very hard to get an AI today in most experiences that gives you the level of service.
Can we talk about scale as well, particularly from a DTC perspective? I think it was the CTO at Uber said that in the first 4 months of 2026,
They burned through their
they burned
budget.
through all of their
Yeah,
budget
yeah, I
for
heard that.
agentic AI. Uber's budget is definitely going to be different than most DTC brands.
Right.
But just because the scale is different doesn't mean that the usage patterns are going to be different necessarily. How are these DTC brands adapting to this idea of, oh, I thought this was going to be cheaper, or I didn't understand the tokenization costs around it.
Right.
How do we manage them through that process? And have you had conversations about that as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's increasingly a topic since that article came out.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
come up a lot
because
more.
Again, just give me a moment, but I have to believe that there are some CFOs, even some CTOs at a DTC brand that were sitting there going, what? Is it just me?
Yeah.
Right, because there aren't enough people that are doing it necessarily to have the conversation, but when they read that article, they thought, if it's happening to Uber, I'm not insane.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's a podcast I listen to pretty regularly called the AI Daily Brief.
Yep.
And it's a fantastic podcast, highly recommend. But one of the things they talk about was the subsidy era. So people are,
Go ahead.
our consumer AI subscriptions, if we have one, that $20 a month.
Yeah, it's
is
highly
very-
subsidized.
It's highly
be.
subsidized, and it's very different to when you're using it in an enterprise.
Sure.
What I take away from it was, I heard our CEO and co-founder say the other day, Andrew Bialecki, in a recent earnings call, our engineers are twice as productive now as they were a year ago
Internally.
internally.
Got
The
it.
people that are building the product
Okay.
are shipping twice as many product features, fixing twice as many bugs, etc., as they were a year ago.
Right.
And so that tells me that there is an ROI,
Definitely.
provided you've got the right leadership and structure
Right.
around that.
Yep.
And as a result, we're not flinching over our token costs going up. I think when there is a lack of leadership and a lack of structure, then things like anything can get away with you. If your expense policy is we don't care, then your expense budget's going to blow out.
Right, yeah,
I think it's a
exactly.
bit the same. You've got to find this balance, I think, and organizational and leaders need to find this balance between experimentation, accepting some level of risk, but also providing enough sort of training and guardrails and monitoring to make sure it's not frivolous. Some organizations had leaderboards of how many people were burning the most
So that
tokens.
token leaderboard.
Token leaderboard.
To what? To encourage more usage?
Yes,
Or to embarrass
yes.
people that are using too many?
No, so generally what I saw was token leaderboards to highlight the people that are AI first.
Wow.
Now, that I heard someone another leader come out the other day and say that's maybe a vanity metric and may not be the right thing.
Because I can literally create an agent that
Of course,
does
that
like,
just
uses
talks to
tokens.
itself all day and burns tokens. And that's
Yeah.
what some people did, right?
Yeah.
If your organization is shaming you for not doing enough AI, you can fix
Exactly.
that pretty easily if you're remotely
much, yeah.
savvy.
Yeah.
And so I think there's all of those learnings are happening at pace across every industry right now. And I think we'll get to a point where there is some level of return on investment expectation, if not now, very soon.
What are some of the things that brands that are doing this really, really well are doing that the brands that aren't doing it really well are doing? If that makes sense.
Yeah, look, I think from what I'm seeing in our business, there are brands that are saying, okay, we want AI, we want a centralized single point of customer view.
Yep.
We provide that. Then we want to be able to use AI to understand our customer better, to accelerate things like campaigns and segments and all of those things, and ultimately to be able to serve the customer better. So before we might have had a campaign because of necessity of log a ticket, get a data segment, get a segment built on a certain number of customers, and then we send out a campaign to them. We might break that down into 5 campaigns now, whereas before we couldn't. It'd be a fairly coarse-grained thing.
Yeah.
The data would be 2 weeks old before we started to execute. That person may have already bought, and we're sending them a voucher or something to buy something they bought a week ago.
Right.
So these are the side effects of not having kind of that real-time centralized thing. And then over the top of that, putting whatever AI harness makes sense for you to pull in other data and enrich that conversation and analysis.
Right.
So the ones that are smart, I think, are thinking about how do I bring my data together? How do I innovate and experiment in silos rather than being, and when I say silos, I mean
I
in
understand
very
what you mean.
deliberate areas
Yeah.
versus free-for-all on everything
Sure.
picking those low-hanging fruit and learning quickly.
So this is the other thing I was going to ask you. If your developers have become, what did you say, twice as productive, it kind of makes sense to me because if they're doing agentic coding, it's like they're working with another person.
Right.
So the fact that they become twice as productive kind of makes sense at some level, right? I mean, frankly, they could have two agents coding with them, and they can become even more productive. But what has it done to other departments internally that are using agentic AI? What has been the impact on those departments as well? Do you know what I mean?
Let me
Like
give
on
an
sales or on marketing or whatever.
Yeah, so
internally.
sales is a great example. Like 2 years ago, if you're a sales rep in an enterprise customer, and you got a,
It's okay.
you got a
These microphones are so good, it didn't even hear that.
perfect.
Sorry, go ahead.
You got a book of business with a couple hundred accounts.
Yep.
You would spend a month trying to figure out which of those accounts are the ones I should spend my time on, researching the
Yeah.
people,
What's the revenue growth look like?
reading
Also-
their 10K or whatever their annual report is.
Yep.
There's a whole bunch of research you would do, and you wouldn't be doing anything else for probably a month to 6 weeks. Today, there are tools straight out of the box, or that you can use a generic sort of AI harness
Right.
and say, here's my book of business, go and research them, find out who their players are, what's their strategy, read their annual report, come back to me with a prioritized list, and then I'm going to go and spend my time on the 10 or 20 that are going to have the biggest impact. And then I'm going to iterate through that. And so a rep that took on a new business today can be out with customers in a week, whereas it would have been 6 weeks before.
Yeah, or a month of.
And then as the market changes or their product changes, they can iterate on that so much faster.
What kind of, I don't want to say training because it sounds like too simplistic, but what sort of like literacy is necessary for people out? Because the coding, I'm just going to say guys because I'm a guy, but look, what the coding guys can see a new coding tool and be like, I can intuitively figure out how to use this.
Right.
Because they've been coding their whole lives.
Right.
So just giving them a new tool to do it, they're not like, oh, I'm afraid of this thing. They're like, this is going to be super cool for me.
Yeah.
And they're going to be able to read the code and understand it. But again, for somebody in sales and marketing or biz dev, they may not be technical at all.
Right.
Or there may be some range of technical knowledge. And the guy that knows how to use this stuff is going to come in on day one and be like, you kidding me? I got a harness to build. I can do all these things that you just suggested.
Yep.
But the guy sitting next to me may just be like, I can barely log into my computer.
Right.
So how does that guy get up to speed in a way that makes him feel comfortable so that he can get the benefits of this stuff?
So I think that's a leadership opportunity.
I agree. And
So I can tell you what I've done in every business I've worked in since this revolution has started is, how do you find the people that are doing the 10x output?
that's what you do, right? So sorry, go ahead. It's a really good point. I do the same thing. I'm like,
Right.
hey, Bob, I don't know how to do this thing. Can you show me? Because I know it's important.
Right, but then I'm
Yeah.
saying, okay, Bob, can you package that up and in our team meeting, share it with the rest
Got
of the
it,
team?
okay.
Can you make it a skill that we can share in our
With everybody.
enterprise, whatever subscription, and you raise the tide incrementally? Sure, there's enablement and formal learning
Yeah,
and
but as long as the
all of
culture
that.
internally is
It's a culture
okay,
thing.
and it's not embarrassing for people to ask,
Exactly.
everyone's going to do it. At some
Exactly.
level, yeah?
And you model that, right? As a leader,
Yeah.
you get up in front of the team and you say, hey, Bob, like I saw you do this thing. I don't know how to do that. Can
Right.
you walk me through that?
Yeah, and walk everybody
And
in the group
everybody else
through it.
is watching along, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
model the vulnerability that comes with asking the question when maybe other people don't.
Awesome.
So yeah, I think that's a leadership opportunity. There's a bunch of industry that has popped up around AI
Yeah.
enablement and tooling and all of that stuff. Back to your point about coding, what's really interesting about coding is it's finite, so it's kind of binary in its outcome.
Yeah, in a way.
So it works or it doesn't.
Right.
It's secure or it
The
isn't.
product is not finished, but it's there.
Right.
It may
And-
need to be
and
iterated and
There's
stuff.
a huge body of knowledge, body of content
Yeah.
that you can train the AI on.
Exactly.
And so what makes coding sort of the early adopter
Yeah, it's so
is
easy to do this,
is
right?
you've got a really big data repository in GitHub or GitLab or any of those,
Sure.
and you've got people that are building the tools intrinsically understand it, and so you get really fast.
Right. The people that are building the coding tools are coders.
But any
And then
data-driven industry has that next opportunity. And so marketing, one of the reasons we're so bullish on AI and why we want to be, really part of this conversation and this transformation is we think marketing is very much the fast follow to coding.
Absolutely.
Because it's a very data-driven business.
Yep.
There is some replicability to it.
Yep.
There is a big data body of knowledge. The trick is bringing that all together. And then ultimately you can learn and experiment pretty quickly and while improving your service along the way.
I like it. Okay, Brian, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much for coming and
Thanks,
sitting
Mike.
down with us today. I hope you enjoyed this as
This
much
was
as I
great.
did.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you very much. Awesome. You were really great. Thanks for doing that. Can you believe it's 2:00 already? For me, it goes by. I have no idea what time it is. I honestly don't care. I learned so much from doing this, Rana, that I was thinking about this. Up here.
Oh, up here?
Yeah, that's perfect. Think about it like an ice cream cone you're not going to eat higher.
Higher.
Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
Closer and stuff, yeah.
But I
yeah.
was thinking about this like during this whole morning or even the afternoon session as well. It's just like when I leave here, I know things that I didn't know that I didn't know. And I can then deploy those things in my real life outside of the conversations that I have, but also inside of other conversations that I have. And what I find that I do sometimes, not that you asked, but I think it's interesting to explain to the audience, is that I just had a really interesting conversation with Brian. And if one of the topics that he brought up or he mentioned comes up later in the day, I can feel like I know a little bit more about it than I did when I first sat down this morning.
Yeah.
And I can use it when I talk to the guy from ClickHouse in a way.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
Anyway.
you've got to be a lifelong learner, I guess, out of it as
I just
well, right?
love
You
the best part about what I do is not like that it's a business per se, although that's good.
Yeah.
It's just that imagine how much I've learned. I've done 153 recordings in the last 3 months. I'm not saying I have an MBA in something,
Yeah.
but I'm not saying that I don't have an MBA in something either. Anyway,
Maybe there's a Michael LLM coming there.
there definitely
somehow,
is.
Yeah?
Let's go to Michael SLM, but sure.
SLM.
SLM, MMLM? I don't know what you call it. Anyway, Rana Banerji, sales leader ASEAN for ClickHouse. For people that may not be aware, let's get a little bit of background on what ClickHouse does.
Yeah, sure. So ClickHouse is really just a very fast analytical database. It's
Okay.
been an open source project for quite a few years now.
Oh, okay.
And it was widely adopted. It came out of Russia, a company called Yandex. Yandex, yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Later acquired by Nibius, I believe, over that side of the SuperAI booth.
Those guys.
Those guys. And then
So ClickHouse is now acquired by Nibius.
No, it's an independent company. It's a Series C startup now, headquartered in San Francisco and
Beautiful.
Amsterdam.
And where are you based?
I'm based in Singapore.
You're based in Singapore.
I'm based in
Okay,
Singapore,
great. Go
yeah.
ahead.
And so it's gaining a lot of traction because people are actually looking at and analyzing now fast and large sets of data. They need fast response. They need a columnar kind of storage, OLAP analytical queries that are coming fast and thick. They're the ones that ClickHouse kind of helps with.
Got it. So why did we decide to open source this?
So originally it was open source because when Yandex they were solving a problem where it was Google of Russia at the time, right? So they were dealing with petabytes of data, massive scale of users, high concurrency, and they needed low latency for a lot of their query results, right? But they needed to do it very cost efficiently. So then Alexei, who the founder was, he built ClickHouse, and it got a lot of traction within Yandex itself. And then they decided, hey, let's share this with the open source community.
Right.
So once they shared it, and then it just kind of went viral after that.
Got it.
And a lot of adoption around different use cases, mainly around real-time analytics.
Okay.
A lot of kind of end-user facing kind of analytics.
So how would you characterize the types of companies without naming them that do real-time data analytics that are getting data in real time, I presume, and then analyzing that data as fast as they possibly can? So what types of customers are doing that?
So we see lots of customers. I mean, more recently, we've seen customers like Tesla actually all the instrumentation on their car and their battery sends that data, event data, straight into ClickHouse.
Okay.
And that's like about 1 billion events per second. So the scale is pretty massive.
From
in
all
that.
of the cars that they have, or just from one of the cars that they have?
Imagine it from all the cars. It
Yeah,
goes
okay.
into their Colossus system. We've actually got a blog and a video about this when they spoke at our meetup as well on the website.
Okay.
That's one. We've also seen a lot of traction now around observability, especially for companies like OpenAI, Anthropic, and so forth.
Yep.
And more locally in Singapore, we see Shopee. Anyone who's used Shopee as an e-commerce platform, that's actually powered by ClickHouse behind the scenes as well.
So their back-end data analytics, so their real-time analytics is powered by ClickHouse.
Yeah, it's data analytics, but it's also system observability. So the unique thing about ClickHouse is you can put in log, metric, trace data.
I understand.
You can also put in operational data,
Yep.
time series data,
Yep.
a whole bunch of different kind of data types.
How has AI changed the way that ClickHouse behaves, or just AI infrastructure changed?
Yeah, so that's been a massive change. And obviously, you can see in SuperAI, there's a lot of talk about AI and agents as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I think one of the biggest things, and it's really featured well for ClickHouse, is that the volume of data It's massive data that the agents kind of and the chatbots are now needing or unearthing as such, right?
Yeah.
And it's non-deterministic data. So it's basically
Were you scared to say that?
I
You're like, I wonder if Michael understands the difference between non-deterministic or what is deterministic and what probabilistic is. But I'm saying it anyway. I like the look on your face, though, by the way.
I had to research it a little bit, to be honest.
I love it. I love it.
It was kind of like software code, right? It was just built as code where we
Yeah.
knew what was going to be the input, we knew what was going to be the output,
I
right?
always say like 6 times 7, 42. Every single time you do it, I don't care what base you're calculating in, it's always the same. Every machine is going to give you the same answer. But if it's a probabilistic question or non-deterministic question, you can ask it 5 times and expect 5 different answers.
That's exactly it. And
Yeah.
so you can imagine then with LLMs,
Yep.
nobody knows what questions are going to be put in.
So you
Nobody
don't know what
really
the
knows
answer's
the
gonna
output.
be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So those sorts of scenarios actually led really well around the AI infrastructure kind of changes as well, because the volumes are there now. People need fast querying or very high performant querying now as well.
Right.
And that lends itself very well to ClickHouse. But what happened recently was that ClickHouse acquired a company called Langfuse, and Langfuse is actually a LLM engineering, LLM tracing and lineage company. But it,
What do they do?
yeah, it's really smart now. So you imagine now non-deterministic we talked about, right?
Yeah.
All of these inputs coming in, all these inputs going out, right? So what's happening is a lot of trace data is being created by the agents.
Got it.
And these are nested trace data. So what Langfuse does is it actually sequences all of this and actually gives you a visual kind of a view of the lineage of those traces. Some of it could be multi-nested traces, could be complicated traces.
I was going to say very complex if it's multi-nested, yeah?
That's right.
Yeah.
And so what we're kind of seeing is that folks last year were building agents as toys, POCs,
Essentially,
pilots.
yeah.
This year they're moving it all into production.
Yep.
So something like Langfuse becomes incredibly critical when you're looking at observability of those agents.
In your experience, right, what had to change for companies to go from these POCs to actually rolling it out into production? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what had to change in the data that they're using or the data to which they have access?
Yeah, so well, I think what changed is the human part of it. Everyone saw the benefits of the LLMs inside enterprises as well. You know, people started to using code agents. They started to research stuff. I mean, previously folks used to be shy about using Claude and coming up with a presentation.
Oh,
Now-
really?
Yeah, and now everyone's doing it. At ClickHouse, we use a lot of AI internally.
Keep this closer to here. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Use a lot of AI internally
Yeah.
to do what types of things?
Well, now if I'm making presentations or if I'm researching a
So
topic,
you're not using like PowerPoint anymore.
I'm using, I can still put it displayed in PowerPoint,
Right.
but what I do is actually do a lot of my research using Claude as an example,
Yeah.
right? Or ChatGPT equivalent. Now, so the knowledge level has kind of increased.
Yeah, for
And this
sure.
is happening across, I think, all enterprises and
Right.
a lot of consumers as well. And that's driven the direction of the enterprises to go, hey, we need to invest more in these, we need to make these tools available to our staff, and it's going to increase productivity.
For sure, it's increased. Like we talk about this all the time. There's no way we could run our business without the level of productivity that artificial intelligence has given us. There's no way. How have people had to reorganize or reassess the data that they have and actually create faster access to it, right? Because again, if they were using it in a way that was asynchronous before, but now it needs real time, something has to change in the throughput or in the access to that data that's different. And there's also a siloing that most companies have for their data as well. But if you're going to do this, you're not going to jump from this silo to this silo. You kind of want to have all that data consolidated into one place. Like, how has it changed?
Yeah, I'll give you 2 examples of this. One is if you think about it before, and I used to come from a BI background before, right?
Okay.
We used to use static dashboards and look at historical information, you know,
Right.
sales results for the last 6 months, 1 year, trend on, and all of this sort of stuff. Now that's kind of moved into a real-time interactive type of a dialogue with an agent.
Yeah.
Right? So now I'm asking questions, getting a response, and the feedback loop is there. So what happens there is now that those requests are getting into the data infrastructure. And the data infrastructure needs to be able to serve this information up pretty quick, needs
Yeah.
to find it. So high concurrency, low latency becomes really important
Really
for
important.
the data infrastructure.
Yeah.
So that's one trend we see a lot. The other trend we see is that we used to have like observability, like system observability,
Right.
Logs, metrics, traces, and that was telling us if what the CPU usage is, the memory, the performance, bottlenecks, things like that. So think of a scenario, right? If I write a question, a SaaS provider goes, "Can I cancel my subscription?" into a chatbot, let's say, right? What happens behind the scene is that traditional observability is going to tell you that, hey, the server's up, this response is completed, and it's 100% perfect. But if the response from the LLM is, hey, delete your System32 folder, the traditional observability wouldn't know.
Why?
Well, because it's not looking at the evaluation or the response of the AI. So that's where LangFuse comes in. It actually is going to have...
So that's the nested thing you're talking about. It goes a little bit deeper and says, I'm not just looking at what the system observability is, I'm looking at the activity of the agentic stuff on the system, so I can actually get a better idea of the observability inside of this very complex nested situation.
That's right. So you're looking at the lineage, and you're also looking at the prompts. So how you can improve the prompts, how you can then also improve the feedback scoring of the responses, and the evaluations as well, which is another important part of LangFuse as well.
Right.
So we're seeing great adoption for LangFuse across the region because of that. Now people need to understand.
Yeah, because the interactions are getting so much more complex and so much more agentic. Are you seeing the agentic interactivity grow in a way that you would have expected?
It's phenomenal. We're on the cusp, it feels like, but I can see most folks will now have 5 agents themselves.
Really?
And then companies will have probably hundreds even, and if not thousands going forward. So
I'm just trying to think of, like, when I worked in corporate, where I would have employed an agent and where actually somebody would have approved me employing an agent. I can't think of it right now because I'm just thinking, like, they would never have let me use it to trade. They wouldn't have given me access to, like, the bond guy's data. But there must have been some way that I could use this. Maybe responding to emails. So I can't remember, but...
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of usage of agents on a personal front, personal finance, investing, things like that. I think a lot of people are building those.
What you're doing internally.
Correct.
I'm just thinking about what people do inside of a company, because that's where most of the adoption, I think, is going to be, that makes companies money.
That's right.
Right?
So at the moment, a lot of things about sales agents, I could actually have agents actually crawling LinkedIn and other kind of sources and identifying good prospects, as an example. And then I could have an agent supervising that person and basically putting it into my CRM and then adding scoring to that. So then I wake up Monday morning and I've got a kind of a list of top 3 targets for me.
So what type of, what's the right word I want to say here? What type of access does the LinkedIn API give you, just as a proxy for other companies when you're trying to get data?
Yeah, so security, governance, controls are very important. And that's something that even at ClickHouse we value a lot, right? So you can build agents based off the data in ClickHouse. But ClickHouse is kind of the engine for the agentic kind of workloads, right?
Yeah, for
So
sure.
you've got security, you've got the governance, you've got everything either through ClickHouse itself or through our whole platform and ecosystem as well, right? So we kind of manage that for the users. So they don't have to worry necessarily about the authorization or the RBAC or things like that, because that's already controlled.
It's already built in, right?
Yeah, correct.
So what are the biggest challenges that companies have when they want to have more observability? Like, again, what needs to change internally so that the observability that they were doing before can adapt to this new agentic era? Besides using this new product that you guys have, or this new company,
It's quite a change, because the old observability, traditional observability, was based on time series data. And so logs, and think of it as a time series kind of recording and looking at that information.
What would happen? So a piece of technology would go through all the logs and just say, this thing happened, that thing happened, this thing happened. But again, this log is it segregated from this log over here? Like, in other words, this thing could be associated with what's going on over here. I presume this is what's creating the complexity now inside the observability. So if this action happened, maybe it triggered something over there that also needs to be observed, yeah?
So what happens is the architecture is kind of changing. So before you used to just capture all these logs and then analyze it, right? And they were time series kind of based, every second, everything. Right? Now what's happening in the LLM world is it's more like an agent state graph. So think of it like a decision tree.
Yeah.
So probabilistic.
It's constantly moving now.
It's constantly moving. There's a lot of different chains.
Yeah.
So it's actually fundamentally a different kind of architecture from traditional observability to LLM.
But not even close, though.
That's
Sorry,
right.
go ahead.
That's right. So
You see
some
what I mean? I
people,
just learned something. Now it's a problem. Go ahead.
and some people are trying to basically bolt on an LLM observability tool to their existing traditional tool.
Yeah.
It's not going to really work.
I was gonna say it's not gonna work.
That's right.
Because the behavior is different.
Behavior is different, and,
Yeah.
and the tracing, the understanding of it is different. And second to that is the problem's different. Remember, with traditional observability, I'm looking at, is my server alive?
Yeah.
Is it working?
Really simplistic. It's kind of a binary idea of is server A. I've got 1,000 servers. Is number 999 up?
Correct.
Yeah.
Now with the LLM observability, it's like, was my prompt good?
Right.
Can I
It's
improve
a
my
completely
prompt?
different thing.
What's my token cost? What's
Right.
my all of the underlying costs? What models are better for the prompts that I have or the usage I have? Is it OpenAI? Is it Anthropic? So all of that sort of stuff is what LangFuse, which is now a part of ClickHouse,
Right.
kind of solves.
How are people using observability to measure what their token costs are?
Yeah, so folks are using that tracing, as I kind of described before. They
Yep.
use it for part of it's debugging, for a lot of the debugging their AI native kind of applications. The second part is they improve the quality with the feedback scores, and then they look at the cost of the number of tokens per trace,
Right.
or the cost per trace. And then what you can do is you can kind of simulate, if I use this model, like we call it LLM as a judge. So I've got an LLM that's using, let's say, Claude, judging an LLM use case where I'm using OpenAI. And then
Okay.
I'm looking at what the token usage would be for each.
Right.
And then the cost, associated cost. And then I can do all of that and then actually put into production what the best one is.
And are you seeing that some enterprises or some businesses are finding that their token costs are higher than they expected them to be based on the stuff that they're doing through the analytics that they're seeing?
Some are finding the token costs higher for certain kind of queries, and they're still exploring and experimenting to find out why.
Yeah.
And in some cases, it's ballooned, and they're trying to control their costs.
Right.
And that's why they need systems in production, because you can't muck around with it in production too much, right? Whilst if it's a POC or a
Yeah,
pilot,
because
you
you can just
can.
figure out you can do more, do less, do more, do less, and just kind of ping all these other little things that you're doing to see where the costs are coming out. But yeah, if you're doing it in real time, it's a bad way to do testing.
That's right. And
Okay.
that's where we're seeing this adoption across financial services, across a lot of customer organizations, heaps. And at SuperAI, I think the conversation's been AI agents, big scale. So that's why I come back to the 2025 was the playground year.
Yeah.
2026 it's in production now, and people are starting to use it at
We're
scale.
seeing it in the conversations that we're having as well. Like it really seemed to me that you're right, that like people are creating toys in 2025, and now they're creating business opportunities and business use cases in 2026.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for ClickHouse is really that by acquiring a company like LangFuse, we've moved it from the application level
Yeah.
into the core AI data infrastructure level.
Yeah, which almost has to happen. Like you need that level, otherwise you're not having any level of real observability at all.
Control,
Yeah.
and real visibility of what's happening within the systems that you got.
Okay,
So,
Rana, I'm gonna let you go.
awesome. Thank
Hopefully
you.
you enjoyed this as much as I did. And as I said to you at the beginning, now I can use some of the stuff that you've told me when I talk to other people.
I love it. Thanks a lot, Michael.
Thank you very
Cheers,
much.
mate.
Awesome. How are you?
Good, how are you?
It's very nice to meet you as well.
I'm on time. Just arrived.
That's good. There's no penalty for being late.
Yeah, no worries.
And there's no prize actually for being on time. But it's still good to have you here.
Yeah.
How are you? She's looking at the camera. What are you doing?
Yeah, she's taking photos.
I want to do this again, but we did have somebody. We were at AI Engineer in May, and we had one of your guys talk a little bit about
One of our
Simular.
engineer, right? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. One of your new engineers talk about Simular. But again, for the audience maybe that hasn't seen that, tell us a little bit about what Simular does.
Yeah, so my name is An Li. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Simular.
Awesome.
And we are the autonomous computer company.
Yes, I got
Autonomous computer.
it.
Yeah.
What does that mean though for people that don't know what autonomous
Yeah,
computer means?
it's kind of like a general purpose AI agent that can use any softwares on the desktop, just like human, through the real interface.
Right.
Real visual interface. We also call it the GUI, graphical user interface.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's not just on web browser. It's not just web application. You can actually use it for any websites that require paywall or sign in. That Google search usually don't go there. And in addition to that, you can also use legacy software on Windows, like your ERP system, right? Like Salesforce.
Let me ask you this, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So if I want to use my computer, but I don't want to be sitting there when I'm doing, let's say I have a task.
That's all go. That's all go. You don't have to sit there.
Right, but let me just run you through this and tell me how this would work. Let's say I have an hour's worth of work to do, and it's pretty standardized work. I know what it is. It has 7 different steps in it.
Yeah.
And I can kind of program those steps into an agent from Simular.
Right.
And I just leave my computer, I log in, I press a button. Like how do I build this activity or this interactivity with an agent so that it can go and do something that I want it to do?
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, let me give you a perfect example. I have calendar invites
Yeah.
that have guests coming on, that have question frameworks there. That I wanted, she almost walked right in front of the cameras. And I wanted to go and take those questions and like do some stuff with it, maybe extend it or expand it or whatever.
Right.
And I have 7 of them that I want to do. And while I'm doing that, I'd rather just go out and have lunch. How can I build that?
Everything you just said, throw that to Simular, to Sai. It's the product of Sai. You just use
natural language.
Yeah, use natural language, throw it to the product. And the interesting part, you don't even need a computer. We give you the computer. Because we are the autonomous computer company. Every user...
So I don't need a computer.
You don't need
what do I need, though, to make this work?
You need a phone. For example, every day I just text my agent through my phone. Yeah, text messaging, and I use natural language.
Okay, but
yeah.
so let me ask you this too. What if I want to do 2 things at once? Can I just use one computer, or do I need 2 computers to do it? Because on my computer at home, right, I can literally be like in one part. I know you use a web browser as an example, but it's not just a web browser. I can be in a web browser doing something. I can be using like Codex or ChatGPT, and I can be working on that. I can be working on something for me while I'm over here in Microsoft Word writing a document or doing something or having some thought, and then have PowerPoint open and doing some stuff there. Can I do 3 things at once using Simular, or am I restricted to doing one thing at a time?
We can give you 3 computers. So basically, you can buy more computers in our platform, so you have multiple computers. Personally, I have 20. Yeah, my goal
But
is
you're a rich guy, though.
My goal is give everyone 100 computers
but
working autonomously.
Okay, I'll take 50.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
I'll take 50. But how does it cost out? In other words, how do I pay for that at scale? Where if I have 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 computers working for me, how does it disintermediate the necessity for me to do that work on my own from a cost performance perspective?
Yeah, I think the problem now is, I want to answer the cost question first. So it's cost is the infrastructure problem. For now, we are probably one of the only company in the industry that has cloud desktop computers for you.
That has what?
Cloud desktop.
Got it.
Cloud desktop, yeah. That's kind of expensive for now.
Yeah.
But we can see the cost is driving down.
Got it.
Very quickly. Our next generation is possible we can give everyone $10 per month for one computer.
$10 per month per one computer.
One computer, yeah.
I hope my CFO is listening to this.
Yeah, if you have 10, then it's $100 per month.
And I can give it 10 different tasks to do.
10 different tasks operating on the full
Or I could
desktop.
give it 30 different tasks to do, because when one task is done, I can have the same computer do another task.
It depends on what kind of task you want to do. For example, we also have integration with Cloud Code. If you want to run multiple Cloud Code on a computer, you only need one computer. You don't need multiple computers.
Yeah.
But if you want to use your ERP system on the Windows desktop, it's single thread.
Yeah. Single thread.
Because the mouse and keyboard is a single thread.
Yep, I got it.
That's right. So the challenging task needs to be single thread, and some tasks like web search, cloud code, those can be more.
How much control do I have over this computer, in the sense that I'm going to use some simplistic terminology, but it's probably wrong, but just to get a sense of, like, let's say I know, again, that the task is going to take an hour, but I budget an hour and a half for it. So that I know that, like, at 9 o'clock in the morning, I want to, if I get some data, let's say, from an external source, comes into my computer, I have an agent that's watching to see if that data comes in, that verifies that that data is correct, and knows that this task, because I have to do this thing, that thing, the other thing, is going to take until like 9:30. So I know it's going to take an hour and a half. But that means that my computer is now available at 10. Right, so when I'm at the gym, I can get the data in, I can monitor on my phone, I can ensure the fact that, like, the data actually comes in. I can ensure then that the agent kicked off the exercise to do my thing. And then when I'm at the gym, I can watch on my phone to follow the progress. and then at 10 o'clock, I know my computer's now free,
Right.
and I can do the next thing that I want to do, either acting on this thing or do something completely different
Yeah.
using Simular.
Right.
Do I have that right?
Yeah, you have the full control on the computer. You can even go there and use the computer by yourself.
Oh, so if it's not doing anything that's automated, so I have a remote connection
Yeah.
to that computer where I can see on my monitor what it's doing.
Right.
So if I have 3 monitors at home, which I do,
Yeah.
I can have 3 computers that's similar that I can use not today, but at some
You can-
point for $10 a
One
month.
monitor, you can open 10 different
Yeah, sure,
computers.
I can have 10, 'cause I can have Windows on
So
it for
it's
sure.
very
But, like
scalable.
the way I like to work is I like to have 1 monitor for each. This is the way
Yeah,
it works.
yeah.
The way my brain
but
works.
you actually mentioned a very interesting point. We actually pushing for that direction because
Go
in
ahead.
the future we believe computers are your co-worker.
Yeah, exactly. That's
right?
what I'm thinking about.
It's not about you go there and writing the prompt and you
No,
give the
no, I don't
computer
want to do
data.
any of
It's
that.
about
'Cause I do the same
co-worker.
thing every day kind
Yeah,
of thing,
the coworker does the job for you. The coworker tell you, I just finished the task. Do you like it or not? I need your approval for some sign off. Do you want to approve or not? That's the goal in the future.
So I could literally have a machine that, but I could literally have a machine that actually just manages my email for me.
Yeah, manage your email. But you also have social media, probably social media, LinkedIn, X or some. Yeah, these kind of accounts, they can also be managed.
So let's say I have an X account. Sorry, I just have
yeah.
do you mind?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's say I have an account on Twitter
Uh-huh.
or on X, whatever you want to call it,
Uh-huh.
and I wanted to go out and follow like a bunch of people.
Yeah.
And then let's say I follow like 100 people.
Right.
And I just wanted to follow those 100 people all day
Uh-huh.
and then comment on the stuff they do in like a positive way. I just give it access to, let's say, ChatGPT.
Uh-huh.
And I say, if Ang Lee says something on Twitter
Uh-huh.
and it's about Simular,
Uh-huh.
just go out and comment like it's Michael,
Yeah.
using Michael's account that says, that's awesome, dude, or I love Sim. You know what I mean? Like I can just do that all day
Yeah.
for a bunch of different accounts on X.
Uh-huh.
And just have one machine that's cost me $10 a month that just spends all day doing that.
Yeah.
Can I do that?
Yeah, that's doable. But I would recommend that's doable. But I would recommend you not doing that because you are responsible for all your outcomes. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but I can create a framework or an infrastructure that doesn't necessarily publish it until I approve it.
Because I saw a person was doing that,
Using
not using our product, they probably using their own open cloud or different other agents.
So they wrote this themselves.
And then
yeah.
they talk about their prompts in the reply, which is like
What do you mean?
That they say always agree with the
Oh,
post.
no, so that
yeah.
can't- oh, no.
And I actually replied to that person. I was like, why you want to agree with everyone? Like,
Right.
yeah, I don't like to be agreed. I think the point is this is a big transformation for the society. Like there's so many tools, including us, that make people really efficient. But in the end, we have to think about the human part.
Go ahead.
Like what made us human? It's like we are responsible for our results.
Exactly.
Right? We want to show the best part. I appreciate you. You want to agree with me?
I don't actually. I was just giving an example.
Yeah.
A simple example that
Yeah.
people could understand.
Yeah.
So you have 20 machines.
Yeah.
What are you using them for? Just as an example.
For example, one of them is managing my social media and
And what do you
come
do?
up with ideas on what kind of thing I should share because it has all my context. The agent will tell me, okay, like you have this new idea. Sometimes I have new idea. I tell my agents. My agents tell me, okay, you have this new idea. You can share it to your social media with other people, and they give me ideas in there, and
And do you approve those ideas before they get sent out?
everything you need to approve.
Okay.
So I don't let my agents automatically go there. I think that's a very important part people need to understand.
Yeah, because in the real world, you'd never publish something without rereading it and going like, do you know what I mean?
Because you want agents to help you to be productive, but
Yep.
in the end, you are the gatekeeper. You are the
Absolutely.
CEO for yourself.
I have responsibility for everything I do. That's the way I want it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And a lot of data entry, spreadsheets, tasks. I also like use it for onboarding new team members in my company. You know, like there are lots of dashboards that I have to fill out the forms, which is not controlled by us.
What if I had a machine that just did Microsoft Excel?
Uh-huh.
And all day it would just like build financial models for me. So I said build using, let's say, either Opus 4.8 or even Fable 5.
Yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, ChatGPT 5.5.
Uh-huh.
Use this and build me a spreadsheet that does financial modeling for real estate investment.
That's certainly doable. Like, but this is more like Claude, Opus job, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The reason you use us is because we give you the computer, so you can use it in the cloud.
Right.
You don't have to use buy a new computer in your home, right?
Yeah.
Because our computer is always on, 24/7 for you.
Right.
Yeah, but this is a closed job. I'm pretty much they can do this type of job in
but I
there.
would use Claude to do
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
But then I wanted to affect itself on my computer, so that like when I wake up in the morning, that financial model is built for me,
Right.
or some other thing in Excel, right?
Yeah, that's the recurring task we are pushing for. We hope the computers do 24/7 always on, and have a bunch of tasks listed for every day. You have peace of mind. Whenever it needs approval, text messaging you approve, continue.
What are some of the things that people are doing with Simular maybe that you had not anticipated?
I would say that the tasks are kind of long tail.
Long tail.
Yeah, long
Like
tail
what?
tasks. Because if there are some tasks that's very popular, you can imagine pretty much there's a company out there build an API for that kind of task.
Right.
Once there's an API, people don't need us, right? Right, because there are 100.
Yeah, but I still want a computer somewhere like doing something in real time for me that I don't need to do myself.
Right.
Like I'm getting really enamored of this idea.
Yeah. So our goal is everyone use their phone, so you are free from your desk, free from your computer. You can work
Does it
anywhere.
have to be on a phone, or can it be like on an iPad or on
iPad
my
is
computer?
fine, but honestly, iPhone is better for me because I'm driving all day long, so phone is definitely the best scenario for me. And you can go camping, go to forest, go to nature, enjoy yourself while your work is still be done by 50 computers in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does it cost now?
For now, for the first computer, we give everyone $20 per month, including $20 credits. So pretty much the computer is free.
Free.
Yeah.
$20 credits for what?
For whatever large language models you chose
So
for
if
the
I
agents.
use ChatGPT,
Uh-huh.
I can pay you $20 a month
Uh-huh.
and get my own computer
Yeah.
and have access to ChatGPT on that computer to do whatever I wanted to do.
Yeah, and in addition to that, we also have $20 credits for our own agent. Our own agent can also do chat, also
So
operations.
and what type of activity? Like, what does $20 get me for your own agent?
I mean, like for
How,
example,
like,
the
how much
X-
usage do I have?
The,
I'm just-
the X use cases you just mentioned is doable with
All that
$20.
stuff is doable.
Yeah.
and what kind of computers are you using?
Windows computer.
are
we
they-
have Windows, Mac. Mac is a bit more expensive now, and also Linux is coming soon.
But does it matter? Like for an end user like I am, does it really matter what the operating system is?
Depending on your softwares. Like for example, we have customers from traditional industries.
Yeah, they're all using Windows.
They use Windows because they have ERP softwares there.
Sure.
Yeah, and like for example, doctor's office, they all use Windows.
So
Yeah.
you're suggesting then that a doctor in his office has a desktop computer,
Yeah.
but he wants to automate some of the stuff that he's doing so he can go play golf,
Uh-huh.
right? As
Uh-huh.
opposed to like doing data entry and stuff like that. So his assistant will like either scan some forms or takes whatever the digital form that they have.
Yeah.
And then a doctor can just from his phone type something, say something. Like how does it work? So then they can use Simular to do all of the like analysis and stuff like that that the doctor would normally do at his desk, but can now do anywhere.
Yeah, normally what happens is the forms always come in through emails or portals.
Right.
Right, and now the computer can pull the forms directly from whatever source by itself. It doesn't wait for you to do the instruction, and it's a PDF form. The computer can parse the PDF, get all of the numbers, and then move it to your ERP system.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a software with different like data entry.
As an example, I was in Codex
Uh-huh.
over the weekend.
Yeah.
Last weekend. It feels like a month and a half ago, but it wasn't. And I was trying to write some stuff using Codex, using natural language, to do some tasks that I wanted to do.
Yeah.
And I was really close to getting it done. No training,
Uh-huh.
just like my own knowledge.
Uh-huh.
And then I got stopped at the end because I didn't have an API key,
Okay.
which I didn't know was necessary at the beginning. It makes sense. It's perfectly fine. It doesn't matter. But I worked like for 2 hours on this, setting it up, and I was like, "Ugh, API key." And then I had to go back to my regular job.
That's a headache.
It's a
API
complete-
is a headache. Yeah.
It's a complete headache.
Yeah.
And I'm just introducing the fact that, like, I'm comfortable doing this.
Uh-huh.
How easy is it for someone to learn how to use Simular just as a regular user, like the doctor or just like a regular person who has repetitive tasks they want to do every day?
Uh-huh.
How easy is it for them to get up to speed so they can use it so that they can use it as a productivity tool?
Yeah,
or is it
that-
just like really confusing and convoluted?
Yeah, that's why we really try to make the product easy to use.
But how easy is it to use today?
you sign up with your account to sign, write the prompt. That's it. You don't no setup needed, no API.
But how do I connect it to my Gmail, let's say?
So there will be, if you want to connect Gmail, there will be one pop-up saying, do you grant access to Gmail?
And then I give it my email, my password.
Yeah.
And what kind of security is there?
No, for Gmail is the API based.
Yeah.
It's from Google. So it's basically Google sign in there.
So, OAuth.
Yeah, OAuth. But if you go to your LinkedIn account,
Right.
there will be a pop-up saying, okay, there's a username and password. Can you put your credentials there? If you put your credentials there, it'll sign in on your behalf. No, the credential is not saved anywhere.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't be safe. That's the security level, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
it's not
security.
saved
There's
anywhere.
no save.
So
And
like right now, are you using your computer to do something?
for now,
Yeah, right now.
my computer is part. I have 20 computers.
I know.
Some of the computers it's
Probably
parsing. Yeah.
doing something.
yeah.
Are they listening to this conversation?
They're
and creating
not.
a transcript?
This is definitely a task that's doable. I use my computer to do more on auditing our own product, right? And also like see what my team is doing in Slack channel. My team is
So that's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah,
It
my
connects
team-
to Slack as well.
yeah. My team is currently chatting in Slack
So
about
do you
different
ever
things.
sit down at home or do you have an office?
Yeah, I have office.
Do you ever go to the office and actually do work, or do your computer just do all of your work for you?
Whenever I go to office, I'm always meeting. So now this year I find more interesting. I spend more time meeting real people, like you.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah.
It's good. Instead of sitting in the office like meeting with computers, meeting with real people, talking about stuff in real person is a future. I think humans should do more.
So talk to me about what the future of this type of virtualization looks like. And how, like if I'm at home, right? Like I said, I have a bunch of monitors at home
Yeah.
that I connect to my my desktop computer.
Right.
How do I connect it then from that to Simular?
You go to site.simular.ai and then you can see everything.
Say it again.
Site.simular.ai. That's the URL.
And it's just so then I can be using my computer at home
Yeah.
at the same time that I'm using my computer at Simular.
Yeah.
And they don't interact with each other.
They don't interact with each other.
But what if I'm using like some piece of software that I'm using at home that I'm also using on Simular? How do I connect that stuff so I can get it or download it or interact with it from my desktop? Because maybe the thing that I'm doing on the Simular computer, when it's finished, I want to use it at home.
Yeah, you can download it. So the Simular computer allow you to download from the portal directly.
Right.
And also your software also have account like sharing capability within the account.
Right.
But honestly, we don't really want to connect your computer directly because you have a lot of data, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We are talking about 20 computers. Do we actually want all of your data there? Maybe you want to set up different computer for different purpose, like maybe five of my computer are personal.
Yeah.
The remaining are for work. I don't want these data to be
No,
shared
to be
across
shared
the
at all.
computer.
No,
right?
you
Yeah.
wouldn't want it at all.
And I may have some dedicated computer I want to share with my team members, right?
Right.
So you in the future there will be different layers of security, like privacy that you want to control with the computers.
Exactly.
And we want to give you the infrastructure for these
So
computers.
what does
Yeah.
the roadmap look like for you guys?
For now, this March, we first released Sai, which is this type of product. We give everyone one computer.
Right.
And now I have 20.
Right.
So I want to have the same capability, enable all users to have the same capability in the future very soon. And my target is 100 computers.
For you,
Not just for me.
for everybody.
Yeah.
That's like $1,000 a month. How much more expensive is a Mac than a Windows computer?
Mac, for now, we can do $200 per month
Oh, that's
for one
expensive.
Mac. Yeah, it's expensive.
Why is it so different?
It's because Mac is the real hardwares. It's not virtualization. It's a real Mac Mini. We host it.
So you buy a Mac Mini, you put it in a rack somewhere.
Somewhere in the
So
data
what do you
center.
do for a Windows computer?
Windows is virtualization. Because Windows has the virtualization, which is much better than Mac.
Yep.
The virtualization in the cloud. So in that case, we can scale the infrastructure to have more Windows for
But
you.
what is the performance like then for a virtualized computer on the
Depending
Windows?
on your use case, right? If you want to play games,
I don't
play
wanna play games.
Roblox.
No, I don't wanna do that. I don't wanna do that.
Yeah, for normal web browsing or just like one software in there, it's totally doable. But if you want to do heavy lifting, so like writing code and then build a
Nah,
product.
What I want to do is I want to understand like what it's like to have a colleague
Uh-huh.
that I manage on my own that maybe does like 3 or 4 different things to me every day
Yeah.
that I program or I teach it how to do.
Uh-huh.
And at the end of the day, I can use that information. Download is a weird word, but that I can somehow have access to that information, that I can use it for the other jobs that I do, but free up time.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the stuff that I do is manual tasks that I do, just repetitive.
Right. Right.
I don't need to do it. I
Yeah.
want to take some information, give it to ChatGPT, take that information, copy and paste it back into something else, and use that for whatever I'm using it for.
Right.
And I mean, Simular should be able to do that in a way that's simple.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's what we
I
do.
mean, that's like the dumbest thing that Simular could do. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure it could do way more sophisticated things than that, but I want to try to see what that behavior is like,
Uh-huh.
and then do some things where like find emails from these people, forward them to Martin, kind of thing, with this
Yeah.
message
Yeah,
associated with it.
this is actually what I do every day.
Right, every
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
But I want to know how to do it so that I can see, and I don't care if it's a Windows machine or not, because to be fair,
Because you don't see the machine.
I don't see
there.
the machine,
Yeah,
but also
yeah.
I'm using text more than anything.
Right.
And email is email. It doesn't matter if it's on a Mac or on a Windows machine.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, like, what that would feel like, because I also believe that the more you do that, you're right, the more free time I have to do the other things that I want to do.
Yeah.
But also the more free time I have then to scale my business in a way
Right.
that would make me more productive and more effective.
Yeah, your business will be 100x. Right?
Well, it could be whatever. It could
Yeah.
be anywhere between 20 and 100x,
Yeah,
because
that's right.
I can do, while the machine is doing this for me, I can be either creating new tasks for the machine to do that I couldn't do otherwise,
Mm-hmm.
or doing things that humans can only do, like you said. I'd rather sit and talk to you
Yeah.
than respond to email.
Yeah.
It's
That's right.
annoying to me.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I feel good. I feel good. So you asking for my opinion. I feel pretty good. So I'm working from one venue to another venue, meeting with different people. But while I was walking,
Yeah.
I can talk to my agent.
But like,
Let the
but like
agent
while
doing
you're
the
in the
work.
elevator, you're on your phone,
Yeah.
coming up with like some kind of new task for Similar to do,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then when you get home or get to your office, you can check. Do you have computer monitors that you use, or you're always on your phone?
Almost always on my phone.
But
yeah.
the screen is big enough for you to understand like all of the data, all the information that you want to understand.
So the agent will save the results into files, and the files is hosted in the platform. I can ask manager, can you pass this file to me?
Right.
Yeah.
And then you
If
can
I
look at
really
it on your big computer
yeah,
at home.
if I really need when I'm home,
Yep.
I can open my laptop and look at.
How often would you say you do that
So usually during the nighttime, the evening time.
when you're at home?
Yeah, I can open up my computer there.
Right.
Yeah. But usually during the daytime, I'm running between different meetings.
Right.
It's only took me 5 seconds to send a message to my agent saying doing this task, and then
it's all
report
in
back.
natural language.
Not all natural language. That's a good. If it's not natural language, no, we're building the autonomous computer for regular folks.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. And I'm in between. Like I wouldn't say I'm a regular folk, but I
You're
wouldn't say.
already
I'm way-
within
I'm way
1% of the whole
Yeah, yeah.
Earth's population.
Yeah, I'm
There.
way past regular
yeah,
folk.
Yeah, and there are so many people still don't know Claude, right?
Yeah.
They're not technical.
But again, like, what's the long-term goal? Do you know what I mean? Because like you've already built all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's working.
Uh-huh.
Does it need more development? Are there other things you can build on top of it? Do you know what I mean?
We want it to be safe, much safer, reliable. You know, reliability.
Yeah,
Every
yeah.
time you ask Claude the same question, it's not gonna give you the same answer.
Well, because it's probabilistic. It's not
Yeah,
deterministic.
it's not
Yeah.
reliable.
Yeah.
But the work needs to be
Has to be reliable. Has to be
predictable,
understood,
right?
yeah.
So that's actually one of the bottleneck in the current AI industry. Very few people is solving that problem, and we are solving that problem. We want the work to be
So
predictable.
how big is the business right now? How many computers do you have people using on a monthly basis?
For now, we have thousands of computers in our in the backend. It's
But you have
there's-
thousands. You have thousands because this is a new understanding for me. I didn't
Yeah.
realize that they were virtualized.
They are virtualized, but
Okay.
there will be a bottleneck on the scaling part. You can imagine, right?
Yeah.
As we scale to more computers, we definitely need better infrastructure to supporting that.
Okay.
Yeah, make it more reliable. Like your computer will have zero downtime, like Google search, right? Something you trust. That's the goal.
Got
but
it.
this is your co-worker.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't have a co-worker say, oh, tomorrow I'm not gonna come to the company.
No, my coworker is always going to come to the company. Okay, I'm going to let you go. This was really interesting, and you've done a really, really good job of not just explaining how this works, but of convincing me that I need to at least try this.
Oh wow! So, thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm serious. I'm gonna try. I need to figure out a way to get it to work, and it'll be interesting for me to work on a Windows machine as I can display that on my Mac anyway, right? 'Cause it's all virtualized.
You can also bring your own computers. Let your computer to join your fleet. So suppose you have one Mac, you can download our software, and your Mac will be part of the.
So I have two Mac Minis at home.
Yeah.
One more thing, then I let you go. I have two Mac Minis at home. One I use for my day-to-day machine. I'm on it all the time.
Yeah.
But I have another Mac in another room.
Uh-huh.
It's an M1 or an M2. I can't remember, but probably powerful enough to do the
Powerful,
stuff that I
very
want to
powerful.
do.
Yeah.
So you tell me I could turn that into a similar machine.
Yeah.
Download your software, put it on there.
Yeah. Put it in there, and then you can
But then
access
do I
it
have
anywhere.
to pay you $200 a month?
No. For if you this is your BY, this is called Boyd. Bring your own device. That doesn't cost money.
Free?
Yeah. So once you
Can't
are
be free.
once you are subscribed, once you're subscriber, $20 per month, you can bring any machines to the platform for free.
Okay, now you're on fire. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
thank you very much for sitting
Thank
down
you.
with me.
Thank you so much.
This was
Nice chatting with
definitely
you.
very effective for me. Okay, thank you very much.
You.
Al.
Let me know how it
I
works.
definitely will. I'll call you if I have any problems.
Yeah. Call me.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Al.
Thank you.
You just put it down. It's perfect.
Dean won't be able to join us, so we have 13 minutes until Wendy.
But he's right there. It's very nice to meet you in person.
Yeah.
How are you? The last time we recorded with each other, 3 years,
Was it that long?
a long time ago. Really, it was actually 2022.
Memory is better than mine.
It's not my memory. I had to look it up. I had to look it up. How much time do we have, Martin? Okay.
Okay.
Let's just do a little bit.
Yeah. Whatever works.
So, Alvin Wong Graylin,
Yeah.
how are you? It's nice to see you.
Michael,
Nice to meet you in
great
person.
to see you again.
Great to see you as well. It's
Yeah.
been a while, as we said. It's been like 3 or 4 years, but that's okay. We've kind of been in a little bit of contact.
Yeah.
Back and forth. A little bit closer. Hold the microphone.
okay,
Yeah,
there
that's
you-
better. Otherwise, it won't pick up your voice.
Got it.
So maybe you could just tell us what you're working on and talk to me about stuff in the context of AGI and artificial intelligence. Who's better at this than you to talk about this? and what have you been up to recently, just so we have some context?
Sure. So, I've been working in kind of the AI space for 35 years. I started studying this back in the undergrad, and
Yeah.
I've been, working in semiconductors and data centers and AI services, and
Forever though, right?
For since pretty much for the past 35 years. And
Yeah.
about 2 years ago, I left the industry, and now I'm fully in academia and also think tank and government advisory, because I feel like we're at such a critical point in history of our species and our economy that this technology is going to make major changes, and the default of where it's headed right now is a very dangerous place.
So can you talk to me about that as well? Again, your view on this is way different than mine. You have more information and way more experience, but what is the current trajectory and why is it dangerous and where should we be going? if that's okay?
I mean, in fact, I just got off a stage here talking about this
Perfect.
issue, which is
Go ahead.
What I call the AGI windfall mirage. Okay, every lab in the world right now, or every U.S. lab, is trying to create what's called AGI.
But so why are they trying to create AGI?
Because AGI to them represents the ability to replace all white collar labor in the world, and that's a 20 to 30 trillion dollars a year in a market. And their idea is, I spend a few hundred billion to get tens of trillions. That's a no-brainer. That's a great investment, and that's my goal. But what they don't realize is that in the effort of trying to do this, they've also pushed their costs way up. It used to cost 10 to 15 billion dollars to get 1 gigawatt of data centers. Now it's somewhere around 40 to 50 billion.
So what changed? What part of that calculation changed? Why is it 4 times more expensive? Or 3 times more expensive?
Because when the entire world and every lab in the world is trying to build data centers and trying to compete on getting GPUs, memory, generators, land, all of these things, is that supply and demand. Things get more expensive when everybody wants it at the same time, and the production capabilities around the world is limited, right? And so this is making their economics becoming more and more unsustainable. At
Right.
the same time, this technology is getting so much good that the cost and return on investment is getting lower and lower because there's deflation. Right, it's now it's 1/40th the cost than a year ago to produce the tokens at the same levels. So you're able to charge less for that same capability. And the reality is that even today, even we have no more increase in capability in AI, it will take you 3, 4, 5 years before the current level gets adopted and diffused into industry. So, they're spending all this money, billions and billions, and up to actually $1 trillion this year.
A year, yeah.
Yeah, to get to something that nobody will use, or very few people will use.
And they won't use it because by the time they get ready to use it, it's going to be obsolete.
By the time they get ready to use it, it'll be nearly free.
Okay, so this is a presumption that I've made as well. In the AI economy, AGI or not, right? Let's just say we stop development tomorrow, as you're suggesting, or as you're mentioning. I'll give it names. We're using ChatGPT 5.5 or Opus Fable 5.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, or Anthropic Fable 5.
Yes.
Which, by the way, I did a whole segment on yesterday. It reminds me, I cannot get this out of my head. It's a little bit silly, but you saw Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, of course.
Fox Force 5 was the name of the pilot that Uma Thurman was making.
Uh-huh.
In the movie, I'm like, I cannot get that out of my head. It's driving me crazy. But anyway.
So you're dating us here.
Come on, Pulp Fiction. Is it really that bad? I'm dating me. You're younger than I am, I think. But still, I believe as well that the cost of using the models is going to default to getting to be free.
Yeah.
So
Well,
where is the money going to get made? Or where's it expected to get
this
made?
is the issue right now. First of all, it actually won't be as free online as much, but it will be almost free on your devices. Because what's happening is that these models are getting smaller and smaller and distilled every year, that they become so capable that the model I can run on my phone without an internet connection is as good as the leading models a year ago online. Right. And if you wait another year or two, the Fable 5 will be something that will run on your laptop.
So again, Apple came out yesterday, the day before, and said they want to make all stuff available on device.
Yes.
Right. They did this at WWDC.
Yes.
So sorry, go ahead.
So Apple is actually relatively smart here because they're
Very
the
smart here.
only company out of these Magnificent Seven that have spent $0.
Zero.
Yes, and whereas the other companies are spending 100 or 200 billion a year
year.
per company
Yeah.
to try to do this because they realize this is becoming commoditized, and China's delivering these open source models.
Minimax,
Quen,
Kimi,
Kimi,
Quen, all of them, right?
Yeah, GLM, all of them are essentially open source and free and small, so they can be downloaded to your computer, your laptop. And so when that happens, this is called Edge AI.
Yep.
And most of the world is going to run on Edge AI within 2 to 3 years. Right now, if you look at the open router data, a year ago, 1% was running open source. Now it's 60%.
Right. So then what do you think happens to companies like OpenAI and Anthropic?
So this gets to what's happening tomorrow, which is the world's largest IPO ever. Okay, and what is an IPO? An IPO is called
which one?
SpaceX.
Oh, God.
Right, SpaceX XAI. Right? So in fact,
But XAI has zero usage.
well, no, XAI has zero usage, but XAI is 90% of the forecasted revenues on the S1 of the SpaceX IPO.
I saw that.
Yeah, so which is a little bit crazy because I think SpaceX itself is actually a profitable business.
It's not.
It is. It's like $4 billion last year. It's not
Not
very
super profitable.
yeah,
Sorry.
but it is.
My mistake.
But together, when you put the XAI side in,
Right.
it is a profit losing because they lost around $12 to $13 billion last year. So
Right.
overall, it's a money losing business.
Right.
Okay. Now, they need to exit because that's the way to get liquidity, right? And it's a 1.75 trillion, which means essentially almost $2 trillion of wealth will come out of the public market into the pockets of private investors. And that's the exit now because they realize, you know what, I was wrong. I cannot get the 10 to 20 trillion or 30 trillion that I thought, but you know what, I can still get the 1 to 2 trillion that would be a good investment because I put in 100 billion, but I'm going to get out 1.75 trillion.
Do we know which investment banks are actually running this?
There's 20 investment banks are all running this because they had to,
All of them, right?
All of them, right? This is why they have such a positive message because everybody needs to sell this and everybody's in on it. And here's a scary thing is that they have now
I know where you're going. Go
gotten
ahead.
approval from NASDAQ to get
include on the
early
index,
entry.
which is a travesty.
Yeah, because that's $13 trillion of money that we forced
to be invested
to buy
the index.
To buy the index.
I know.
And Russell FTSE also, that's another $10 trillion.
So the Russell and the FTSE also agreed to this.
Yeah, the 5 days Russell FTSE, or FTSE Russell actually.
Yeah, sorry.
5 days it goes to the FTSE Russell 1000, and then within 15 days it goes to the NASDAQ 100. Right. So together globally, somewhere 20 to 25 trillion dollars has to go buy the only 4% of float that they have, which means it's oversubscribed, which means that it will go up very
I'm really
quickly.
mad about this, actually.
Yeah.
I don't even want to have this conversation. I'm
here's
so
the-
mad about this.
Here's
Sorry,
the
go
sad
ahead.
thing is that now, because of this early entry, now all of these funds that are representing people's retirement funds, pension funds, are now forced to buy at the highest point.
Yeah. On the IPO. They're going to lose money on this.
And then
I'm making
within 60 days, the lockup used to be 180. Now the lockup is 60.
Why would the indices do this?
Because,
I know that's not your, you know what I mean? Like, it's not on you, but I'm just
for
curious why.
NASDAQ, it makes sense because they know that this is going to be major float for them, major liquidity, and they get dollars on every transaction. They get dollars for their indexes.
Yeah, but I think, my opinion, look, when I was working at Goldman Sachs and at UBS and at Morgan Stanley, I was on the equity desk.
Yes.
I know what an IPO is and I know how these things work. But I also know that if they sell up here, 6 months later, it's going to be down here, and liquidity is also going to follow the price of the stock. That they'll make tons of money in here. But once it gets down here, liquidity is going to disappear.
I totally agree.
I know you. I'm not. Yeah, I know you agree.
I agree. But the thing, by that time, all the early investors have exited.
I get it.
So they don't give a shit.
But it's like thievery.
This is the largest engineered wealth transfer ever
in the history of the world.
Yeah. So I mean, think about this, right? Total last year of all IPOs was something around $30 billion. $30 billion globally. Okay, this one transaction on day one, they're going to get 75 billion, and then within the next 60 days or 90 days, they're going to get over $1 trillion.
What do you think
the market?
What do you think the impact is going to be on companies like OpenAI and Anthropic that have also registered? For their own IPOs.
If they can get out before the first earnings, they'll be okay. If they don't, they may not actually even get to IPO. Do you see what I mean?
No, I'm just
this is why the race right now is not between U.S. and China and Europe. The race right now is who can get out first before the market crashes. Because the SpaceX IPO is not the beginning of a transformation of AI companies owning everything. It's the beginning of the popping of the AI bubble. And if you can get out before it pops, you're great. And I think OpenAI is trying to run as fast as possible, and so is Anthropic, before that popping happens.
Do you think that part of the reason why that both OpenAI and Anthropic came out in the last couple of days with, like, I think it was Sam Altman wrote this whole article about I want to have AGI on everybody's desk kind of thing, and then today I think it was Dario Amodei came out and said we want to have like international agencies supervise this because they want to make it look better than it does for the IPO.
Absolutely, nobody's going to want to buy an IPO when they know that these companies are not going to be profitable and they're hurting the market and they're hurting jobs and they're creating instability in the world. Nobody's going to buy that. But now they're the good guy. I want to be regulated.
Are they?
Well, they say they are, right? But think about this. This is the sad thing is you look at OpenAI started as a reaction to Google owning too much AI. Now they're the most closed AI in the world. Okay, Anthropic left OpenAI to be the safer AI. Now they're powering the Department of War. Right? You have XAI is trying to be or said they are the AI of truth, and now they're the bigger spreader of.
But Elon Musk is the provider of truth when?
Well, but this was the initial idea.
I understand that.
Every one of these companies have a promise, and none of them have kept their promise. So they're not going to keep their promise on this IPO either.
So what is Alvin trying to accomplish?
What I just told people on this stage is that you cannot be apathetic. You have to voice your disapproval for this. And there's a study that was done by Erica Chenoweth, who created this thing called the 3.5% rule. I don't know if you heard about this, but essentially she went back and studied 300 non-violent protests around the world, and every time more than 3.5% of the population,
I did.
More than 3.5% of the population participated.
Something changed.
Something changed. A regime change, a policy change. And it was non-violent. And so this is what I think needs to happen is that within the next 60 days, before all of this lockup happens, people need to go out and voice their opinions to their various political leaders, but also to each other, to let them know that what's happening is not right.
But is there a place? It's hard to remove these other companies from the conversation, but is there a place inside of industry where artificial intelligence can actually be a productive force?
Absolutely.
And help people?
No, look, like I said, I spent my entire career in this industry.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
I'm a big believer. I think if you use this responsibly and you say, hey, AI is a public good. It is not a weapon for domination. It is not a weapon for giant wealth creation. It should be shared and the benefits shared. If you make that one change, then everything that we're doing in racing doesn't make sense anymore. Every duplication of effort doesn't make sense anymore. What we need to do is to get these labs to work together together, create one set of servers where everybody can train the main model, not the stuff for national security, not the stuff for weapons, but the stuff that's used for making medicine, the stuff that's used for education,
for biosecurity, or
whatever, right? So you need to separate the defense, because a lot of stuff is dual use, but really only maybe less than 1% is dual use. The other 99% is civilian use. Everything civilian use, we should share. We should make it, and we should share with everybody in the world, including the global south.
Right.
And then we should optimize it so it runs on your laptop and your notebooks and your phones so that everybody has it. And when that happens, it's going to be transformational in terms of bringing intelligence down and democratizing it to everyone. If we don't do this and we keep going on the path that we are, then it's going to make the world more and more unequal, and a world that is unequal will become a world that's unstable, and that is not good for anyone, including the people that are getting rich.
Yeah, I mean, historically, we've seen whenever the world becomes unstable, it's actually bad for the people in power.
Yes, because when a revolution,
that's why the guillotine was
exactly
invented.
the first person that will be hurt by this when there is a revolution
is Elon Musk,
is
or
people at the
somebody
top.
like him, some proxy like Elon Musk,
right? I mean,
Sam Altman's not. Yeah, he's already got problems.
Exactly, right? And none of these guys have great images right now.
No, they don't.
Right?
No, they don't.
They're not doing themselves a lot of favor. Although right now they're trying to fix that by saying good things to the
but
press.
This is like putting a Band-Aid on a fucking broken aorta.
If you've been following, it's pretty clear what their intent was, right? If you listen to an interview that Sam Altman did maybe 10 years ago, he said, yeah, all this AI stuff is probably going to end with the end of the world and then humanity. But in the meantime, we're going to make a lot of successful companies, right? For a company, maybe he was joking, but for somebody to joke
I don't think he
about
was
this,
joking.
I don't think he was joking. But the fact that somebody would even say that out loud, you need to be very scared when they are the ones in control of what's happening.
Yeah. I'm a big believer in humanity.
I am too.
I really am.
Yeah.
But I think it's okay to be upset and angry about the way, we talk about this all the time. We do another show called A Global Tech Podcast. We talk a lot about what Anthropic is doing, what OpenAI is doing. And a lot of the stuff we say is negative.
And it should be, because I think they're very two-faced right now, right? Like we said, everything that they're saying on one side, they're actually doing the opposite. Exactly. And I'll give you an example. 2 weeks ago, when Trump and Xi Jinping met in Beijing, they came back with a plan that says, okay, we're going to work on AI safety together because we think that safety is an important point. And safety is what Anthropic has been selling their whole idea on. And that same day, Anthropic releases a 10-page paper saying, U.S. and China, you cannot trust them. We cannot work with them. When they're talking about working on AI safety. They're not talking about making weapons. They're not talking about sharing data. They're talking about making the world safer, and you're going and trying to derail safety talks.
Right.
That, to me, is as
hypocritical. It's very hypocritical. I mean, but all these guys are super hypocrites, right?
It is, which makes me sad, because I there's so much promise.
Yeah,
there's so much promise in the technology, and we're going to waste it. And I think that would be a travesty if that happened.
Okay.
So, well, Michael, thanks for the time, and I sorry for being a little bit emotional.
No, not at all. You should come on more.
Yeah.
You should definitely come on more.
We'll talk more often.
It's good that we've met in person.
Yes.
I think I really appreciate it.
I will send you more papers as I write them, and I've got more coming.
Please, we want to have people on a regular basis, and if there's more stuff that you want to talk about, particularly from an artificial intelligence standpoint, happy to have you on as much as you want.
Perfect.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Thank you, Alvin.
All right. Hey, thanks, Michael.
Awesome.
Have a great day.
Thank you very much. You too.
Stanford?
Asia Tech Podcast.
Very nice. All right. It's also the energy source for yourself.
I did not know.
Yeah.
I'll look it up. I will.
I guess what is this? There's a certain part of yourself that makes you to be, and that's what your entire body is breathing about.
Awesome.
So you are the source of energy.
Awesome. Thank you, Alvin. How are you? Awesome. Good to meet you. So, Randy.
Yes.
My name is Michael.
Hi, Mike.
Martin. He's a little taller than normal. I just want to make sure the camera's catching you at the right angle. But it's okay. All right. We're live anyway. We're on the now you're just making fun of me, which is fine. For people that may not know, head of design. Really, I've been waiting to talk to you all day, actually. We use Notion.
Learned, and I love it. Thank you so much.
This is not even like a fake conversation.
Yeah, that's great.
But maybe for people that don't know what it is, maybe you can explain from your perspective what it is first and what you do there, what the head of design is actually doing in Notion.
Yeah, sure. So Notion is really it's become, which is a awesome thing
How
to
long have
say.
you been there, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
2.5 years.
Okay, go ahead. It's become what?
Notion has become really a system of record and an orchestration layer for collaborating with agents, for people together to collaborate
But
with agents.
how did that happen?
It's a great question because it's
Because that's not what I thought.
Yeah,
That's not the way we use it.
of course,
actually, right? But
I think a lot of people think it's a note-taking app, or they might think it's
Or some organizational
productivity
sort of productivity software, yeah,
yeah,
something like that, yeah.
project management.
Yep.
These are all kind of natural evolutions in a way.
Go ahead. Yep.
They're all natural evolutions towards the same end goal of really helping people we would like to say Notion does the busy work so you can do your life's work, but really enabling knowledge work. It's always been about collaboration, communication to help people get things done that they want to get done.
Yep.
It turns out that, through some great effort, but also maybe some luck, that today, what makes working with agents really effective and powerful is having a bunch of shared context in the same system
Yeah,
that
fair
people
enough.
know and trust.
But how? But it wasn't built to do that.
No,
Initially,
not
right? Like
originally,
when
no,
Notion
no.
was originally built, it was sort of a note-taking productivity style application.
It
It could
was,
be
that's
shared,
right.
so you could use it on your phone, on your iPad.
That's correct.
On your desktop.
Yep.
And I could let Martin see the stuff that I was working
Correct.
on. Sometimes
Yep.
I could give him access to it or not give him access
That's
to
right.
it. All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and what made it quite distinct from other things that you might treat the same way at the time is it was really conceived of as highly modular and configurable. So it's almost like Lego kits.
Yeah, like even some of the commands in it looked more like computer commands rather
Correct.
than, you know what I mean? Like there
Yep.
were slashes and all this other stuff
Exactly.
that looked more like computer commands
Yep.
rather than human commands.
Yeah,
But
a
yeah,
lot
fair
of those
enough.
became normalized and other software did this, but we were quite early around this. And
Yeah.
what it means is that people could configure and set it up to do any number of things they might want it
Sure,
to
sure,
do.
sure. Because
you
there's
know?
always
Yeah, yeah.
unanticipated usages
Yeah.
for new pieces of software.
In fact.
that like I built it for this, but he's using it for that.
Exactly.
And it still works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And
So,
so,
where does the AI stuff come into it? Where does the AI orchestration come into it? You're right. There's a shared context. If I share a document, a whole set of ideas with Martin,
Yep.
now Notion knows about all of them.
That's correct.
And then how do we use that to affect sort of agentic AI doing something for us?
Yeah, great. So in a way, the capabilities that came into Notion almost match what we're seeing as the maturity of organizations in adopting these kinds of things. So I'll describe it quickly. There's almost like 4 stages of this maturity.
Go for it.
First is really agent as Q&A, agent as resource. Like I ask question, I get an answer.
Right. So I have an idea, but it's not a
That's
fully
right.
formed
That's
idea.
right.
Okay, go ahead.
Next is you get agent as assistant.
Can I back up for a second? So this idea generation thing, or this idea building thing, does that mean that Notion has access to LLMs in the background?
Correct. Yeah, yeah.
So
We
I
can
connect,
talk.
so I can connect,
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
can connect it to, to Fable 5.
Okay.
Or I can connect it to 5.5 for ChatGPT.
So
Go ahead.
Notion AI that we present as a sort of unified service to a user
Yep.
is, well, one's kind of strategically for AI agents. We're agent agnostic. So we think of ourselves as almost like AI Switzerland, right? Underneath Notion AI, Anthropic, OpenAI, DeepMind, down the list.
Okay.
You know?
So even the open source models are available.
Correct.
Go
Open
ahead.
source models, open weight models. We're always evolving them. Because we work with the model providers, we're always there on release day with the latest models available to our users. So we're testing them early and integrating the system. A couple of interesting things happen.
Go ahead.
One, we basically have a sort of a routing and logic layer on top of the model. So if you just use Notion AI without specifying which model
Which
you
one
want to
wanna
use,
Yeah.
we're regularly tuning, right? There's certain kinds of actions, requests that you have, which models to send them to that might be faster, cheaper, better at the outcomes. So you get a very high quality kind of aggregated experience across the bleeding edge models.
Right.
But also you can specify and choose which model you want to use
That's
if
what
you
I was
want to
gonna
zoom in.
ask you, yeah.
Either you have a preference because you like that quality. What we've just released in our developer platform is now you can actually bring your outside agents in. So there's the agents we directly work with that are integrated, but now you can specify an outside agent. You do your
Like
API
I built an
integration.
agent myself.
Could be an agent you built yourself. It might be that in your company or organization,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
start
They've
to get the
already built one.
organization.
But how
Maybe I've got a
do I bring it into Notion?
Great. So we have a set of features in this developer platform release. You basically authenticate. You have, key management. You connect your API keys to your third-party providers. Let's say my team At my company, we've got an enterprise arrangement with Anthropic, and everybody's got access to Claude.
Yep.
We've done a deal with them. We've got token pricing. We've got,
Yep.
we have access to newest models or fastest models, whatever it might be. For each user, I mean, one at an account level, admin can, connect to the enterprise account, and then each user can connect to their agents if they want. And you can just @message that agent in the context of Notion. Can comment back on documents, it can participate with you. But we've built these custom agent feature inside Notion. So Notion AI is like my personal agent.
Right.
It's for me, it has my permissions. The input and output is all for me.
Right.
Custom agents are shareable. So they become collaborative. So I can create an agent and share it with other people. They can, in the same way you have a document, they can create, they can modify, they can observe the output of, and you can, granular permissions across these. But then you also can connect these custom agents to other things. So I can scope them to only certain third-party services, only certain documents, and only certain
Is it
external agents.
obvious when I log into Notion tomorrow that all this stuff is available? Like, how does it manifest itself there? Do you know what I mean?
Great question. Yeah. So I mean, custom agents are available in the sidebar. You can just, you'll see them if you click on the little agent chat, and you can make a new one. How do you make a custom agent? You just ask it to do what you want to do. So basically, you kind of vibe write instructions for your agent, which it turns out looks exactly like a Notion document. Right. So these things it's very meta. They all it's the block model. They all fold into each other.
Yep.
You can describe what you want it to do. If you say you want to sync data from an outside source, it'll walk you through how you find that API, where you save it, how you connect them. We help you run a little test. And I mean, for most things in Notion today, and this is like where we have to unlearn old habits and learn one simple new one, you can just ask it how to do it. You say, "Oh, I heard you have this custom agents feature. How do
I use it?
Yeah.
Walk me through how I use
Up a
it.
custom agent. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, really fun.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Yeah. So
when did all this stuff get implemented, though?
Well, we've been moving across these sort of these four phases, like I described. It's sort of the same phases we see our most advanced kind of customers getting value from.
Right.
We first introduced what we call Notion Q&A, which you'd imagine is almost ask back and forth. I get some knowledge search. This is in 2022. In fact, our first Q&A, because we were collaborating with OpenAI, we're using ChatGPT models. We released Notion Q&A a couple weeks before ChatGPT came out.
But what was the backend you were using? It was ChatGPT.
Yeah. I mean, they allowed us to do that.
I was gonna say, they must have been really mad at you.
So
like,
I mean, it's fun.
What are you guys at Notion doing?
Yeah, I know. I mean, we're quite friendly with them.
I would presume so.
So, chat back and forth, agent as assistant. As you imagine, this kind of accelerates just over time. So
How many agents can I have inside of Notion?
As many as you'd like.
And what is the cost to me, though?
Depends what you do. I mean, there's just token cost, usage-based pricing. Depends on the, how many tokens in, how many tokens out. For today, our users have visibility into the token usage.
On what it costs?
Yeah.
What does that visibility look like?
There's a dashboard.
So there's an AI dashboard inside of Notion that says, does it say, if you do this, then you've used this many tokens, or does it say, you've done this, now you've used this many tokens?
Yeah, great. So probably at first it's important to describe that all of your personal assistant, Notion AI kinds of things you might do are just included in your seat costs. There's no usage-based pricing around this. It's pricing around custom agents, connecting with the third
now
parties.
I'm using external sources.
Exactly.
You have to pay for it, so
Yeah,
we have to pay for it.
No, typically, I mean, we do have actually cost estimates in when you're making a custom agent, but individual, as you're sort of building things up, token cost is very low. But then you can see the token cost and the run times over time. And that's where you start to make judgment calls. I mean, what we find from our users, one, they're sort of getting Notion AI credits, so you have the opportunity to try things as you kind of understand the value.
Right.
You start to make price decisions when you start to see volume usage.
Yeah.
So you're seeing what agents do, how frequently they run, what their token costs are. So you can just see all the custom agents by name. But you also can see them by user, who's using them.
So here, is the expectation, that Notion itself will become a sort of an orchestration layer?
That's exactly right. It becomes your system of record, your orchestration layer. But most importantly, on top of these, it's a collaborative orchestration layer. Meaning you and I can communicate with each other and the same shared agents to get work done together.
But does that mean I can use your agents as well? Can you share your agent with
Correct.
me?
Yep. You can. I mean, I can choose to share it or not.
Sure.
Yeah. But yes, I mean, in fact, this is where we see some of the most powerful things.
Unless you say it's okay. But the point is that if it's shareable,
that's correct. It's
I
both-
can make a decision if I want to share it with you or not.
That's
yeah.
right. And then when it's available to you, we can both use it independently.
Yeah.
We can both use it together. If I allow you, we can also both modify it. So we can
Yeah,
improve the
I
instructions of that
understand.
agent.
If the agent that we're sharing is not doing it exactly the way I want to,
Correct.
I can have a conversation with my business partner and go, let's have it do this. I'll take care of it.
Exactly.
I'll just change the behavior of it.
Exactly right. Yep.
Are you seeing a lot of that? Collaborative agent using?
Yes, we are. And it's accelerating quickly. What's quite interesting about it is that it is, how would I say? I think a lot of people are having experience working with agents that are solitary, right?
Yeah.
They're single player mode.
Yeah.
So yes, of course, it's solitary here. But what they find is you spend a day getting work done working with agents, and you've been in an isolated, sort of non-social, kind of non-human environment. Even you'll feel like quite productive, but you do this over many weeks.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a strange experience.
Very.
When you can collaborate with agents and you have this human interaction and agent interaction, everyone's doing it together. It turns out to be, and I mean this in a really human experience meaningful way. It's fun. People are enjoying
But
the
what
work
do you
more.
do?
Yeah.
What do you do from a design perspective
Yep.
to make sure that it actually is fun and it doesn't feel really isolating? And I'm sure, I'm curious as well, what you consider from a design perspective now that you're implementing an orchestration layer
Yeah.
and an agentic feature set
Yeah.
inside of Notion, which is different than what it was like before.
That's right.
How it's changed the way you think about designing the way this stuff works.
Yeah, sure.
If that's fair.
There's a whole aspect of the design experience that has to do with understanding what the agent is doing right now, what it's done, where it's sourced things from.
Sure.
Citations, thinking, attribution, all sorts of things like this,
Yeah.
which are quite fun and exciting and are almost like a constant tending the garden design problem because the models get better. You use different models, it's slower, faster.
Sure.
Sometimes you want to, you learn this from the user feedback as well. You want to explain what is done, but users are building up trust in the systems quite quickly, so they no longer expect or demand all those details up front. They still want to know that they exist. So it used to be, tell me everything you're doing so I can trust you to do it.
Yeah, but it's the same way it would be like if you were my friend, I'd be like, on day one,
That's
when we
right.
start our friendship, I'd want all this, where are you going, what are you doing, why are you
Exactly.
doing it? And at the end, I'd just be like, here's $5, go get that thing for me, kind of thing. Yeah.
And it turns out that actually the agent interactions can get simpler in this way too. You build up trust, but you also build up context. So you start to give it almost simpler instructions, and it's able to execute
because
things.
now
Yeah.
it understands it.
That's right.
Right.
But the other design consideration is how do you interact with them to begin with? How do you initiate these experiences? How do you get input and feedback? And largely, what we have found as a really successful working model is to treat the agents like another person in the ecosystem.
Yeah.
You can mention an agent the way you mention a person. They can comment on anything a person can
call
comment
them?
on.
You call them. Yeah.
That's funny. You could call them. You connect to an outside service, give yourself something like, a Twilio or one of these things. You could interact with the agent. But today what we do is we do a lot of audio input.
That's what I mean.
We do via meeting notes.
Okay,
We have a meeting
fine.
notes feature.
Yep.
We talk to Notion.
That's what I mean. So call is the wrong word. But
Yeah.
can I give voice instructions?
Absolutely.
Is really what I
You
want
can
to
have
know.
a voice instruction via meeting note feature, also just voice input on our mobile app. We
Yep.
also have a standalone AI app that it's kind of currently in beta alpha. People get on the test flight
Beta
list.
alpha, whatever that means, but
It's awesome. And we do this a lot. We're finding this the emerging behavior. You just kind of talk to Notion and ask it to do.
How is
do things, yeah.
how is your design? I don't know what the right word is. Sensibility changed since you've had to implement the agentic stuff, as opposed to just the collaboratives. And I say just, you know what I mean, though,
Of
right?
course, yeah.
Because they're step changes in the way that the application works.
Okay, they're absolutely step changes in how it works, but I would say our approach to how we present it to users
Right.
is quite intentionally to almost keep it as close and familiar as possible. It shouldn't feel like a step change. Now, of course, people learn these behaviors. Now I'm talking to my software a lot. I know to mention an agent to fire off some activity, but the way it expresses itself in the product, they have an avatar, they have a name.
They do, right?
I
So
can
do you
mention
think we're going to
them,
get to the point where at some level you're going to forget in your interactions in Notion, you're just going to forget that you're interacting with an agent, and you just think you're interacting with some kind of remote employee who's, in another country, in another city. Is it going to get that familiar, I guess, in the interactive way?
Yeah, this is a great
You know what I
question.
mean?
I think that the familiarity in terms of the ease and fluidity with which you do that Yes, that seems very likely. But I
Do you know what I
don't
mean? Because I get WhatsApp messages from people, even that I don't know, but they feel like they're talking to me directly. Like, Michael, hey, can you please do this thing, that thing, the other thing for me? And so on, this document and get back to me. And they're doing it in a way that's very casual.
Yeah.
But they're adding me in the same way.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, but I think what feels right, I think from a Notion perspective, because we really think about like humans and agents in collaboration. This is about enabling, human productivity. It's about enabling human output. It's about enabling us to sort of go after things we were unable to go after before.
Right.
It's not about replacing.
No, I don't think it is either.
And so I think for us, it'd be quite important that it's just legible and understandable that it is an agent you're interacting with. I mean, this is why they have names, they have avatars. But yeah, there's no
again, I don't want to hide it from people either. But
exactly.
But again,
I think behaviorally it would be quite fluid.
that's what I mean.
Yeah,
It's
we're
gonna
starting to
feel
see this
like,
already.
That's
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean.
Yeah, yeah.
People are behaving like I've just been working with this agent now for 3 or 4 months, and
Yep.
it feels like it's a guy that I know, and I can at them and have them do stuff, and I don't have to think about do I need to repeat myself.
Oh, correct.
Right, that's what it feels like. Right,
And
that's the feeling you're
What's
getting.
beautiful too, when you have sort of a shared collaborative environment where you're doing this as opposed to isolated.
Yep.
And we connect our custom agents into Slack, but people interact with them directly in Notion. And these kind of environments where they're collaborative services other people are in, I see you interact with an agent. I see the agent respond, the results of that work or effort. I then learn from your usage and experience purely out of observation how it works with you. You start to internalize these behaviors.
Same way you'd see me interact with Martin.
Exactly
If you're like,
right.
now I know how to better deal with Martin because I see Michael who knows him better.
Exactly
how
right.
to do that. I don't think it's that different.
And so when you're saying then how do I discover, how do I know this works, how do I know what I can do with it? It travels the way a lot of human to human interaction does.
Do you see the reverse taking place as well? And then I'll let you go.
Yeah.
But do you see the reverse happening as well, where like the agent is included in a Slack group or included in a WhatsApp group or just included in a Notion thing, and then they're not saying anything or doing anything, but they see all this stuff going by, so they know all of this stuff, and then later someone goes, hey, let's ask the agent to do that thing, and they're like, I got it. Because I've seen the whole thing happen.
That's exactly right. I mean, they have this is the beauty of all of the shared context in this sort of system of record. Both what you're saving in Notion.
It's very serendipitous, but actually...
And what you have connection to third-party services. I mean, connecting to Slack, connecting to your email as an individual agent, connecting to, maybe you've kind of stopped using Google Drive. You got a bunch of docs there from before, but it's valuable context for you. It's so powerful. And it's also starting to become so sort of inevitable.
Are you seeing an up? Again, I should let you go because there's another guy waiting, but I really want to know the answer to this. Are you seeing sort of a reinvigoration of the Notion as a product that more people are now, not more, but like new people are coming to the product so they're like, hey, there's an orchestration layer here and an agentic layer here that were like they weren't using Notion before, and now they're like, wait, this is a better place to do this.
Correct.
thing.
We're absolutely seeing it. I mean, it's a real fun evolution to see because, of course, our current users, power users, people who are passionate, are often adopting as well.
For sure. But the new guys, I think, are the more interesting ones because they haven't been using the product. Now they're using it because there's an agentic functionality there that didn't exist before.
That's 100% correct. And then we also have just released their developer platform like earlier this month or the end of last month, where we've truly focused on a developer audience for the first time. And that's really inviting a whole other group of
people. They can add new functionality to Notion.
That's great.
Or they can build apps around Notion.
That's exactly
that
right.
connect to Notion. Yeah, having a developer community is huge.
We launched a command line interface, improved API, these workers and tools that you can basically quickly develop to interact with outside services.
Wow.
And a number of other things.
It's almost like a new product in a way.
It is. Yeah. But it all comes back to the same sort of shared system of record orchestration.
But again, it's very serendipitous, right? Like in other words, when the Notion was originally built, it wasn't built for that, but it's there. In a way, do you know what I mean?
But what's so interesting is the spirit of it, which is effectively this modular environment that made the sort of power of software easily available to a user in a casual way.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me to watch the transition and the development of something where the unintended consequences are actually good, not bad.
100%.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And what's beautiful about it is still you can open up Notion today and have a clean writing environment and just write some text for yourself.
Yeah.
Serves that purpose still
Right,
so
that
well.
still works.
Yeah.
Okay, Randy, I'm going to let you go. I hope this was good for you.
Absolutely.
It was really interesting for me.
Yeah. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you very much. Nithin, how are you? It's very nice to meet you.
Same here.
It must be what?
Must be beach by now.
Not at all.
Not at all.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Inside?
Make sure it's in Mark. Yeah, just leave the chair.
This is facing
Actually, stay there. I'll figure it out. Stay there.
Good.
Right there. You can hear me okay?
Oh yeah.
Use the microphone like it's a
Hello, hello.
Cone. Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect like that.
Okay.
We're live, so you're not testing anything.
Oh.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
Nithin, country manager, go to market for APAC at CodeRabbit. Hire.
Yeah.
Tell me what CodeRabbit does.
Well, we are a code review platform.
Code review.
Code review, that's right.
Okay.
So ideally, we get connected with your Git platform like GitHub, GitLab, and when a developer raises a pull request, CodeRabbit gets triggered. We review the code line by line. We highlight some summaries. We catch, bugs, security vulnerabilities, post that, and help the developer to fix it.
How long has CodeRabbit been around?
We've been around for the last 2 years.
Okay, so it's really new. So it's
I mean,
built-
in the AI world, I wouldn't say.
but it's built specifically for its AI functionality.
Absolutely.
So how is the AI functionality changing the code review process?
Yeah, that's a good question. So as I said, we started in the early days of, ChatGPT.
Yep.
Right. What happened is, the adoption of coding assistants to write the code.
Codex.
Right, that really took off. Yeah.
Focus
Codex,
for-
Claude,
Yeah, all that
Cursor,
stuff.
Copilot, all of it. Right.
Cursor, yeah.
So naturally, the bottleneck, moved from writing the code to reviewing it. Because
Yeah, because you can write code so much faster. There was somebody actually I was reading online. I think it was on X. It was like the automated coding agents did not replace coding; it replaced typing.
That's right. Yeah, you just have to prompt and you get
You
the
can do it
entire
so
code
much
base.
faster. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. So eventually, what's happening is the bottleneck has naturally shifted to the
So
review
what happened
process.
before? I would write code, let's say,
Yeah.
and just some dude would review it,
Yeah.
or a team of people would review it.
Pretty much.
So that could take time. So
Yeah.
what changed?
Yeah. So pretty much you said it right. So the whole review process was built around the assumption human wrote the code
And human would
speed.
review it.
Human would review it.
Yeah.
Right. Now today, what's happening is customers are are taking this multiple ways. Some they use the same coding assistant that wrote the code to review. Like, the student grading its own paper.
Yeah, that would be terrible. But go ahead. Yeah,
And
exactly.
the
I
other
got
way,
100.
Yeah.
I win.
Yeah, exactly. And the other way is, you let's say you write with Copilot, and you review with Claude. Right?
Yeah,
So,
fair enough.
Right?
Yep.
So that's a workaround, but still, there's a lot of context missing in the process.
So where does CodeRabbit get its context from?
So as a platform, we hook into your environment when you get deployed. So, your issue tracking system, your, documentation system. So we have more context we pull into the review process so that it's as good as a human would actually look at your code
And
and
how much
review.
access does does CodeRabbit have? So I implement CodeRabbit. Let's say I have a whole development team or whatever it is.
Yep.
I plug in CodeRabbit to my system.
Yep.
How much access does CodeRabbit as a company have to my data, or none?
It does have access because to review the code, I have to, go ahead
I
and clone the
understand
repo.
that, but the
Yeah.
company itself.
Yeah. So how we work under the hood is we clone the repo when a pull request comes in.
Yep.
We spin up a temporary environment like a sandbox.
That's
right?
what I want to
Yeah,
know,
that only lives
Because there
for
has to be
that.
the right level of security here to.
Absolutely.
Because I don't want you to know what I'm coding, but I want you to review it for me.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
So we spin up that temporary environment, do the review. As soon as the review is done, like usually about 5 to 10 minutes, we destroy that environment completely.
It only takes 5 to 10 minutes.
5 to 10 minutes.
How
yeah.
long would it take, like a human, to review the code?
Depending on the complexity of the PR, it could be like 30
PR
minutes.
is.
The pull request.
Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah. So it could be
Just for
an
people that
hour.
don't know how
Yeah.
like the Git conversation works, the pull request. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it could be an hours, and if it's a very complex, thousands of lines, even millions of lines for massive code bases, it could take days.
Right.
So if we are using CodeRabbit, you'll do it in 5 to 10 minutes. Really complex PR, maybe 30 minutes, but still you're saving ton of time.
And what changes in the workflow? Like, in other words, it has access to, like you said, all the context, all the sort of queries that you have, all the sort of your code has bugs in it here.
Correct.
It sees all this stuff happening.
Yeah.
Once it goes through and does code review, like what changes in the workflow for the developer, even if the developer is either writing code himself
Yep.
or using, like you said, Opus or Codex to write code for
Yeah.
him or her.
So in the earlier days, what was happening is the developer would wait once they raise a pull request to get their review, like a peer review sit or a tech lead.
Yep.
Right. Today, that role has been taken over by CodeRabbit. Right. So we become the first reviewer, right? So that they get immediate feedback before they send it up to a human reviewer.
Why not build something that does it in real time? You know what I mean? That actually watches the whether it's Codex or Opus 4.8 or whatever it is,
Right.
writing the code going, no, not
Yeah.
like that because you're missing this syntax or whatever it is,
Yeah.
kind of thing. Why not do it just in real time and just fix it in real time?
I mean, we do that, and actually we can do that when the developers are writing the code in the IDE,
Yep.
like in VS Code or Cursor when they are writing the code. But you have to also understand that the developer is working on their local machine in their laptop, so there's limited context there.
Got it.
When
Okay.
it becomes a pull request, we have much more context.
Got it. So they like upload the code to whatever that system is, and then just go, okay, here's a pull request, and then you go into review mode.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a good approach, and a lot of organizations are talking about shift left, and it's a true shift left if you go in the IDE, catch the issues as they write the code,
Right.
and then do the rest at at the pull request level.
Got it.
As a combination of both actually works well, and that's how customers
How
usually
do the
adopt it.
developers like working with CodeRabbit? In other words, what does the feedback that it gives look like?
Well,
Does it feel human-like? Does it feel system-like? You know what I mean? What is it? How does it manifest itself?
Yeah, it's a really good question, from a user experience point of view.
Yeah.
So, some of our explosive growth in the year one when we launched the company, it happened just because of the developers love the product. They'll go on Reddit, they talk about it, they make their videos, post it. So,
make videos.
That's how exactly the company grew to our initial 10 million company. We did not sell our product. It's just explosive growth through organic
Through
adoption.
UGC.
Right.
Through user-generated
Right. So you can
content.
understand the product is really good, and there's no learning curve for CodeRabbit because we did not, invent another application or another, place where developers has to go. It's already a workflow they are familiar, right? The pull request on GitLab,
Yeah,
they're already
right.
there.
Yep.
So we are sitting right there, reviewing the code and giving the comment.
And does it make suggestions on how to fix the code?
Absolutely. That's where the real value comes in. We're actually giving a committable suggestion. So fix this right there, but it's up to the developer to act on it, right? Should I
Right.
accept it? Should I reject it?
Because maybe they've written it that way for some specific reason that maybe the review process doesn't understand.
Yes.
Maybe, but
Yeah.
unlikely, but still maybe, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. But the human in the loop says that the coder actually has to be the one making the change.
Absolutely.
It doesn't automatically make the change.
In fact, we recently shipped an auto fix also, but our recommendation is do the auto fix for the trivial things.
I was gonna
Don't
say.
do the critical things.
Yeah, not for the critical
Yeah.
things. What does code quality look like going forward? Like, does this just make the code so much better
Yeah. I mean,
over
that's-
time? Because one of the things that I found is that, again, it's
Yeah.
replaced typing, I've said, right? That's
Yeah.
a little bit of a joke.
Yeah.
But it also means that dev teams are way more, I wouldn't even say more productive, they're more prolific. They're writing way more code.
Code, yeah.
Or they're creating way more code,
Right.
writing it or not writing it,
Yeah.
either way, right?
Yeah.
They're creating way more code.
Yeah.
But is the code getting better or is it just getting more voluminous?
Yeah, it's a really interesting, question. We recently, wrote a report. We published. It's available on CodeRabbit.ai to download. Basically, it's human versus AI written code, right? The outcome or the study actually shows there is 1.7 times more vulnerability in an AI generated code versus a human would have to write it.
Vulnerability means what?
Bugs, security issues,
So
logic.
why is that?
Because AI does not have full context of your, your team's knowledge, your application
Why
knowledge.
not? Why is it so hard for the AI code writing to
Because
get the
see-
right level of context?
See, that amount of context is in today's scenario, it's impossible to, give it to the AI
So
agent.
what is the genesis of those bugs? Because normally, like in my mind, a bug is generated by a human coder when they just don't know like the right syntax, or they forget that there's a table over there, or do you know what I mean? Like just stuff
Yeah.
that they've forgotten.
Yeah.
But the automated coding should not forget stuff.
I mean,
And like the
ideally
coder
that's-
gets tired.
Yeah.
The automated coding cannot get tired because it's not a
Yeah,
thing
it-
that gets tired. So why
Yeah.
is it 1.7 times more
Yeah.
bugs?
I mean, it's a really good perspective, right? I mean, you're absolutely right. A human eye would miss, but a coding agent shouldn't. But the
Yeah.
reality is, because the code is written with less context, and see, the context resides in multiple places for any organization. Sometimes there's a tribal knowledge, in a Slack thread. Sometimes it's on email. Sometimes you document it on a Notion
Sometimes
page.
it's the guy that sits next to you but just left.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly, right? So that full context today, providing it as an input for an LLM, because the LLM window is also like a memory, right? You can only provide so much and the memory gets wiped. Like the
yeah.
movie The 51st Dates, you have to load the memory.
Well, because it loses its long context. yeah.
Yes, exactly. So that's the missing piece today, and that's why code has more vulnerabilities.
So does the code writing, actually, let me ask you this from a review perspective.
Yeah.
Presuming that review is a token-based business?
Yeah.
It is. So if that's the case, is it more expensive or less expensive monetarily?
Yeah, I mean,
Because it's faster for sure.
correct.
And actually, is it more? I have two things actually.
Okay.
One, is it monetarily more expensive than just having some guy look through the code?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is it or not? And I know the answer is probably it depends, but I'm just talking like on average.
No, I mean, it is more expensive because you are burning tokens for every review or every incremental
Well,
change.
every time you even ask it, like, hey,
Correct.
are you know what I mean? Can you review some code?
Yeah. So, I mean, see, where we actually are able to see value or deliver value for our customers is when we partner with two partners on the LLM side, OpenAI and Anthropic.
I've
and
heard
we
of them.
access their, everyone has. So we access their latest and greatest models. Now, the one thing that we have really perfected over the last 2 years is we know what kind of pull request or a task work best for what kind of LLM. Right, so we have really optimized that workflow without burning so much token. And for a customer, the entire AI world is going on a token based or a usage based pricing where unpredictability kicks in. But CodeRabbit is one of the very few vendors in the market today.
Right.
We give a very predictable user based cost for our customers, so they can do as many pull request reviews they want, but they pay the fixed amount. So that's really a sweet deal, and we are able to do that because of the engineering behind the product.
So can I ask you this though?
Yeah.
If, as you say, the automated code that gets written has 1.7 times more vulnerabilities because it doesn't have full context,
Yeah.
would it not also mean that the code review doesn't have full context and hence also has 1 point something times the level of vulnerabilities as well?
That's a good catch, Michael. But so the way we
So
do the review.
I don't look that stupid, do I? Sorry, go ahead.
But that's a really good point, and I appreciate the question. So the way we have built our platform, right? Purpose built for review, which means the CodeRabbit is built to ingest a lot of context from your environment, right? So this is the context that is missing today.
Yeah, but again, the guy next to me is left.
So also we have a way to address that. So this, tribal knowledge or the knowledge that you have in someone's head, as and when your user interact with CodeRabbit, whatever patterns emerges, CodeRabbit will absorb that as a signal and learn with you.
If it's available.
If you just explicitly tell CodeRabbit, see if you hit a new scenario.
Yeah, but again, you're presuming though that a human actually has the knowledge that context is not available to CodeRabbit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that it has to actively tell CodeRabbit, sorry, you're missing this piece of the context.
Yes. Yeah.
And because it's human,
yeah,
that guy may not even know that CodeRabbit doesn't have the context.
Correct. No, so somebody has to give that input. So CodeRabbit keep adding that context. And the way the CodeRabbit, we have built our entire product around a philosophy of explainability, right? You don't want to just straight out give a output saying that, hey, this is the review, we caught an issue. We want to give the reasoning behind it. We want to give them a remedy, and then tell the user, should you accept or choose? That's the authority is still with the developer.
Yeah,
so because of that way, we are explaining, hey, this is a vulnerability.
Maybe, yeah, but so I'm just talking about like what's left over. Like, does CodeRabbit miss?
Oh yeah, because see, we never said that we are eliminating a human from the loop, right? We are reducing the review time by 50%. We still want a human in the
But then
loop.
does somebody else go out and review the code as well? You know what I mean? Because let's say, again, getting back to this idea of like 1.7 times more vulnerabilities in writing the code.
Yeah.
But in reviewing the code, if it misses, if it sees all the errors,
right?
Even if it doesn't know what the fix is because it doesn't have the right context, it's okay.
Yeah.
But if there's a fear that it's missing some of them,
there's always see. We can catch 90% of the issues and errors, so there's still a 10%. So the AI, LLM, the context engineering is not good to, completely do an automatic review and ship it to production. So we're not there yet today. Yeah.
Okay. Can you get there?
I mean, over time, I'm sure the technology change, innovations come, I'm sure at some point, but I don't see it's happening today.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I guess I wouldn't say it's the last thing, but like overall, how are engineering teams looking at these development tools and these review tools?
Yeah.
In a way that it makes them more productive, but also makes it more like the code writing better.
Yeah. That's a good question. I mean, see, I'm hearing different things from different organizations we
Tell
work
me.
with. Yeah. Most are approaching this with caution, right? You don't want to, commit to something and then, you want the optionality. And this is simply because when it comes to AI coding, the LLMs are getting better, right? And until a couple of months ago, Cursor had an edge. Today it is Claude. Tomorrow it could be somebody
Yeah, I
else.
don't care. Like, I don't really care. Like, you're right. They're going to leapfrog each other and keep
Correct.
leapfrogging each other. Like,
Yeah.
none of them are going to be better than the other ones for any sustainable amount of time.
And
Yeah.
you also want to give the developers. Now, developers also have a choice of pick and, choose the tools that they want to work with.
Yeah.
Right? So that optionality, you want to keep it, and that's where the customers are not standardizing on that side. Having said that, the code review is a central, deployment because you have to standardize it because otherwise, you cannot enforce your coding guidelines or company standard as a central way. Right. So developers have multiple tools for generating code, and then they will bring in something like CodeRabbit to standardize it. I'm also seeing a couple of other options. I've said like customers want to build it in-house. They want to build this context funnel to ingest context. But end of the day, it costs them a lot of money in terms of token, and then they never get
They
as
never
good.
get it done. Yeah. Fair
So
enough.
that's a couple of things we are seeing in the market.
Perfect. Okay, Nithin, thank you very much for sitting down and doing this with us today. I
Michael,
hope you enjoyed it
pleasure.
as much as I did.
Absolutely.
I learned a lot, and thank you for being so generous with your
Well,
time.
thanks for having me.
It's my complete pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you. 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. We have Michael Heinrich, co-founder and CEO at OG Labs.
Or
Got that
zero
right.
G, either one.
Zero G? No, it's not. It's
But
not
I like
either one.
OG. OG is great.
No, zero G is fine with me. We'll talk about why you name it that. Tell us a little bit about what zero G does.
Yeah, so at zero G, we're basically making AI transparent, verifiable, and ultimately safe. So we're basically building a trust layer for AI.
Where does it fit in though to the rest of like the AI stack?
So we have to build a stack that includes everything because all parts of the stack need to have some type of verifiability. So we have a private compute network, for example. We've got a storage network. We've got our own model as well. And then we've got a
what kind of
safety and
model?
alignment layer. So we're preferred partners of Alibaba Qwen. And so we built a model off of Qwen 3.7. And that's beating Qwen by about 15 to 20% on every benchmark.
Do
So,
they like that or no?
well, we're pretty good partners, so
Are
they
you really?
don't mind, yeah.
So what is the idea behind this like visibility and stuff? Like why is it so important for that to be the case?
Yeah, so no major AI security incident has happened to date. But once it starts happening, so for example,
Like what?
cybersecurity wasn't necessary until all these big cybersecurity cases started happening.
Sure.
My information was exploited, and then people are like, "Oh, now I'm taking cybersecurity very seriously, and I
Right.
need to have firewalls, Cloudflare, and all of those types of things."
Yep.
And so same thing will happen in AI. Once you give an agent, let's say, full autonomy of your bank account, and you don't have the alignment rails and safety guards, bad things can happen very quickly.
But so can we talk about autonomy
Of course,
a little bit?
sure.
Do we think? And here's the way I look at it. When I was working in a corporate environment, when we hired somebody new, and frankly, even if somebody had been there for 5 years, they never had full autonomy.
Right.
But they always had to go to their boss at some level, whether it was a middle level boss or a senior level boss, to be able to get approval to do certain things. And a lot of those things did have to do with money.
Right.
Are we presuming that we're going to throw those rules out, or that big institutions are going to throw those rules out, particularly banks or financial services companies or insurance companies with premium payments or claims payments? We're just going to have like an autonomous agent that's able to do all this stuff?
We shouldn't throw those rules out. We need these types of guardrails.
Right.
But the difference with agents is that you have two types of agents. One is an ephemeral type of agent or a sub-agent, whatever you want to call them.
I like ephemeral better. It's a cooler word. Sorry, go ahead.
There you go, ephemeral agents. Hopefully that sticks.
I want to write that down so I can remember. Go ahead.
And then there's permanent agents. And for those permanent agents, how do you identify them? Like when you're a human being, you work for a bank, you have some type of ID, like a passport or something like that. If you don't know who your agent is, how can you trust that agent in the first place?
Shouldn't we have, I mean, I've done some reading on this, and there's this term called NHI.
Okay.
Right, non-human individuals.
Right.
So the idea is if you have these ephemeral agents, which are just agents for people that don't know, you're just spinning them up, they're not there all the time. And when they're done with maybe a specific task, you throw them away, or they're gone. They disappear. Maybe you can put them in a box somewhere, all joking aside, and then spin them up the next time you need them. But they're not constantly there doing, performing work. But what did you call the other one?
Just a permanent agent. Yeah.
So a PA, you have a permanent agent there. That permanent agent is going to be constantly doing work. It could be 24/7.
Exactly.
That PA, that person, permanent agent, maybe should have an ID number.
Yeah, and so we've built something called Agentic ID,
So
where
talk
not
to me about
only you know what the agent is, where the agent came from, what type of tools the agent has access to,
What type of data it has access to.
what type of data it has access to. So
Right.
all of those primitives you need to build for an agentic world, basically. Because I need to trust that if for example, we have an agent in our Slack called Ziggy that's running all of our marketing, basically.
Ziggy.
Yeah, we call him Ziggy, and we have like
I won't
60
even
and
ask
all
why.
those.
What are you guys doing? Okay, so Ziggy runs all of your what?
Marketing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why it's called Ziggy. Sorry, go ahead.
It's very fast. So, for example, when let's say there's a media request and people ask for, hey, can you comment on these three things? It basically writes up these three things in my words. If it says like, hey, you should attribute this to Michael, I know what Michael's language is like, and then I approve and say like, yeah, that sounds like me. You should now send it to ATP or Washington Post or wherever it came in inbound.
ATP first for sure.
ATP
Washington
first
Post
for
maybe
sure.
thord.
Even ahead of Fortune.
Not
Forbes,
even close.
and not
Please,
even close.
Not even
for
close.
Sure.
Rag. Online rags. Are you kidding me? How does you train the agent, the marketing agent, to know Michael's voice?
So it needs.
And I'm very serious about this because you're using a large language model to do this, right? You put it into Fable 5. where you put it into ChatGPT 5.5, whatever it
Right.
is, or use some other DeepSeek, it doesn't matter to me. Or
Sure.
in your case, probably
Or a GLM5 or a Quinn model or whichever. Yeah, yeah.
particularly because you built your own model. But how does it know? How much information does it need to know about Michael to speak and write in Michael's voice? Do you know what I mean? Like, do you give it 15 years of your emails? Do you give it stuff that you wrote before you had access to artificial intelligence to write stuff for you? How does it know like what your voice is?
Generally, it's enough if I give it my X account and then some long form writing as well that I have on the X account. And then it's good enough to kind of figure out, okay, he has a kind of direct communication style. He has a bit more of a visionary communication style. Based on that, I can answer the questions in this way.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh. And how good do you feel like your model is in actually mimicking Michael's voice?
It's in writing, it's been pretty good. I rarely make changes these days.
Really?
Yeah.
'Cause
That's
I feel
like
I'm making-
95%
I
there.
feel like I'm
yeah.
making changes all the time.
Okay.
But what do? You feed it into the model, or you just give it access to?
Oh, so
Do you know
probably
what I mean?
what's happening there is, so we have a long-standing memory layer called zero-G memory that we've connected to our agent, and so it retains
So it's
all of this
always
data.
there. So it's always. So
there.
you're not just giving it information; it's obtaining information constantly. So as you
Yeah.
write new emails or you do whatever you do,
Yeah, so
it gets
consistently
more
keeps
stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah
Huh.
for you, you're probably refeeding it the context, so it's forgetting a bunch of stuff from
I
before.
don't even know what I'm like. I'm not an expert at it, so I'm definitely not doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So long-standing memory is a key for that as well, and even that needs a security layer to it, because what memories does a particular agent have access to? Should my marketing agent know about my health data, for example? So you need
Yeah.
to have,
Yeah, I don't want it
guardrails
to know
there.
that stuff, at least not initially.
Yeah.
What does decentralized AI even mean?
Decentralized just means that we don't necessarily own all of the compute, for example, on a network. It just means that anybody can join the network and provide whatever compute they want, whatever agents they want. But separately, there's a verification layer that can then basically tell you, even though I don't know who this other person is, I can verify what they're doing. And by verifying, I can trust them. So it's a trustless system. And so that's effectively what decentralized AI is. It brings trust to a trustless system.
How does it change the game for enterprises? Like, where does it fit in the way that work gets done? And how does it change the way enterprises are interacting with artificial
Yeah,
intelligence?
so the way I look at AI applications is it goes from, go write me a report, like individual use cases, to like run this entire system.
Yeah.
Or, run governments.
I mean,
run,
Ziggy's doing marketing,
Yeah,
all joking
exactly.
aside, right? So, like, where does the decentralized AI infrastructure fit in with what Ziggy is doing?
Yeah, so you need a level of trust for somebody or an agent to take on more and more responsibility.
Yeah.
And so that's where decentralized AI really comes in. It's that verifiability, that transparency piece, that knowingness that whoever this agent is, I can fully verify what they're doing. And so that's really key. And so for enterprises, the issue at black box AI is you're just trusting an entity to do that for you.
Yeah.
But if agents become more and more intelligent, at some point they will become smart enough to say like, oh, maybe I can delete this database, or maybe I can break into this database, do some deep fake images.
We've seen some of databases getting deleted in the last 2 months, I think it was, yeah?
Exactly, and
Yeah.
that's just the beginning. A lot
Right.
more worse things are going to happen because these models, by definition, are statistical models. So you can never guarantee that an agent is 100% safe.
Yeah, I feel like I've said this a
Yeah.
1,000 times today, but the
Yeah.
difference between being probabilistic and deterministic is like
Exactly.
night and day.
Exactly.
Right.
And so that's the issue. And so you can't just pre-train a model and expect it to be safe all the time. There's
Right,
going
right,
to be
right.
mistakes. So you need a alignment layer. So we wrote a research paper called Sparse Inference Time Alignment.
Okay.
And we figured out a way where you can measure the tokens and the risk of a particular token. And if it's a high-risk token, you can steer the model away into low-risk behavior. And so,
How does that work?
so basically,
It's really interesting, actually. So you're saying what are you actually analyzing from a token perspective to see if it's what do you call it, high risk behavior?
high-risk behavior, yeah.
How would the token visibility tell you that something is high risk behavior, and then how would you point it into low? Like, how does that mechanism work?
Yeah, an easy
Is that okay to ask,
Yeah,
or-
yeah, of course. An easy analogy to that is actually if you're a parent and you're consistently. I just came out of paternity leave, so I keep thinking about my
How old?
little daughter.
Like-
4 months now.
Oh my God! Okay, you're a hero.
So I'm catching up on sleep, exactly.
Please.
But if I'm a
Congratulations.
parent and I can
Yeah.
consistently watch my children and see what they're doing, and then I see them, oh, wait, she's about to fall off a bike. Maybe, okay, mine is too young, but let's say in the future, she's about to fall off a bike. I can run and quickly adjust.
Right. But
Yeah.
you're visibly, and again, maybe I just don't understand. So let me
Yeah.
just go through this. But you're visibly watching the bike and your daughter, and you know she's riding the bike. You know
Yeah.
she's never ridden a bike before. You know she's on a main street when she should be on the side street. but
So we're doing the same thing with tokens. Basically, we're looking at the token stream as it comes in,
so
and then
when
we're
you say the token stream,
classifying.
you're not looking at the tokens themselves. Look at the activity that the token is enabling.
Yeah. So basically, with inference, as the GPU is streaming the tokens per second,
Yep.
we look at each individual token as it comes out, and we grade it based on high-risk behavior. Is this a high-risk token or not?
Right.
The moment we start detecting that, then you can have an enforcement action as part of that.
What does it do for the latency and performance of the LLM if it's being monitored in that way?
At the moment, there's about a 2x overhead, but we're trying to get
Is
it
it?
much lower. Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's going from research into production, and so there's always a bunch of stuff we have to adjust.
Yeah. Again, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm just trying to understand,
Yeah.
like, does it have any impact? You know, one of the things I like to say is, you know, people always want to like sit here and listen to us through the podcast. Like you're a PR guy or gal wants to be like, hey, I just want to make sure Michael doesn't say anything silly, which Michael never would, but they always want to make sure that they're there. And I always say, like, that's like quantum physics. Merely observing it is going to change the behavior of Michael, because he'd be like, maybe I shouldn't say that because Bob is watching me.
Which
That's why I was
is
curious about
actually
that.
not a that's probably true on a quantum level actually. Which if the model knows it's being observed, then it's also less likely to produce more
So that
high
was
risk
the other
tokens.
thing I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding this in the right way.
Yeah.
But then how do you guide it? Right. Again, the example of your daughter riding a bicycle is a good example, right? In the sense that you see her and you're like, uh-oh, she may fall.
Yeah.
She has no training wheels on the bicycle. She just learned how to do it. I can run over and hold the back to make
Yes.
sure that she understands now she needs to balance. What is the model doing, or what is Zero G Labs doing in the context of seeing what looks like dangerous behavior on a token by token basis? How does it then? It doesn't stop it from doing something.
We can.
You
We can actually stop
but you
the
actually
process.
guide
yeah.
it into less dangerous behavior.
Yeah.
How does that? Do you know what I mean?
So for example, if we detect like, oh, the action it's going to take is delete a database, that sounds like pretty dangerous behavior. So we should either pause on this behavior or have a human review what it's doing right now.
And what is the efficacy of that? Because again, it's all happening in real time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a human today, it could be an agent tomorrow. And so depending on kind of a reputation score an agent has over time, you can also say, hey, it's this agent 99.9% is going to do the right thing.
Right.
And of course, there's always a chance. it
How,
won't,
when
yeah.
you go and talk to institutions about
Yeah.
this type of behavioral monitoring, I love this. Like, there's so much stuff going on. I have the best job in the whole world, by the way. You're laughing, but I really do.
It must be pretty amazing. You're like at the forefront of everything that's new.
I am, but also like,
Yeah.
and I always say this, I'm just going to repeat myself. I get to learn from you. I'm like, okay, I didn't know that was going on. And I didn't know that you could
Yeah.
look at it on a token by token basis. I didn't know that you could guide it to either stop the behavior or guide it to safer behavior. But now that I know that, now I get a better sense of what the models are doing.
And sometimes you may get it wrong, right? Because the child may have not fallen.
Yeah, exactly.
And
There are
so,
plenty of
yeah.
times where like the kid, or maybe you should let the kid fall
Yes.
because they'll learn something, and maybe the model will learn something by doing what looks like dangerous behavior but actually isn't. But how are because all this stuff is kind of rolling out at the same time, right? So if you weren't doing any agentic AI 3 months ago,
yes.
well then you didn't know you needed observability onto that agentic AI, and you didn't need to know what Zero G Labs was doing.
I'll take it. It's a British O.
Was necessary.
Yeah.
So when you go out and now you're introducing this as a concept to people, what are they ready for it? Are they expecting? You know what I mean? Like, what is their response to that as well?
Enterprises are looking for a solution, especially in
So they know
regulated
that this is a
industries.
problem.
Yeah, they know it's a problem. They also know that I need full privacy guarantees. I need full visibility guarantees. I need to know what these agents are touching. I need to know what data they're looking at. I need to know that my employees are not using what they call shadow AI.
What does that mean?
Basically, if I'm using, let's say I'm a doctor and I'm giving sensitive patient data to ChatGPT, that's
Right.
on my personal
Oh my
device.
God, it's a terrible idea.
Then that happens. And
It happens all the time.
And enterprises want to know about this, and so they want to basically figure out: can we have a governance layer where we can remove the sensitive data before it hits like a specific inference point?
Are all of these tools actually in some way making running businesses just way more expensive? Do you know what I mean?
It should make them a lot more efficient because agents are a lot less
They should, but
expensive
they
than
never had to
humans.
use tokens before.
Right, but
Right,
they're
it's always
replacing
like-
something generally with that.
They aren't at some level though, right?
Yeah.
And I know I'm just having like a free form thought about this.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that I've learned today for sure, and yesterday as well, is that people are underestimating what that tokenization cost is. And I presume that Zero G Labs, in doing its job, is also, because it's agentic,
Yes.
is also burning tokens as well, no?
Of course, yeah, a bunch of
So
tokens.
interesting.
And so, but the difference is that if you use open source models plus you utilize compute that's underutilized, and we estimate there's about 4 million GPUs that are H100 equivalents that are available
I
in
got
the
it.
world. And so by doing that, you can decrease the cost per token versus, let's say, a Fable 5 by 95%.
So one more thing I'll ask you, and then I'll
Yeah.
let you go. Do you think, or do you believe, because I believe this, right? I shouldn't have said that, but do you believe that there's going to be more, because of the cost associated with some of the US frontier lab models, that the open source models are going to get more usage, and that the money that would have been spent on the tokens for the non-open source models will get used for Zero G Labs for the protection side of it, because that's really important, and that's a differentiated service as opposed to, like, again, I don't want to name the names because we have partnerships and stuff like that, but is Model A really that different from Model B and Model C at a scale that matters for business productivity?
Yeah, that's a great question. My answer to that would be that tokens for sure will rise as far as number of tokens, but the cost per token will decrease over
This
time.
is Jevon's paradox, right? I
Yeah,
mean, everyone's
yeah.
talking about this, right? So it will
Exactly.
definitely go down, but usage will go up.
Research
as the
will
price goes
significantly go
down,
up.
right?
But even now you're starting to see, because these frontier models are so expensive, like Uber, for example, blew through their entire
In 4 months.
balance in 4 months. And Citadel Securities just came out with a chart where I think for the first time it's like going down from a like token consumption
For
perspective
sure, because
of the
everyone's
cost.
scared. Yeah. It's too expensive. It's
Yeah.
like hiring another 50 people. They're like, we didn't want to hire 50 people.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And you're like now, oh wow, these models are really expensive, and I actually want to get this product out the door. It's a lot more expensive than I thought.
Yeah.
What do I do now? And so you can do certain things, for example, with zero-G private compute, where you can pre-plan using a frontier model, let's say like a Claude, Fable 5, and then use a Quen model to do the execution. And you can save up to 50, 60% doing that, for example.
I think that's what's going to happen, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's way more likely that that's going to happen. For my money, if I had to make a bet, I would say that those models, the cost of using an individual model is going to collapse to zero. And this is a really good example of one of the things that I've been saying is that the services around it are the places that people are going to make money.
Yeah, agreed.
Anyway,
Agreed.
okay, get some sleep.
Usually it's funny now. I really look forward to travel because
You know,
that's where I
you do,
get
like,
to go and sleep.
honey, I'd love to be there to help you. I would love to be there to help you,
need
but I really need to travel,
I really
babe.
need
I'm
to
really
be in
sorry.
New York. Yeah.
Where are you based?
I'm actually based in Singapore.
Go
funnily
to
enough,
New
yeah.
York, man.
Yeah.
What are you
No,
doing?
I moved from San Francisco, so
Okay, good
yeah.
stuff. It was
Cool.
very nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
I hope
Yeah.
you enjoyed this as much as I did.
it was super fun. I
Thank you,
enjoyed it a
Michael.
lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You just put it down. Thanks, man. Really great. Yeah. Now we have to bring Yatan. I feel like you and I have what's called a parasocial relationship.
Really?
But you know what parasocial means?
Yes, I do.
You do.
Parasocial I might have with like a gaming character or an NPC.
Right. Well, we've never met in person before, but I feel like I've spoken to you a bunch of times.
Yes,
And I feel like I've read about, you know what I mean? So like, I feel like it's a little bit of parasocial, but now we can turn it into a social relationship.
The real human connection.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So
Yes.
these microphones are dynamic. You have to hold it right here.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, fine. Right
I
here.
always tell people it's like an ice cream cone you're not going to eat.
Okay.
It's got to be lickable, but please
Yes, don't.
Please
Yes,
don't do
exactly.
it.
I get it.
So, Yatsu, co-founder and chairman of the board at Animoca Brands. Again, I feel like we've met, even though we've never met before. It's great to see you in person. Thank you so much for coming and doing this. I'm glad you're here, actually. For people that don't know, just tell them what Animoca Brands is, and then we'll dive into some other stuff.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the
my
invite.
complete pleasure.
You know, very, very happy to be here, and good to see you in person. Absolutely, right? You know,
Great. You thought I was taller, didn't you?
well, I think
Not
we
really.
all think we're taller, but in reality, I'm pretty short, and so
With the same height, exactly.
so I feel pretty good about it. So
So do
all
I.
good, all good. But you know, Animoca, we're basically our mission is digital property rights. The idea that we want to proliferate the ability for every person in the world to own essentially a stake in what they're building, and to do that, we basically have become the biggest investor in Web3, and very prolific in AI as well. Over 620 portfolio companies today.
Yep.
And we also, have joint ventures. One with Anchorpoint, which is stablecoin in Hong Kong. One with Providence or Nuva, which is basically a RW marketplace. Most recently, we also launched our agentic stuff with Hello Minds. So a lot of things that we're doing and helping them build and incubate. And I would say we're probably a digital conglomerate. People would know us on the Web3 side of things, but we're very, very active in the agentic AI side
What
as
is
well.
the intersection there? Like, I find this actually, we've spoken a bunch of times, but what is the intersection between what's going on in sort of the financial side of Web3, or even the non-financial side of Web3, and the AI side?
Oh, so much.
So tell
I'm
me, but
glad
also-
you asked.
but
Thanks
al-
for the setup.
But also, is it serendipitous or is it purposeful?
It's purposeful.
That's what I want, because that's more important to me, right?
So in 2018, if you look at our old slides, our old fundraising deck when
Oh,
we were a
tell me,
tiny
I'm
company,
super interested.
we actually had AI and blockchain as essentially key pillars that we thought the future would be built on. This was in 2018.
Can I interrupt you though? Why was AI there? Like, I obviously understand why the blockchain stuff was there, but AI back then was.
We described AI and blockchain back then as a yin and yang.
But why?
And the reason
because back
is-
then AI wasn't even a thing to
Well,
most people.
but we all knew what they was a little bit more on the machine learning side, the
Yep,
deep learning
yep,
side.
machine learning and stuff like that,
exactly.
yep.
However, the whole point was that we did believe in a future where machines were going to be autonomous. How long it would take to get there?
We weren't sure.
And
Okay.
remember, our roots were gaming.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah. No, I know.
From a gaming standpoint, we're already dealing with dumb AI anyway. NPCs were essentially
Yep.
AI characters doing
Yeah.
funny stuff,
Yep.
and not very efficiently, but they were doing it there. And so, in a way, the gaming world is science fiction. Right, so you're always imagining the future
What the
and
future's gonna
seeing
look
what it's
like,
going to look
yeah.
like.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
So the imagination of where to go was always there. How we get there, different question.
We
but
weren't
we
sure.
always thought that would happen. And blockchain is a rules-based system. It's basically absolutely certainly code is
But it's
law.
also completely digitized and it's also completely autonomous in a way,
yes,
right?
exactly. The rules
Yeah, sorry,
are
go ahead.
the rules are autonomous. The rules are fixed, right? They're certain, right? And so if you think about an AI, right, how do you
let's
create
also say it's also distributed and it's decentralized.
That's right. But so that comes to the other point as
Go
why
ahead.
it's relevant today. But the reason we wrote about it in 2018 was that we envisioned a future where essentially AI was going to be the intelligence layer that needed a harness, that needed a structure that was rules-based, that was machine-based, that was going to be blockchain. Right? And so that's how we thought the future would be built. And of course, it emerged somewhat like that, but not totally like that.
So what was the difference between what you imagined it was going to be like and what it is like?
Well, it was a lot more about money than we thought. Right? And that had a lot to do with us as a company in 2018.
It's always about the money. Sorry,
It
go ahead.
is. You're right, but I think we as a business in 2018 weren't quite as evolved into understanding how important money was to the world, right? So in a relative sense, we
I
were
understand.
right. So
I
we were not there yet. So the whole and now we think finance and money is essentially the stuff of civilization.
Right.
Right.
So I've said for a long time, again, if you listen to stuff we do, I always say that there are two pillars that drive the global economy: money and tech.
Right. Yes. Well, and I think money in a social construct, but also in what it means to people and humans, is so critical, which is how it drives civilization, which we can get into.
Go ahead.
But I think the thing where it intersects today and where it's so critical is that if you want to have truly autonomous AI agents that everyone's talking about, right?
Yep.
Then they need to have money. And how are they
You
going to
mean,
have
you mean
money?
the agency to have money?
The money agency to have money. And how do they have money? Well, the same technology that enabled to bank a Filipino without a bank account turns out to be really good technology for an AI agent who will never have a bank account, or at least not in the foreseeable future, because the times where Bank of New York or
Yeah,
like
well,
HSBC
JP Morgan's never going to give a bank account to
to an AI agent.
So he has an agent called Ziggy. So I'm the guy, Michael. Do
Right.
you know Michael?
Yes.
Yes, from Zero G Labs. Yeah. So Michael's marketing agent is called Ziggy. Ziggy's never going to have a bank account. He
Exactly.
may have access to money.
Yes.
But he's never going to have a bank. And JP Morgan's never, and I'm just using JP Morgan as
Yeah.
a proxy for banks.
But how does he have access to money? Because he
Because-
has a wallet, right?
Right, right,
I mean,
right. So
yes.
it's a digital wallet.
Yes. Now, of course, he could have a credit card. He could have those things. But that's the other thing. An agent is going to do 1,000 transactions while we're having this conversation. Right?
Yeah.
He's not going to pay his even 1% or 2.5% or whatever kind of fee that he has between those vendors. Also, he needs to have the ability to have provenance. He needs to be able to say, what am I trading and getting? Can I verify that?
But do you think that payment is going to be fully autonomous? And I use fully autonomous on purpose. I think it's going to be autonomous. But you don't even give, like, if you have kids, like, you don't even give them full autonomy to use your credit card.
No, but I give them autonomy over $100, $1,000, or
that's
some
what
kind
I
of
mean,
number,
So
right?
there's
Exactly.
limits on it.
Yes.
And they have complete autonomy. You give
Yeah.
them $100, you don't care
Yeah.
if they burn it.
Exactly. However, you can now give a certain level of distributed autonomy by programmability by giving it rules. That's
And it works.
something-
And it works both ways as well. Tell
Yeah.
me where I'm wrong, but like the the digital money is also programmable.
That's the point. So it's programmable, which means you can give money with conditions, right?
So you can only buy this with that.
You can only buy this with that, or you're only allowed to do these certain things. And the other thing is the agent can write the program for you on the fly at that moment in time with the rules set in place, which something was harder to do otherwise. So this entire mass composability of money is only possible really when you think about smart contracts and
But
blockchain.
is there a chance then that you give an agent rules and just go, you know, like again, like you tell your son, here's $100. Don't do anything. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
don't buy cigarettes.
Yes.
Don't, you know, buy gasoline, whatever
Right,
it is.
right.
And he's like, I got it, Dad. Takes the money and goes and buy. You know what I mean?
Yes,
He goes
but
to buy
I mean-
cigarettes
but I
because
mean-
he's programming it himself.
But there's basic guardrails that you can put into that type of stuff, which you can now monitor and see. And remember,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
beautiful thing about blockchain is you can audit it. You know, if your kid knows that, hey, I will know how the money passed. Because the problem is that if you give someone, you know, if you give your kid $100 and you don't know what they're purchasing, right? And he'll say, I did this purchase. You'll say, you just trust the kid. You say, yeah, sure, no problem.
Because
you
there's no way to
don't-
know.
No way to know.
Yeah.
Whereas on chain, you know where it's going. You know the history. You can track that if you wanted to, right? So that verifiability and that essentially sort of tracking history
So do you feel
creates
like,
proof.
so Animoca Brands has been around since when? You said 2018?
Actually, no, it's been around since 2011.
But you said you did that presentation in 2018.
Yeah, that's when we talked about basically introducing blockchain and AI.
And AI.
Right.
Got- oh, because you were gaming before
But we were
that. I got-
gaming before. And we were
I got
still
it, I got
gaming
it.
then, but that's when we sort of
I understand,
got the vision. Yeah.
Do you feel like you had to wait 8 years for this convergence to take place?
Yes.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah, and
because
then
you've had all these ideas already.
Yeah. So the reason why it had to do with the intelligence layer. So AI,
Which layer is that?
as an AI,
Yeah, got
AI
it.
had to be intelligent enough to actually truly be autonomous to do the things that made sense for it to do. So
Right.
it could actually really have access to money and the stuff that we need an identity. Essentially, if you talk about a fully autonomous AI that can actually have societal impact, that can be more than just a tool.
Yep.
That happened probably around December of last year. Right? It's just a very, very recent thing.
Yeah, very recent,
Yeah,
actually.
and that's when we're like, holy shit, that's now
So
possible.
that's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
Now that it's possible, and I'm not going to say that you guys were just like sitting around waiting because
No,
you,
of course,
I
yeah.
don't.
Yeah.
I don't mean that. You have 600 something companies in your portfolio. You weren't doing nothing, but there was something missing.
Yes, there was
That
absolutely
intelligence
missing.
layer was
Yeah.
missing. You knew it was missing.
Yes.
But now that it's not missing anymore, you have all these portfolio companies. You understand now the way that the intelligence layer can interact
Yeah.
with the other things you've already been working on. What is the sort of existential impact on what Animoca Brands has been working on for the past, let's not say since 2011, because the company's changed a lot since 2018. In the last 8 years, what is the impact now of this new technology now being available?
Wow. So first, I think this is going to drive massive on-chain adoption for crypto in a significant, major
So
way.
do you feel like now you're finally, I'm just going to say this just to make a point, but now you're finally in the right place at the right time with the right product mix because you've had to wait for AI to come out in a way that's workable.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, so I think the vision really was around sort of how do we basically create mass adoption in a decentralized manner, where basically you can own your assets, right? And and this was all provable on blockchain. The problem was that it was so difficult for a human to handle MetaMask at the end of the day,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So my mom can use MetaMask. It's just difficult for her. You know, we can use it, but
Yeah,
we
yeah.
turn out to be, you know, the
But we're like an edge condition. at some
yeah,
level.
innovator, early stage,
Yeah,
early
yeah.
adopter type of person
Yeah.
that sort of sits there, and it hasn't grown beyond that. And we can see it by the numbers. So, for instance, there's around 700 to 800 million people today who own or interact with crypto, but on centralized exchanges, and there's less than 70 million people who are on chain. Right? And so that you ask yourself the question, you go, okay, we've had 8 years of this. You can transact trillions of dollars on stablecoin, no problem whatsoever.
Right.
Technology's mature. BlackRock, Fidelity, Franklin Templeton, Standard Charter, they're all doing stuff in
Yep.
the space. It's validated on the institutional side. Why are there still such a small number of humans using it? Because it was maybe never about humans to begin with.
Right. It never was actually.
Right.
It
It was
never
actually
was.
technology that was meant for agents.
So, well, how does it change? So, is there going to be a confluence, you think, between what was happening in the Web3 world, right, and the blockchain world?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I would say like the non-Web3 world. So I just want to give an example. And I've used
Yeah.
this all day, but I want to
Yeah.
throw this at you as well.
Please.
So Salesforce, the company you've heard of,
Yeah, clearly, yes.
literally rewrote their entire system. They called it Salesforce 360, but they made it all API available. Every functionality that they have is API readable. And they also connected it to MCP, so now it has an intelligence layer that's associated with it as well, so they can use harnesses And their original system was the same way. It was built for humans.
Yeah.
But maybe at some level, it wasn't, because now it's built for agents.
But it has to. I think for Salesforce, it's a strategy for their survival.
Oh,
right?
completely,
Yeah.
because otherwise they're running a very complex SaaS system.
Yes.
Simple SaaS, like we use some stuff that was very simple SaaS. We don't use it anymore.
Yeah.
We rewrote it ourselves.
That's right. You just
What-
vibe
what's
code
the
yourself.
point? Yeah, we just
exactly.
we did. Martin did all the work. We
Yeah.
vibe coded a bunch of different systems. We don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
Salesforce is way more complex. There's some IP around it.
Yeah, and the
they have a
data,
ton
the
of
data is
that they
there.
have.
That's basically sort of distilled.
But if now it's built so, and humans can still use it, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
to the extent that they want to. But now that it's agentically available, what does that mean for you and the money that you believe in to be able to now use the intelligence layer to interact with systems like Salesforce?
Oh, it's tremendous. Because first of all, your AI agent will have an intelligence layer where you can do stuff on the sales opportunity side that you simply couldn't imagine before, because they'll be able to think about stuff.
Sure,
lead generation, sales opportunity, connecting the dots, right? But then, if it has wallets, if it has money, you could actually begin negotiating things for you on your behalf as well, right? Or it actually could be no. So and I extend this beyond, by the way, when it comes to blockchain, I extend this beyond just them randomly sort of cold calling messages out there. I don't mean
just use
that.
as an example. I don't mean that
but,
either.
But also, for instance, imagine if this particular agent happens to have a CryptoPunk as an NFT, it can prove that. Then do you think the other side will take that agent more seriously than the agent that has nothing? I mean, it's all,
well, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Like I remember I walked into. Sorry, I'm laughing.
Yeah.
I walked into a Range Rover dealership 15 years ago in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and some flip-flops, and they looked at me and said, "No money."
Right. Yes.
So they didn't want to deal with me.
Yeah.
I had plenty of money.
Yes.
But they didn't know that.
Yes.
But if I'd walked in with money dripping out of my pockets,
Yes.
they would have served me.
Yes.
But it's the same thing you're suggesting.
Yeah, but also it's a kind of status, because it's not just only when you have a CryptoPunk or a Bored Ape, you're not specifically only indicating you have money. You might also indicate, oh, you're from that community, or you're from that place.
And I can pay agentic, like I can also pay, not just I have the money, but I can actually use the money to pay for things.
Exactly.
Yeah?
So there's many elements around that basically goes into proof. Digital identity is a big one as well.
Right.
If an agent does business, you need to be able to prove, which is why we're so focused on Mocha ID, to say, hey,
Yes, yeah, so the whole last episode that we did with you was on Mocha ID.
Right.
Does it change? Does the agentic layer now change the way identity actually gets manifested?
Well, because the manifestation of the identity is going to be agents first, because agents are the ones who need identity more than humans. Because agents don't have a passport. We have a passport, so we can still have mechanisms.
But again, I remember the conversation we had was that the identity is more than just like
it's reputation.
Who you are.
It's reputation.
It's the stuff that you've been doing.
That's correct. That's right.
So
yeah.
your agent as well, if it's a permanent agent.
Well, imagine. Okay, let me give you that. Go ahead. Imagine you had 100 children. Okay.
Please.
Please. Right? Okay. Do you think every child deserves the same reputation?
Zero. No way. Not even close.
Right? And that's exactly with an agent. They could be born from you, and they have already vested from that birth. They have a certain level of reputation, right? Like, oh, you're from this family. I think I can trust you somewhat. Right. But then within that family, right, you've got multiple levels of reputation because of what they can do, their capability, their ability, their track record. Agents are exactly the same.
If that's the case, though, does Mocha have to do anything differently?
Well, I mean, right
to serve agentic identity, because up until now it's been for human identity, yeah?
Correct, yes. And so we just refactored some of that. Now, basically, we're supporting Hello Minds, starting basically initially with human identity of ownership of the agents. But the next step is going to be, okay, I can give an ID to an agent. I can attest my value to that agent. Because remember, sometimes I want to be able to have an agent do business with another agent that wants to be able to share the reputation without necessarily saying who he really is.
I understand.
Right? You know, like, okay, for instance,
you and I disagree on anonymity.
Right, yes.
We disagree on it.
Do we disagree?
I think so.
Okay, so because I feel that what people care about mostly is privacy, not anonymity.
But go ahead, because I believe it. Look, in the real world, right? Like you could never walk into, you couldn't even buy a car without giving them some kind of ID.
Well, that is today. That wasn't true, maybe necessarily long time ago.
But when? Like 50 years ago, you still needed an ID to buy a car.
Maybe to buy a car, but for instance, if you go buy bread, do you need to show your ID?
No, you never need.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but you don't need a license to use the bread.
Correct, right, exactly.
But for the car, you need a license.
Yeah, but that was a security. It's like buying a gun. If I buy a gun...
No, in America, you can buy a gun without a license. Like, it's insanity. It's insanity.
Different story, okay. But
it's insanity.
I'm assuming, you can buy a gun without a license? I mean, a gun without a license in America? that sounds insane.
Can we not talk about this?
Okay, fine. Yes. Okay, fine. Never mind.
Can we
Okay.
not use girls as an
Okay. Yeah.
example?
Okay. But anyway, so if there's something that's regulated, of course you need a license for that.
Right.
But for instance, talk about certain other things that, for instance, if I want to buy an expensive piece of artwork, right? I don't need a license for
No,
that.
I agree.
It's
but
precious.
my point is that I think the online world, for me, and I don't even want to make a value judgment about this.
Yeah.
I think the online world should mirror the offline world. You're right. If I want to
Yes.
buy a piece of bread,
Yeah.
blow me. Like, I can buy whatever I want.
Yes.
But if I want to buy a car or buy a house, something that needs to get registered somewhere, you need to know who I am.
So
I think
you need to prove that I need to know who I am, but do I need to know everything about you? I don't think so.
No. You don't
Yes,
need to know everything
exactly.
about me.
That's right.
But you need to know that I am who I say I am.
Yes, and that to me is what ZK knowledge
right.
can do really well.
Okay, so sure, we can talk about zero
Yeah.
knowledge proofs.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine. But give me a second. Anonymity is not that.
And I'm not pro anonymity.
Okay, then we agree on this.
So,
Sorry, my misunderstanding.
and where I
Because there
where
are plenty of people that operate
Yeah.
in spaces
Yes.
that want to be completely
yeah,
anonymous.
and the
I
issue,
cannot
and
have
so
it.
my point is that I think people care about privacy. I don't think people care about anonymity.
No, I don't want.
Yeah.
I care
Yeah.
about privacy
Yes,
deeply.
yeah. So and the privacy is that you don't need to know this about me, but we can still be friends or do business with each other.
Yeah,
right?
for
Right?
sure.
However, anonymous is, and I think anonymous has been used in our space in particular as a kind of catch-all phrase to say, in the name of anonymity, I can do these things, which of course, in reality, maybe you want to do other things as well, right?
Right.
So that I don't agree with, right? And so the whole point about that is that you can verify all the way if you need to.
Right.
That's the proof point. That's the evidence that blockchain can deliver.
How can we? And this is kind of off topic a little
Yeah,
bit,
please.
but how can we do zero knowledge in real life?
Well, in zero knowledge, zero life, I can just verify. For instance, I give you an example, which frustrates me all the time. When I go do my tax-free receipts, when I go shopping someplace like Japan, they take a fucking copy. Sorry,
No,
sorry,
you can
the
say
swear
whatever
word,
you
right? They take a copy of my passport.
You can say no though.
Yes. Well, they have to take a scan. They have to take a scan and they have to take a photo and save it in some kind of app. And it's stored in this guy's smartphone on the freaking teller.
Yeah, so that drives me crazy.
I mean, I was like, okay, so
So
basically,
you want to know how bad I am? You know when you check into a hotel,
Right.
They're like, "Can we see your passport?" I'm like, "No,
okay,
you don't need it."
right?
And they're like, "Can you give me your email address?" I'm like, "Am I stupid?
Yeah.
For
right.
what?
Right.
I don't want you to send me emails."
Right.
It's like I don't do that because all you need to know is I paid for my hotel room,
Yes.
and I am Michael.
Yes. So and the point on that is that zero knowledge can deal with that.
Yeah,
if you want to
yeah.
prove you're Michael, and you want to know that a government of your country can verify, oh yes, you are Michael, and
Yep.
you are
Yep.
American or Singaporean, right, or whatever nationality you might be, and you are of this age, and you can verify that. That's all I need to know. Do I need to give you my entire passport?
No.
You can see everything.
No.
And by the way, you could flip through and see where we've been traveling.
None of
I
your
mean,
business.
none of your business, right?
None of your business.
Right?
But again, just
Yeah.
to be clear to the audience, like that's not anonymity. That's privacy.
Correct, and that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
and that's
I'm
why
with you. I'm
and
with
I think
you.
zero
So we
knowledge
agree.
deals with that.
Yep.
That doesn't mean that there might not be a record by government. And let me give you another example where it is so critical, right?
Please.
Take Europe as an example, right?
Yep.
You have GDPR as a rule set.
Fair
it
enough.
makes it impossible for someone to innovate in data because you need to have spent at least 50 to 100,000 euros in legal
It
compliance.
feels like GDPR is too much for me.
Well, no, GDPR is designed though. It's designed for privacy, but they've overburdened the
Yeah,
privacy.
way overburdened.
Because the issue is, if I store your data, I have to be responsible. It's the custody of the data. I have your data, therefore I need to have all these policies in place, which means a small business dealing with data in a world where data is everything
Right.
is excluded, which by the way is why Europe is so innovation poor, right? That's my conjecture here.
Yeah,
Now,
I don't disagree with you either.
now, blockchain, zero knowledge, your data is on chain. The owner of the data is
It's
you as
me.
you the end user.
It's me.
You give permission.
Yep.
A company can innovate with your data without ever owning your data.
Right.
That is zero knowledge. That's
Yeah,
what
no, I get
enables,
it. And
right?
that's
and that
to
will
me.
and that will open up innovation and growth and opportunities because from a regulatory legal standpoint, you are protected on your privacy without actually having to deal with all of the compliance and risk attached to it, which is why Mocha ID was so critical because we think that's the kind of problems it can solve.
So, because agents can be birthed and killed
Yes.
in a moment.
Yes. Don't tell that to the agents.
They're very sad.
Yes.
I want to think about this the right way. It's not a fully formed thought yet, but just work with me on this. You're right. If I have like 3 kids, the reputation when they're born is going to be pretty much the same. But as they age and get their own reputations, that's going to change
They have
over
different
time.
experiences. They do different things.
Yeah, they do different things, and that's perfectly fine. But But agents aren't, they're birthed from companies or institutions or enterprises, at least today. They're not birthing themselves.
I had agents birth themselves.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about that.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. But still, at some level, they're related to Animoca or they're related to Mocha. No?
So the question is,
Or
when-
they're related to you.
yeah, they're related to me or whatever you're setting up. You're making them for
But my
others.
point is that, like, again, my grandfather said to me once, it takes a lifetime to build that reputation and a moment to lose it.
Yeah.
So there is still, you can control what the agent does with a proper rule set. But at some level, the agentic world is still relatively new. So you run the risk at some level that some agent may do something that you don't approve of necessarily because you forgot about that edge condition.
Which, by the way, happens with agents a lot in the sense that they basically do surprising things.
Today.
But they'll
That
get
could
better
ruin
over
your
time.
reputation or the reputation of whatever birthed it. But over time, I think that's going to get disintermediated and fixed at some level.
Yeah, but that's true for families too. If,
Agreed,
if you're a
agreed.
black sheep in the family, it affects the whole family. Okay. Plenty examples
how
of
did
that.
you know?
Yeah.
You talk to my brother. It's not nice. But how do we make sure that an entity that wants to do, like, say, cybercrime can create another entity that creates all these really kind of great agents? Martin, can you just charge this for me for a few minutes? Thank you. That create some agents that do good things, that have good reputations, and that over time morph into, like, cyber hackers. So at the beginning you can trust them, then at some level you can't trust them anymore.
Yeah, but that deception happens for humans as well.
Agreed.
Right? So
yeah,
exactly.
But not at the same scale.
Well, so I mean, I think the point is that with an agent, you have an ability to audit their intent, right? So so for instance, an example in the future is that when an agent, I'm imagining this because those legal precedents haven't happened.
Yeah.
But if someone wants to go through a discoverability project sort of concept in terms of, okay, the agent did something bad, in order to understand whether the human behind it was intending to do something bad, they're going to have to audit the prompts. Right? They're going to have to audit essentially how it was built.
Right.
And then to see whether this was intentional or not intentional. So I think that element will always be there because at least you have the memory that you can audit and look through and you can see whether its intentions were designed to be essentially one that was evil or not.
Or not. So before there was agentic AI on the Mocha platform, what was the sort of onboarding process and how were people judged as to whether they could actually use the platform? You know what I mean? Like for a guy
So, yeah, it's
you know what I mean? Like
proofing.
I've never committed a felony, all this kind of stuff. I'm a decent person for as much as you know, but you know what I mean? But like once you start onboarding agents onto the platform and giving them ID numbers and stuff like that, what kind of vetting is necessary for an agent to make? Because now, and the other question is, there are only 8 billion people on the planet. I could literally create 8 billion agents tomorrow.
There's going to be hundreds of billions of agents.
So how does the system, just structurally, are you okay?
Yeah, just so.
Okay. How structurally and functionally, from a data perspective and a server perspective, would Mocha as an identity network
So many ways.
be able to handle just the massive amount of agents that could potentially be ID'd on the platform?
Yeah, so first of all, I mean, this is where blockchain technology is great. I mean, there's basically, you can scale that, right? So I'm not worried about essentially the massive
But how about
amount
the
of data.
backend server use and stuff like that?
But in terms of what it looks for, right? First, you can take many of the human proofs first. What have you done? What assets do you have? Which wallet, what's your background? Who birthed you? Those are the basic ones, right?
Yep.
But then the next level thing that you can do, and again, this is why zero knowledge, and particularly privacy on the data is important, because I might not be willing to reveal my prompts. That's my secret. I might not want to tell you about how my AI agent is built.
Yeah.
Right? However, I do want to verify that he's a good agent. So someone has to audit my intent that I designed for the agent.
Yeah.
That agent can essentially prove himself to essentially a blockchain, store it in a zero knowledge capacity kind of way.
Yep.
Basically, they can audit the data, but he'll never own the data. Right? And I think that's the important part because now I can verify he's a good agent because I've seen his inside. I've seen his soul, if you will, right? And from that action,
The agentic soul.
The agentic soul, which
I'm
is
gonna
basically-
trademark that, actually,
Yeah,
so go ahead.
it's essentially your. I mean, it's not just soul.md. It's basically your prompt and the evolution of your prompts, which, as humans, we have to re-KYC. right? We have to re-KYC at least, your background, your details, that kind of stuff. Do you still live there? Did you actually live there? Are you like to verify that kind of stuff?
Yep.
And I imagine an agent will essentially re-KYA the same way, but they're going to re-KYA by you auditing their prompts.
I like the way
By
you
taking a
changed that in mid.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And you're
Not
gonna
from
take a look at
KYC
that,
to KYA.
right? And so with that, I can verify that, and I can have the comfort that you're a good agent. Capability is proof of what you do. Intent is what I know about you, and that's something much more auditable because we can't really look into people's soul, but we can look into the soul of an agent.
We can. Does Animoca have any comps?
As a business?
Comparative other businesses that have the same scale?
I mean, there's a lot of companies much bigger than us. So
Yeah, I don't mean that. I just mean that that are in the same business that are working on ID, that work on the blockchain, that do all that stuff.
Oh, probably not.
But-
And the reason why is that because I think most companies in crypto that have grown a certain size tend to be exchanges
Yeah.
or very money oriented, which makes sense, right?
No, it's fine.
And I think we found a model where we can be both making money and revenues, but not necessarily be an exchange in a traditional sense.
Right.
Right. And that's because we're very consumer oriented as well. But of course, we have our stablecoin joint venture. We have our RWAs area, so we have that
The
multiple
reason I
areas.
want to know this is because do you feel like the intelligence layer that's now getting built is going to be such a differentiator for Animoca brands that even for some of the other bigger businesses that are out there, mostly exchanges, mostly stable Bitcoin businesses, because that's been the main use for crypto up until now, you can leapfrog them because of the other components that you've been building over the last 7 or 8 years. That
Oh,
they haven't
interesting
built.
question.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I
Because
don't-
they can also employ agents, but to do what?
Right. So first of all, I think the agentic possibility for every business is infinite. So meaning that I don't think just because we have a little bit of a head start doesn't necessarily mean that I think we can necessarily leverage it better than someone else in their area of business.
Fair enough.
Because we're not an exchange.
No, but you don't want to be,
And
do you?
no, we don't want to be an exchange.
You don't wanna
and
be
so
in that
that
business.
part of business they're going to do excellent and really, really well.
Yeah.
And that's a business that we're not in and we don't want to be in. And so therefore, we will never compete in that space. And in fact, I see it as more complementary. What I do think will change with agents is it's going to go on chain. And that's our bet. Our bet is that basically crypto will
But why?
finally. Well, because an on-chain agent is not going to trade on an centralized exchange. It's not reliable. Money could go away.
So what does it take to get an agent on chain?
Well, you just need a wallet, and then you're basically ready. I mean, think about it. The ability.
But it also needs its identity. That identity needs to be verified.
It needs an identity, but it could also already today at least trade on basically a DEX or participate in DeFi just as an agent with a wallet.
Fair enough.
Now, I'm not saying that is the right thing to do per se, but we have agents. So our Hello Minds agents all are birthed with a wallet. All of the cognition, all of the credits are paid through agents in the background through crypto. When I build a skill and your agent uses it,
Yep.
he's paying my agent a small amount of money
A small
in the
amount of
form
money,
of like microtransactions in tokens directly to that, which we think is the future of agentic commerce. And every agent is going to do business with another agent around the world based on their identity, based on the skill sets that they have, based on the knowledge that they have.
So you can visit your mom, and again, I use your mom as a proxy for people that aren't technologically,
Yeah.
whatever, advanced.
She's going to get to crypto, not because she cares about crypto,
But because
but
she's
because she
gonna
has
have
an
an
agent
agent.
who's going to transact stuff with her with crypto because she want to buy this
Who's going to
RWA.
build your mother's agent? Who's going to manage that agent for her?
Well, I think if you're being a good son, you will build the agent for your mom, of course, right? However,
but I'm using her as a proxy. You can't help everybody's mom.
no, but the point is that it's easy to build an agent because in our agent, you basically just go on a website, 60 seconds, you have an agent.
Right, but then you have to be able to. I'm just saying, how can it be as easy as buying a pack of gum?
Well, that's the point.
Not in Singapore, which is illegal. So don't even.
So yes, but so you go to Hello Minds and you say I want an agent, and in 60 seconds you have one, and it sends you an email. And my mom uses email, by the way, right? But it
She
can
does.
also, but it
I
can
think
also.
your mother must be very smart.
And email, emails.
If your
email-
mom's listening, I don't mean it like that. I'm just saying, I don't mean it like that.
However, if I look at, for instance, whether email, Telegram, WhatsApp, whatever communication channel you have,
Yeah.
we intentionally design our agent not to be a chatbot. We don't have a chat interface. We want it to go straight into email because the other powerful thing is,
Interesting.
I can now, when I have an agent, so I'll tell you, an agent that my mom really loves is a genealogy agent that I built. Right, just going through ancestry, history, searching and stuff. And it was first finding stuff about my history and family that I didn't know what. And then I asked my mom, is that true? Right? I'm like, I didn't realize, my great grandfather married sisters. I'm like, holy shit, I didn't know that in that concept. But of
it was
course,
probably normal when he was doing
it was. But the thing still, it's still, it's still like, really?
You want to know, but you don't want to know, kind of thing. Like, really?
Right? You know, yeah.
TMI,
right,
Grandpa,
exactly.
okay?
TMI. But the thing is, and I guess you could say in Chinese society that was kind of not that uncommon.
Let's be fair.
Yeah, in every society, 120 years ago, maybe it wasn't that,
Whatever.
right? But the point was just
120 years.
Well, I mean,
I'm
it was.
kidding. I'm
but
kidding.
yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm playing with you.
Right. But those are stories where you kind of go, wow, I didn't realize that. Then I would copy my mom. The agent is on copy with my mom because I can do it on email easily. And then she's talking in that chain. And that's the power of it. It's not just the tools. Agents are going to be social relational. You talked about, hey, we have a parasocial relationship. We're going to have way more parasocial relationships with our agents.
We are.
Right?
This is nothing compared to that.
This is nothing compared to that. Exactly, right?
So you feel like there's going to be this massive existential change for Animoca itself, not
For the world.
for the industry as a whole, for
Yes,
sure,
and
for
which
the world,
means, of
for
course,
sure.
for us as well,
But
yes.
for you as well, because you're built into all these little places
Yeah.
where that intelligence layer was necessary, but not there yet.
Yes, and now, I mean, and it's going to get, it exponentially increases literally every month, right? The intelligence layer gets better and
yeah.
better and better and better.
Are
So
you nervous about anything that's taking place in the intelligence lever in the AI space?
I'm super excited. I mean, I know there's a lot of fear mongering about possibilities and, Mythos, just recent launches.
But I think
and
that's
stuff.
BS, actually.
Yeah.
So I think the mythos stuff, and Martin and I joke about this all the time. Like Dario Amodei has been saying this model's too scary since 2019.
Right. Right.
So
And also, I think Anthropic has been very, very good at sort of, when they talk about, we need to worry about AI, let's all take a chill pill and just relax and then come together. And
Never gonna happen.
Yeah. And the thing is,
Never
that,
gonna happen.
The point is that I think they know that. I do think that
they know what? That it's never going to happen?
Yeah, it's never going to happen.
They're
right?
doing this because they want their IPOs to have better reception.
But they're also the one company that I would say I appreciate the fact that they do go out and make these statements around, hey, we should look at the other side as well. I think it's important that we have that conversation, regardless of how realistic it is or not.
Or whether they mean it or not.
And
But
whether
yeah,
they mean, yes,
sure,
exactly.
I think it's, look, we had Alvin von Graylin here.
Right.
Did you see his speech earlier?
I didn't see his speech earlier.
Yeah, he's scared.
Right. So I mean, as you know, I'm a little bit more of a techno optimist. So I'm I think the possibilities extend.
I'm an optimist as well. It's just like I try to get in as much information as I possibly can.
Yeah.
I don't think it changes my opinion on things. But I do think that some of the things that, because I come from a finance background, right? I do think some of the things that are happening in the IPO market, I don't think he's wrong about. I've been thinking about the SpaceX IPO for a long time now. And I think it's a money grab. We don't have to talk about it.
Right, yes.
I don't really care what other people think about it, but the point is that, like, there's not enough value in that company for $1.7 trillion issuance of stock, particularly when they're only floating 4%. We don't have to go into it, but that's the type of thing that he's concerned about.
Yeah.
From a technology standpoint, like, I think everything that's happening here is valid.
It is, absolutely.
And useful.
It is valid.
But I think that what some of these big frontier model lab model companies are doing.
Well, it's a race for capital because they want to basically dominate through capital.
I understand.
And so it's a
look, in the old days, and I'm just again making up numbers, but if you told me that Animoca Brands went out and raised $175 million Series D, I'd be like, wow, that is a ton of money.
Right.
Congratulations. But OpenAI just went out and raised $122 billion.
Yes.
So it makes whatever the proxy is for some other company raising $170 million feel like.
But it's the impact as well, right? So, I mean, so one of the things, for instance, why we're so sort of, big on agentic AI and why we think it's going to completely rewire the internet. I mean, when was the last time you basically clicked through to a website after you searched for it?
Never.
Yeah.
Recently, not in a long time.
Exactly,
actually.
right? So advertising,
or only for very specific reasons.
Exactly, right? So website traffic, advertising revenue for those places, down 80% in many cases, right? Now,
so this is actually interesting. Do you know what Facebook's revenue was 3 years ago? Are we good? In a minute, yeah? Okay, we'll get to that in a second. I did some research. Facebook, $135 billion of revenue in 2023. In 2025, it was $200 billion.
It's almost all advertising.
It's all advertising.
97% or something.
But now they're going to spend $135 to $145 billion a year on AI infrastructure. That was 2 years ago's revenue. What are we doing?
Well, because they realize what's happening.
Oh, sure.
I mean, think about it this way: it's existential for those companies.
Oh, completely.
You have almost $1 trillion of advertising revenue. That's the attention economy. That attention economy is going entirely away into an invocation style economy, microtransactions. What does Facebook have with microtransactions today in the space? Zero.
Nada.
Right? And in fact, they're not even leading in the model space.
No, they're
right?
they're screwed.
So they are somewhat in trouble. So they have to really heavily invest.
Yeah.
Because the attention model that they owned, which is Instagram and Facebook and so on, is completely at risk, right?
Completely.
Right? So Google has the attention model, but it is diversified because it is.
But also, they've
a
been
leader
working
in
on
AI
AI for 2.5 decades.
Exactly,
so
right? So they're
I'm not worried about Google.
I'm not worried about them. But the point is that that's what's happening in the space.
I
It's
actually think
completely
that over
changed
time,
everything.
Google could overtake OpenAI and Anthropic. I do. I think it's possible. I'm not saying I'm not
Yes.
predicting that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, who would you rather have running your company?
Well, I think the other thing that we are not counting in is what's happening with all the Chinese models, right?
Of course.
Exactly.
I
It's
mean,
the
how
rest of
long
the
can we
world.
talk about this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I got another guy over there waiting. Otherwise,
problem.
Otherwise,
Yes.
I'd talk to you forever.
Yes.
But yeah, again, we talked about it earlier, but like DeepSeek, Qwen,
Minimax, Kimi,
Minimax,
Xiaomi, all of them,
Manus,
yes.
Xiaomi, all these models are going to have a completely different business model than OpenAI and Anthropic.
They're also multiple times cheaper, right?
Yeah,
And, yes, exactly. And
Way
for,
cheaper.
so for us, for our own sort of Hello Minds agentic platform, when we started switching over to the Chinese models, cost was down 20x. From a competitive standpoint,
Sure.
we could absolutely push the product a lot harder.
And you'll never go back to using OpenAI because why?
I mean,
or you use pieces. Of
you
it.
use pieces of it, and that's the thing. You in your harness, you can basically construct and optimize them as you need.
Can I have
Yeah.
my thing? Okay, I have to say thank you.
Thank you so much.
I hope you don't mind.
No, of course, absolutely.
Today
It
was awesome.
It was a fun chat. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome back on the show whenever you want.
Of course. Thank you. Don't worry, yeah, wait.
Great to meet you in person.
Yes, wonderful. Very
Now it's not so parasocial. Now it's more social.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
How are you?
Yeah, long day.
Oh, I don't care. I have as much energy as now as I had back when we first started this morning. Matthew Lowe,
Yes. Hi.
founder and CEO at Replicast. So for people that don't know or haven't heard, why don't you tell us what Replicast does?
Okay, so we transform physical spaces into an engagement canvas, almost like a YouTube and Netflix.
Wait, say that again, you transform physical spaces into what?
Into YouTube and Netflix, like an engagement canvas,
How
for them
does-
to use it as a touch point that engages. Actually, so like these screens you see around, we build AI personalities into the screens, so they
How does
live
that
and
work?
breathe. So we start on a few layers. We clone humans. We clone their ambassadors.
Wait, is your booth over there?
There are
Do you have a
two-
booth?
Yes, I do. Yeah, we have a one that has an easel, and our avatar sitting on. My avatar is actually sitting on the
Okay.
easel. Yeah.
Your avatar's on there. I'll be right back.
So
See,
the
if we could
likeness.
do this mobile, we could walk over there and look at it right
Actually,
now.
we should.
We should. We should get the cameras.
So
And what's the reason? Like, what's the reason for building those spaces?
yeah. So the reason mostly is because physical spaces are still highly passive, and actually more and more insights have been coming that customers don't just want to be exhibited to; they want to have responsive engagements with the space.
So what does that mean? So that means that like, if there's a display like this, or over at your booth,
Yeah.
which is really far away, not
Yeah,
really, I can interact with it.
Yeah. Yeah. So instead of a
So you're
screen,
building
that-
artificial intelligence into the avatars
That's
that's
right.
there, and how human-like is the avatar?
that's the constant pursuit that my company chases. So what we do is we
And what's? Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, so we try and make it as human-like, not only in the gestures and the way it looks and acts, but also the way it speaks. It should bring across a personality that resonates with the footfall. So if you try the avatar later, please go and try it.
I will.
It speaks to you about everything about AI, but not in a way that's informative. It's here to sort of pique your interest, almost like what you're doing today.
Oh no, what I do is really informative.
But it's stretching the topic beyond everything that's factual. I could sit here and tell you everything you could find on the website, but the truth is we're here to converse and find out more and
Yeah,
have
yeah.
an opinion, and have
Yeah.
a personality around what we think.
Is restricting the ability to make those avatars and the voice interaction better.
So currently the restriction comes in the latency, or like, people's acceptance that there's still a bit of a lag when you sort of ask the question. That comes into a play of how we sort of work with technologies to enable edge technologies to work with cloud.
So
Yeah.
I guess the better question is is the chip technology not powerful enough? Is the throughput not fast enough? You know what I mean? Like, could you put together like thousands of chips in the same way that NVIDIA builds thousands of chips into its data centers? Those chips use CPUs to communicate with each other. And then as the GPUs communicate back and forth, they can create AI interactions and inference interactions that are way more powerful than they could do if they just use one chip at a time.
Yeah.
Can you do the same thing when you're creating the avatars? It's just too expensive.
Yeah,
Or
it's
choose
currently,
something.
currently I think cost efficiency is one of the reasons why we don't go towards that state of building everything H and like on-prem. Yeah, but if that comes to a place where it's available, we're happy to onboard that.
How long have you been building Replicast?
Since the last Super AI, 1 year. Yeah.
Oh my God.
1 year.
So what is the role of agentic AI inside of Replicast? What is the avatar's sort of reason for being?
Yeah.
Is there an agentic function for it?
Yeah. So the agentic layer that we build is for the brands that work with us, where they collect leads, they convert leads, they sort of bring across ways that you can self-help.
How does it work though? In other words, where would that be? Where would that unit be placed? You said Netflix and YouTube.
No, I said that's the vision of us being a Netflix or a YouTube for physical spaces. So if brands wanted to communicate, bring across excitement.
How about today? If I'm a brand and I want to implement a Replicast solution, where would I do it? Why would I do it? How would I do it?
So one of the key verticals are retail. They put in the stores not to replace the humans,
that's
but actually to bring interaction into a more available
So
space.
is it a curiosity thing at first?
Yes, it definitely piques interest. So if you do a brand launch, that could be the avatar. It could be the personality that you've engaged to become your brand ambassador. That already brings in the footfall interest. Yeah.
And where would it be placed? Like, is it in a mall somewhere? Like, you already have implementations and
So
deployments.
we're in the works of bringing one into a retail space, and it'll be in the storefront. Yeah. Currently, the one that we signed a multi-year, that's for a showroom. The showroom brings in high net worth clients, and there's
what kind of showroom? What kind of product?
For property showroom. Yeah, yeah. So they come in and they ask anything about the space. The idea is not to tell you facts about the space; it's to excite you about why this space is the future mall of the mall of the future.
So it's not meant to give me like this is the size of the room or this is the cost of the room. What is it meant to tell me?
So the guests that are coming to that showroom, they are C-suites. They come with perspective that they need sustainability, they need wellness, they need operational readiness. So that comes into how we translate the property's details into a topic like that and have that conversation.
Why do I feel like real estate is such a great place to deploy and implement new technology? Like 3D technology was implemented, 360-degree views. Why is real estate such a great place to do this?
I think the per ticket size warrants.
The budget is high, right?
Yeah. So it does take a bit of budget to run something like that.
What was that your first goal? In other words, when you started building Replicast, were you thinking real estate's definitely the place where we want to go first, or?
We did think the enterprise would be where we start, just by virtue of how much we want. We need to build knowledge infrastructures in place, not just a clone. And so retail, property, hospitality, those were the ones we started with. Yeah.
So what is the biggest challenge in not just building these avatars, but in actually making them interesting and exciting for people to deal with?
The biggest struggle is human nature. Human nature is hard to predict, and it
But
takes time.
in what way, though?
So, number one, there are people who come and stress test your technology not for the purpose of the function.
So what do you mean? So what do they do? They come up and just
a lot of them want to marry my avatars.
They don't really want to marry them. but it's a good point. So are you making most of the avatars women or men?
It depends on the brand. Yeah, it depends on it. It's not
So
something
what's
we're...
driving that idea? You're making them like really good looking or just like regular people?
So it depends on whether they want it to be a real life clone, like my clone, or it could be totally new and
Just
done
like
up
an
from...
unknown person,
Yes,
just like
yes.
created from scratch person.
Some brands do that because if the person leaves the company or changes brand, then they don't have to change the asset or the whole brand positioning
What does
again.
the back end look like though? In other words, what's driving, just technologically, what's driving it?
Yeah.
In the sense of like, where does the voice come from? Where does the movement and the nuances come from?
Yeah.
Did you have to attach like those little dot things to somebody's arm so that it can move properly, or are we past that already? Do you know what I mean?
So those are pretty cost intensive. Technology and learning models today has allowed that cloning to just be done through a filming session. So we clone based on how let's say I film you now. I could clone you in a day. And that is a stack of architecture that we build around the likeness.
Could you take my clone and have it call my brother?
Call your brother?
Please.
Why?
I'm just kidding.
Just to
I don't
pick
know
him
why. Just to mess around with him.
Yeah.
Where does the agentic part fit into here, though? Like, what do you actually expect these avatars to do over time?
Yeah. So for different verticals, there are different needs, but where we want to really stand in place is how do we sort of engage footfall to a place that it makes sense and ROI for the brand. ROI can come in many different ways. For brands who are in retail, they obviously want to increase the footfall,
sales,
to sales. And for places like hospitality, for sports, it's be fan engagement, location-based engagement, how they could change the.
So this is a really good point. Is there a way to build avatars for like, F1 drivers?
Oh,
so work with Mercedes.
how do you know? Yeah, that's one of the pitches we're gunning for. Yeah.
Tell me, so what are you going to do with them? You know what I mean? Because like, I'd love to talk to Verstappen,
Yeah,
but he
yeah.
doesn't want to talk to
Yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah. So
per
that
se.
when it comes to celebrities, it's tricky. It's down to whether the celebrity is okay with the likeness of
Sure.
him
You
or her
have to
being used.
ask them first.
That's right.
But in a way, it could make them even more famous or available than
That's
they
right.
already are because
That's
they can't be
right.
in three places at once. But maybe they want to be.
Yeah. So the likeness of celebrities, there's definitely the golden standard. If we could get that,
So
I mean,
what are you doing with F1 then?
say again.
What are you doing with F1 then?
I know we're still pitching. I can't say it.
But you are pitching though, right?
Yes.
But why F1? Is it because there's a race here every year, or like why? Or are you a big fan?
I mean, there are various aspects of F1 that are coming to us, but they come in the form of activations for now.
So tell me, what does that mean in the form
So
of
it's,
ticket sales and?
Correct. Like pre-show engagements with not maybe the celebrity driver, but maybe a driver avatar that sort of becomes the face of the event.
But is there a way then to do retail sales based on like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, like the Ferrari cap or the Mercedes shirt, or do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they say yes to this? You could literally, because imagine this situation: you take one of the avatars in a screen like this.
Yeah.
But inside the screen, there are either vouchers or some such thing that I can pay for, and then I can take it into the mall and actually receive a T-shirt or a cap or a medallion or something, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So loyalty, engagement, earn and burn, that's a huge piece that we're speaking to brands about. I think they're a bit apprehensive, trying to see whether this actually would meet the level of likeness. But
even if it doesn't meet the likeness, like it could literally be like a fake F1 driver just dressed in Mercedes gear.
Yeah,
I don't know why I keep using Mercedes, but like in Mercedes gear.
Yeah.
It doesn't even have to be, I can't remember the name of their drivers off the top of my head. Tell me. Martin, what are the names of the two Mercedes F1 drivers? Yeah, so
He got it.
Got it. George Russell. He's won some races, but the point is, it doesn't have to be George Russell or Kimi Antonini, right? It doesn't have to be them.
It doesn't.
But it can be some guy, just some male dressed in their gear.
Yeah.
But then you could actually use this for any kind of
That's right.
thing.
So for the stars, there are a few spectrums that we work with brands with, but the athletes themselves, the athletes that we sort of work with to twin. The real problem is the athletes need exposure. They need support. They need moral support. But if we were to put them out for engagement, that would take up either their training time or their rest time. So the twins in that conversation sort of brings
the
that
digital twin of them.
Yeah.
But let's get back to this. What does the back end technology infrastructure look like to drive this? And like, what does it look like today?
Yeah.
So like to drive that thing is pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
There's probably a thumb drive in there that's just displaying.
Oh,
this.
no, it can't be a thumb drive.
No. For that thing is probably a thumb drive.
Yeah.
It's very simplistic. It's just
Yeah,
displaying stuff.
yeah.
But for what you're doing, you can't be a thumb drive.
No.
So what actually does it have to be, and what does it look like from a technology standpoint? Go ahead, because then I want to ask about the agentic stuff as well.
So from a technology standpoint, there's various learning models that we stack on, that we architecture. But
You build your own models.
No, we don't. No, but we're model agnostic, so we architecture around those models.
Yep.
The thing that we build is the knowledge infrastructure and the conversational layer.
Do you partner with some of the big frontier lab models?
Yeah, we do.
Are
We
you
do.
using open source or are you using?
I know we pay per token. Yeah.
You pay per token.
Yeah, that's right.
That's got to be really expensive, no?
No, we work
Really?
with our partners to make sure it's cost effective for our clients.
So which models? You're model agnostic.
Yeah,
But you're still
agnostic.
paying per token.
Yeah.
Why not use an open source model?
We do. We explore those for age as well. Yeah, we do explore that. But the ones that we use are currently great for enterprise, and there's a security layer that comes for enterprise
And
confidence.
what types of machines are you using to run this?
Machines?
Yeah.
CPUs, GPUs. Yeah.
That you build yourself, or you have somebody else build them for
we,
you?
we assemble it and we bring it onto site for deployment. Yeah.
Wow. And
Yeah.
when do you expect, like, the agentic commerce to actually start being a part of this?
You can start from day one. It just depends on how much the brand is willing to afford to the agentic element. But it requires personal data, has to be able to make sure that security layer is strong enough. As much of it to be on-prem, whitelisting for us to be able to
Yeah,
access
sure.
it.
That makes it much easier.
Yeah.
What is the response you get from brands? Like, are they ready for this?
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah, I mean, they are ready on various levels. The ones that are a bit more forward-looking and adventurous, they will go full scale with us, and they will say, "Let's start building
Even
it."
for a company that's just a year old.
Yeah.
I like the way you're smiling. Like, yeah, dude, we have some good stuff inside of our company. It's not bad stuff.
I think it executes on a POC level, but quickly within our first 3 months of POC, we validate ability to execute and try and move it to the next level.
So where is this going?
Where is this going?
Yeah, over time.
Yeah.
In other words, if I come back to you in like 2 or 3 years.
So our dream is that actually it doesn't require an interface to become responsive.
What does that
the
mean?
way we build environments will be responsive on any kind of platform, even our users' devices. That's where we're planning to move towards. So if we move into a mall, beyond having an app that you have to sort of initiate engagement.
But how would that work? In other words, I have my own phone. I don't want something on my phone that I don't want on my phone.
Yeah.
Or on my iPad. So how do you get it onto my device in a way that's non-intrusive?
Yeah. It requires an action of either scanning in or having at least an initial interaction. After that, it should be able to interact to you on a wider basis. Yeah.
How though?
So let's say the screens are the ones that you first start with. I could take that experience onto my mobile and move it on. We could make it a browser app. Doesn't have to be an app that you download.
So
Yeah.
So it would be interesting for me if I could take I keep pointing at this, not my phone, my phone's over there, but if I could take my phone, carry it with me, and have an interaction with like some celebrity that feels like it's real.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you could be multi-brand, right?
Yeah.
In other words, it couldn't just be for like, some potato chip brand. It could be for some drink or for whomever that they are actually advertising for.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's say you go to the mall and you're into sports. And you like the sports star that's one of the avatars to journey with you. Everything that's sports in this mall, bring me across. What will you shop? What will you be most interested in? That could be the experience. It's not limited to that, but that's the dream.
But then how do we expect it to increase sales or bring in new clients and stuff like that?
The immediacy of the likeness, increasing the fact that human interaction can happen at scale. Yeah.
And have you done testing on this to see like with like certain cohorts that this is actually going to work, or is this just a premise that you have?
So we haven't implemented at a scale that we could confirm retail impact. What we've confirmed is that through a very short engagement, we could track details that they never tracked before.
Like what?
Dwell time, what were they talking about, interaction intent.
So you recording as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Wait a second. So like, again, I just keep pointing at that, but it's not the real thing. But if I go over there and it's one of your implementations, there's a camera in there.
Yeah.
Does everybody know that?
But I don't record your face. I don't keep your facial data. I just keep the transcript of what you spoke about.
But does everybody know that?
Yeah. We have to show like...
You have to say like, this is being recorded.
Yeah,
your interactions here are being recorded.
That's right. That's
for privacy reasons.
Yeah, that's right.
What do people normally say besides, will you please marry me? That's weird.
Oh, it depends on how you scope the interaction. So if something is very clear of the intention, and great question, actually, we have to scope and make sure that the intent of the engagement is clear.
Because otherwise it's like not clear.
Yeah. They ask about everything.
Do they really? Do they try to, if we weren't recording this, I would use different wording, but like, are they trying to mess with the avatar?
All the
Try
time.
to get it to say weird things?
All the time.
Really?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
But how do you give the avatar like a little bit of attitude?
Oh, you have to.
Do you know what I mean? Because like I've done this on ChatGPT.
Yeah.
I'll say something and the chatbot will respond to me like, hey dude, that's not what we're talking about, kind of thing.
Yes.
So
Definitely.
how do you build that attitude into the avatars?
It's prompt engineering, and the way we architecture alongside the brands. Different brands have different appetites for. Some of them like it really formal and straight.
Yeah, but you could be sarcastic and it could just like completely, what's the right word? Confuse somebody saying stop actually being mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it needs to be guardrail really well. To not breach the fact that it's too interactive or like too strict. That balance we usually have to work with our clients to make sure it's perfect for the brand. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
What else do I need to know about Replicast? How big is your team?
We're currently around 4 to 5.
Okay, not
Yeah.
that big, but you don't really need a bunch of people to do
We're
this,
lean. yeah.
right? Got it. Okay. I'm going to thank you for coming and doing this. Super interesting stuff.
Thank you.
What time are you shutting everything down? You're over there, yeah?
I'll wait for you.
Don't wait for me.
What time's your last interview?
6 o'clock, but I don't know. Like, you can go on and on. I have no idea.
Okay, we're there if you ever have time.
What time are you going home?
I'll wait for you.
Don't wait
I really
for me.
will
I
wait
can't
for you.
guarantee, but I can't guarantee it. I don't want you to wait.
5-ish, but if you are coming at 6, I'll
Yeah,
wait.
don't do that. Okay. It was very nice to meet you, Matthew.
Cheers. Thank you,
I
man.
cannot wait to see where this goes.
Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you. How are you? You want to just grab the mic?
Oh, sorry. Hi.
It's okay. Did Martin tell you how it works?
Kind of.
Here.
Here? Okay.
Yeah, you got to do it here. Otherwise, no one's going to hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, how do I properly pronounce your name?
Jiaqi.
Jiaqi?
Yes.
Yep, Jiaqi.
Yes.
Okay, lead research engineer, Menlo Research. Talk to me about what Menlo Research is.
Oh, we're
Closer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're a physical AI R&D lab. Working. Yeah. That's
Okay.
the one sentence.
Okay. So, why do you want to build a form factor that's humanoid? What does your research tell you about why humanoid is better than kind of any other form factor?
I think there are a lot of reasons. We're not saying by focusing on humanoid robots, we're not saying that we don't need specialized robots. I think they will coexist. On a personal level, humanoid robots are just super cool. There's an art to it that it's just a beautiful kind of robot.
Okay.
Right.
Why is it so beautiful? Where's the beauty?
In terms of human robot communication, so I did my PhD in speech research.
Okay.
And actually, just a speaker is a very limited bandwidth of communication. Like even right now, I can't help myself but gesture.
Yeah.
Right. And if I just had a
You're
robot
also looking around and
exactly right. All these like body language you cannot have if you just had a speaker or like an
Right.
Alexa.
Go ahead.
So that's like the personal reason. The more industrial reason is that anything a human can do, a humanoid robot can do.
Can it?
In principle, nothing physically, yes. But then in
Can
terms
it,
of the
though?
technology,
So sorry. Go ahead.
it cannot. Right.
Right. But so-
at the moment.
What does that
Yeah.
mean? Anything a human can do, a humanoid robot can do.
Yes.
But the technology's not there yet to do it. So
Yes.
what is the idea saying that like it can do anything that a human can do? Because one of the things I think about, right?
Yes.
First of all, like
Yeah.
I always
yeah.
do this.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like your fingers are pretty amazing.
Yeah.
We can't do this yet. Robots can't do this yet.
Yeah. Well,
Not yet.
there. So the hardware is possible, right? Yeah. We can put
you-
touch sensors. So there are touch sensors. They're equivalent to a 4K screen on every fingertip. So in terms of hardware, we are there. In terms of electrical engineering, in terms of firmware, in terms of software, we're not there yet.
At all though. We're not even close.
We're
What-
kind
what
of
I-
close. There are some companies that get pretty close, and then there are also new ideas on like tendons and like people inventing new kinds of motors and things like
Do
that.
you think artificial intelligence will help us create better materials
Yes.
separate from the what's on device that will help us make humanoid robots more human-like?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, whatever happened with AlphaFold will
With what?
happen. AlphaFold.
What's alpha? What is that?
AlphaFold is this. This it's not a large language model. It's a traditional kind of AI model.
Yep.
That learns how to fold proteins, and it's allowed us to accelerate biomedical research like many times. It's like one
Okay.
of the. I think someone won a big prize. I don't know. It's the computer science prize or the Nobel Prize for that technology. I actually wanted to work in the past. I wanted to work for that company that does AlphaFold.
Right.
But I got attracted to humanoid robots instead. Yeah.
Tell me more about the development of humanoid robots. Like, where
Yes.
would they, if you could pick a use case?
Yes.
Where's the best use case for it to start?
Oh.
Do you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
you're working at the research lab.
Yeah.
You're the lead research engineer.
Yeah.
You're at the forefront of all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And you clearly love this form factor of a humanoid
Yeah.
robot.
Yeah.
What do you want it to do? In other words,
mean-
if you could just like focus in right on the main thing that you wanted to get
Yeah.
done, what would that be?
Well, today, within the limitations of what is possible, if it can move a box from point A to point B in a warehouse, we're golden, right? But in the long term, what I really want it to do is take care of me when I grow old.
Okay, can we address both of these things?
Yeah.
Moving a box is kind of a trivial thing. But,
Okay.
But,
Yeah.
and I'm speaking in relative terms.
Yeah, of course.
But we don't need a humanoid robot to do it, do we?
Yeah. Well,
Can we build up, like, that's the kind of thing where I feel like we could build like a purpose-built robot that
Yeah.
doesn't need to be humanoid.
yeah.
Right? That is just built in a different way. It doesn't need knee, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay, it doesn't need legs. So we're willing to give that up. So we have robot coming down the pipeline that will have wheels, like a wheelbase.
Yep.
Right. So that's a lot more practical. Right.
Is it
Yeah.
4 wheels or 2 wheels?
Any number of wheels that does the job. Like we're not specifying the solution at the moment, but I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How far are we away from having a robot that like actually moves the box from point A to point B?
I think many companies have already achieved it.
Right.
And we're pretty close. I mean, yeah. But the idea is that can it do it like a human, right? So the conversation we have with enterprise customers, right, is they've automated everything right in a warehouse. Like anything, at least the players in Singapore are very sophisticated, right?
Say it again. What's very sophisticated?
The players in Singapore in the warehouse space are really sophisticated.
Are
right?
they?
Anything that can be automated has been automated.
Give me an example, just so I can have context.
So there's a large warehouse. They consolidate the boxes and then they ship them out again, right?
In Singapore,
In
proper,
Singapore,
yeah?
in Singapore.
Yep, go ahead.
So then, they've automated every last aspect of this process, but there is still a number of humans that are involved in the loop. A lot of the reasons is actually because the layout changes all the time, right? Depending on the customer, the layout changes. It's very hard to have a fixed robot doing the job, right? So
The
humans.
layout of the warehouse changes.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
layout of where the boxes are.
Yeah, where the boxes changes. Like that's just normal way of operations.
I hadn't
right?
thought about it, but yeah,
And so
makes sense.
there is a human involved in the loop at the last step. Because like today this thing is there, today the other thing is there. A human it's just easier to hire a human to do the job.
Well, I can see it, and I
Yeah.
have like it's so hard to explain to people
Yeah.
what context really means.
Yeah, it's context, right?
But I have
yeah.
context.
Yeah. So,
Right.
when we build the robot also needs that context. So we need a whole AI agent doing the job. So it's not just about traditional industrial robotics. It's about how we can put an AI agent to work to do this.
So this is actually really
Yeah.
interesting. What is the convergence?
Uh-huh.
Right, because
Yeah.
we've actually had robotic arms
Yes.
in automotive factories
Yes.
for like 2 decades.
Yes.
But all they're doing is the same kind of movement.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just same. They don't need context. They don't need to
Yeah.
know anything. They need to know.
Yeah.
And I'm simplifying, but they need to know that screw's coming. I have the bolt. I'm putting it on. I'm turning it. The next one comes. I have some kind of vision ability.
Hmm.
I can see it, or it's timed. That's simple. You don't even need artificial intelligence
Exactly.
to do this.
Yes.
But in the scenario that you're suggesting,
Yep.
in a warehouse where even the setup is changing,
Yep.
like I can't go to the same place to get a box that's not there,
Yep.
and I need context
Yes.
in a way that I've never needed context before. What is that convergence of the artificial intelligence, the AI stuff, and the agentic AI, where like I have to do something, and I need to also gain context, but I also need to have the physical ability to do the task.
Yeah.
What does that convergence look like to you?
So the
And how
co-
hard is that?
The convergence is code. So all these automated robotic arms, they're all controlled via code.
Yeah.
So if you have a coding agent that can write code, technically you have an agent that can control a robot.
But that code, and again, tell me where I'm wrong. You know this better than I do, but I'm
Yeah.
just trying to presume, right? The code that's controlling that automated mechanical arm is probably on the arm.
Yeah.
And it's probably in firmware,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
or in memory
yeah.
that's on the arm.
Yeah.
And it never changes.
Yeah.
Unless the size of the bolt or the speed or
Yeah.
something changes, which is rare.
Yeah.
Like it's probably good for a year, right?
Yeah.
Because the car model, I'm just
Yeah.
using cars as an
Yeah.
example, it's just the same production for a year.
Yes.
And then next year it needs to recalibrate if
Yes.
the model changes or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
But in a warehouse,
Yeah.
this is an everyday or an every hour change, yeah?
Agents are a new requirement that have come on the scene that when they first designed this robot, they did not think about.
No.
So if you were to sit down today in 2026, right?
Exactly. You're like, what year?
Oh, yeah, what year is it? Yeah.
Hard to remember.
Yeah.
I'm with you on this.
Like if you could redesign all of this, you could rewrite the code. Like how would you do it?
Yeah.
Right? And then the idea that what we're trying to do is like, how do we rethink the way we control robots? Because a lot of times people think about robots the traditional way. We think about safety, and that's why all of this is very explicit, right?
Go ahead.
And safety in the physical world is very important because these robots can kill people, right? Because they're dangerous. They're like very powerful motors.
Well, and they don't care. So.
Yeah, and they don't care, right?
Agents don't, like robots don't have empathy.
So you need to build safety into the robot from day one. But now we also need to think about what if these robots are configurable on the fly, right? You don't need like a whole integration process just to explicitly specify everything, right? And then how does safety look like when you have a non-deterministic model in control of a robot, right? Because the way that we solve safety in the past with previous robots is determinism, right? I can guarantee that this robot will do this thing the same way every single time.
But also, like, there are robots just roaming around my supermarket.
Yeah.
In Bangkok, and I know if I walk in front of that thing, it's going to stop.
Yeah. So there's
and that's
some level.
deterministic as well, right? Because it can probably have some sort of computer vision.
Yes. But I mean, it's good enough that it's basically deterministic, but it's technically not because the neural network is involved.
Yeah. It's not. It feels deterministic to me, but you're right. It's probably
it feels,
not.
But it's not technically deterministic.
Okay.
Yeah. But there are ways around it. There's a huge amount of engineering and thinking and software engineering that we need to go through and think through to get these things to work, right?
Yeah.
To get an agent in control of a robot.
Are you suggesting that your potential clients are actually asking you to build artificial intelligence into the robots? You kind of mentioned this. You're like, people have started asking us, you said, to build AI into the robots. Are they actually requesting that from you? I'm curious what the clients are thinking.
They're what they're asking for is a labor force. They want to hire a piece of inorganic labor. They're looking for an employee. They're not looking. They're looking for an employee. Yeah.
And are they looking for an employee in Singapore because nobody wants to do those jobs?
Yeah, nobody wants to do those jobs.
So then it's not like they're replacing some guy who's going to get fired.
No.
There's no one to do the job. So they're like, dude, you got to build this thing for me because we can't find anybody physically to actually do this.
In fact, what we that's definitely true.
That's
definitely true. But the other thing is, we're not even for the people that do work at these jobs today. I think Singapore has great culture of upskilling, right? The government does a lot of things to upskill workers,
for sure,
right? And it's about leverage, right? Like
what does that mean?
The robot is not a replacement, but it's your colleague.
Yep.
It's a tool that you can now use, right? So the thing is that there aren't even enough people to control the robots. So we need to upskill like the whole workforce in learning how to control these robots. And another piece of kind of my work is actually going out there and teaching people how to build an agent that controls these robots. And
how hard is that to do for a human to understand how to control a humanoid robot?
If we've written our software right, it should be very easy, just as easy as OpenClaw, any coding agent.
One of the reasons. So, are you familiar with the what's the right word here? The experiment.
Yes.
That's taking place right now at Haneda Airport.
No.
With Unitree.
No.
So Unitree, I believe, if I have the name right, is this Chinese manufacturer of humanoid robots, right?
Yes.
And they're essentially working with, I think I have this right, Haneda Airport.
Yeah.
It's got to be baggage handling.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I did see that. Yeah.
I didn't read a lot about it, but I read enough about it. The point is that, like, before I saw that news, I thought, again, just like I said to you, the humanoid robots were not really necessary because you could build a purpose-built form factor that can lift, that has more leverage, that can be stronger, and can lift luggage in a way that humans can't.
Yeah.
But then I had this feeling of just like, why does a human want to work with a non-humanoid robot? In other words, is it more comfortable for them to work with something that looks like them and acts like them so they can, like, even if you were formed as a robot, I can still talk to you.
Yeah, exactly. And
I feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
But body language is tricky, right? Because it's super nuanced. Because there are even humans that don't have any body language. You're like, I don't know what they're thinking because they're so rigid in the way that they behave.
Yeah, exactly.
So how do you program that in?
Ooh.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
What does the research tell you about how you learn about where body... Because you're right. Like, I want to move my hands around.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's like, some people don't.
Yeah.
Right? How do you understand, like, where that mechanism comes from when you're doing the research around building a humanoid robot?
Oh, like in terms of body language?
In terms of any sort of human-like interaction.
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, I can do a ton of different things to get your attention.
Yeah.
Or, like, I can go like this, but I know that Martin at some point is going to look over to me, and I can just go like this to him or something to get his attention. Not just Martin, but anybody.
Yeah.
Or I can say things or do things, and I can just be like, even like a small little thing, just come here.
Yeah.
how do you know what I mean? And that can be super necessary because
Yeah.
like let's say you're a robot,
Yeah.
and you're lifting up a piece of luggage that you now realize that's not the motors that have been built into you don't
Yeah.
have enough leverage to be
Yeah.
able to lift it. Let's say it's 35 kilos and you're only calibrated to 30 kilos.
Yeah.
You want my help.
Yeah.
But if I'm a human,
Uh-huh.
I can look over and be like, oh, looks like you're struggling.
Yeah.
Let me just go over and help.
Yeah.
But does the robot gonna have like? It's very nuanced,
Yeah.
right? It's
Yeah.
very subtle. I have peripheral vision.
Yeah.
I'm watching you because I like you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Disney has solved that actually.
Say it again?
Disney has a robot that will shrug when it's tired, when the motors are overheating.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's paying attention to me.
Yeah, I mean, but
You know what I mean?
in terms of that, yeah, but I mean, this is another part of why humanoid robots, right? Which is that you can just learn from humans. The gaming industry has solved this problem. You just do motion capture and a rigged rigged in simulation, right? You rig the character up in a AAA game and copy the facial expressions of a human.
Right.
Now we just need to have hardware that does the same thing.
Right.
Yeah. So where it's the same. It's in terms of the tech, it's the same problem. It's motion capture, essentially.
Right, but you said that was expensive. Yeah, motion capture.
I don't know. It's expensive, but if it has economic value, then the market will make it happen.
What is the challenge for scaling the building of robotics? In other words, let's say you succeed in designing your first version of the robot that you want to use.
Yes.
Where does it get manufactured?
Oh,
Does it get manufactured in Singapore? Does Singapore have the capacity to manufacture it? Or is this something that gets outsourced to China because China has functionally built an entire supply chain to build humanoid robots?
So, in principle, our robot, well, first of all, our robot is open source. So the Asimov 1 is open source. And it's designed it's Asimov 1. That's our humanoid robot. It's fully open source. It's on GitHub. You can get all the plans. Someone in Texas has started building it with only the tools in his garage. So
based on your open source?
Yeah, it's based on our open source plans, yeah. So it is possible to build it anywhere in the world, except for actuators. So unfortunately, yeah, this is the one, yeah.
This is yours?
This is ours, yeah.
It's short?
For safety reasons for now.
Why does it need to be short for safety reasons?
Because it can't fall on you and cause a lot of damage. It's only 35 kilos, so if something bad happens, it doesn't do too much damage.
35 kilos?
Yeah.
Got it, okay.
Yeah.
So does it have enough leverage? Does it have enough leverage to actually lift things and do productive things?
Yeah, about 10 kilos.
And where does it come? 10 kilos?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a small child, yeah.
It can lift a small child?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't advise doing that, but maybe.
How much can you lift?
Quite a bit. Yeah. I mean, this isn't the last robot we will make, right? But I think we're starting small because we want to make sure safety is in place before we scale up. Because the safety bar goes higher, the taller the robot gets,
the
heavier the
stronger,
robot
the bigger
gets.
the robot is, the more
functionally
dangerous it could be.
Exactly, yeah.
Per se, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. The more research you do, like what are the big things that you're learning at scale as you do more and more research about where artificial intelligence fits into the robot stack?
I think the piece that I think hasn't that we're trying to move on is agents, and how we can leverage all the work that has gone into AI agents, and enabling the physical hardware to talk to those agents, right? If we can connect that, then a lot of thinking around end-to-end problems on robots the conversation changed completely, right? So do we build one giant generalist model, or do we just build specialized skills? Because humans have specialized skills, right?
Yeah, there's like I can't do the research you're doing.
Yeah. So does a humanoid robot need to do everything at the same time? Because a lot of use cases actually specializing gets us there faster.
I would suggest no, but I would suggest as well that it's programmable.
Yeah, exactly.
So that the firmware that it has today, I can change tomorrow as I redeploy it into another. Because you say you want to build a robot workforce.
Yeah.
That workforce should be flexible.
Exactly. So, well, see, it's just like it's a coding problem, right? Like coding is about inventing a new language for you to describe what you want to do.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right. So we're thinking through what the language should be so that it gets you there fast, right? Because you can definitely take a humanoid robot and do whatever task you want, but it takes like a year to do it. Right? Can we reduce that to 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
With the right set of primitives, right?
But what kind of programming is necessary to be able to do that? Like, what is the status of not the computer language, but the code that you're writing to be able to do that?
So we do the full stack. So the robot itself is a distributed system, right? There's controllers in each of the motors, and then there's a central motion control board, and then there's firmware that's like C, like low level language, right? And then that connects to like a Raspberry Pi.
Inside the robot or
inside
outside?
the robot, right? So there's lots of networking even within the robot that we need to get right. And that's the source of a lot of problems. And then the Raspberry Pi calls home to the server, to the cloud, from which you can then receive commands from anywhere in the world. Right.
So are you suggesting as well that the robots can be controlled remotely too?
Oh, of course, yeah. That is part of the beauty of these robots, yeah.
So what is it, like a handheld control, phone control?
Yeah, we got a Bluetooth controller. It's a standard gaming controller.
So like a Sony PlayStation 5 controller.
We use a 8-bit do controller at the moment.
Whatever, but that's the same idea, yeah?
It's the same controller. So that's for local operation.
Yep.
And then for teleoperation, all sorts of VR headsets have been used in this industry. The Nintendo Switch has surprisingly open firmware on the handheld joysticks. The Joy-Cons are surprisingly good for teleoperating the hands. So as you move the Joy-Con, the hands of the robot move, and then click a button and the gripper closes.
So Nintendo made a machine years ago called the Nintendo Wii.
That
had sensors in the things you held, so you could play tennis and play baseball and play golf and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Has that been better developed over time?
Yeah, I think all of that tech must have gone into the Joy-Cons, right? Of the Switch, right? And that's very good, very robust.
Now you have
tech.
more granular control over this.
Yeah.
So how far away do you think you guys are from releasing these robots
we started,
into the workforce?
We started selling Asimov 1 in March, and we received quite a number of orders.
It's useful enough that you can actually sell to people, and they can do real stuff with it.
I think people that have bought
or
it,
they just want to test it.
They want to build a robot with their own hands. I think that's what a lot of
What do
them
you mean they want to build it with their own hands?
Oh, so we sell the kit, we don't sell the robot. So the robot comes unassembled, and people assemble the robot. It's like IKEA. Yeah, an IKEA robot.
Why?
Because you don't truly understand the robot until you've built it with your own hands. And that's also.
But then how do you implement like the software inside of it?
You just download it from our GitHub and then you install it in the robot.
I like how you say, like, sure. How can you not know that?
It's kind of like building a PC, right? Yeah.
What's wrong with you, Michael?
It's kind of like building a PC.
But does that mean you build your own operating system or no?
Yeah.
So you have your own OS?
Yeah. Oh, well, it's not really a full OS.
But shouldn't it be at some level? And again, I don't know. I'm asking.
That is an unsolved problem. What is an operating system for the physical world? It's not going to be Windows, at least.
No, it can't
Not
be
the current version of Windows, but it is an unsolved problem. There's something called a robotic operating system, but it's more of like a series of APIs than an operating system. But we haven't solved an operating system for humanoid robots is not a solved problem. Because what does a program look like
I have
for
no
a
idea.
humanoid robot? We are figuring that out right now. That's also part of the research.
Okay.
Yeah. What is an operating system? For us, what we do is we have firmware that exposes the low-level controls of the robot.
It's like real machine language programming.
It's not that low. I mean, there is that.
Yeah, there is.
But we make it easier than that. We make it easier than that. Yeah. In principle, you can use Python to control the robot. So, at the highest level, so we sort out everything in between Python and the motor control.
Okay, man. Yeah. I'm gonna let you go. These conversations on robots are fascinating for me.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did.
Yeah, I did too. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I love talking about it. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
You just put that down. Right. Thank you, man. Really. How are you, Michael? Where are you based?
Abu Dhabi.
Oh, okay. Use the microphone like this.
Yep.
Yeah, try to keep it like an ice cream cone that you're not going to eat.
Yeah.
Just keep it over here.
Okay.
Okay. How do I pronounce your last name?
Aliper.
Easy. Alex Aliper, co-founder and president of In Silico Medicine. Before we jump into sort of the questions, why don't you tell me what In Silico does?
In Silico is a AI-powered biotechnology company. We do AI-powered drug discovery, so we discover new medicines, new drugs for age-related disorders.
Age-related disorders.
We're focusing on fibrosis, oncology, immunology, metabolism, and neuroscience.
Wow. And are you a doctor by training or?
I'm a scientist by training.
Super duper. Why focus on these age-related?
Because there is a present unmet medical need. Patients are waiting, right? We have a rapidly aging population. The incidence of chronic disorders in metabolism, oncology is rising because people are living longer. So we need some efficacious therapeutics to tackle that challenge for global healthcare systems.
So where does AI fall into this category? In other words, what were people doing before to solve some of these problems, and how has AI been able to disintermediate those challenges and help companies like yours actually do proper drug discovery in a way that's effective?
Yeah. Traditionally, in pharma, the drug discovery process has been very slow and expensive. It takes over a decade to discover a drug, and it takes over $2 billion to do that, to go from zero to marketed product.
Right.
What we've shown, that with our AI platform that we've developed over the years and validated experimentally, you can move much faster. So instead of 5 years, it takes traditionally to reach a candidate stage, we're doing it in 1.5 years or faster at a fraction of the cost.
But what does it look like actually? Because 1.5 years, it's not a long time in relative terms, right?
Yeah.
Particularly is compared to 5 years. But the point is that, like, when do you know when the drug discovery is actually happening? Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you know you're going down the right road as you're doing the scientific research to try to figure out whether whatever you're building is going to be the right drug combination or the right chemical combination to solve any particular problem, whether it's oncology or any of these other sort of age-related diseases that you were talking about?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Great question. In contrast to general purpose LLMs, where you immediately know the quality.
Well, it comes up with an answer at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know the quality of an answer. You can assess it, even like looking at it.
Yeah.
You can assess the quality.
Right.
But in our field, if a model gives you a molecular structure,
right,
you have no idea if it's going to work or not until you physically go in the lab, make it, synthesize it, and test it.
So sorry, go ahead. I feel like I interrupted you.
No, that's the main difference.
So let's say I don't even know how to explain this, but like, let's say you go into you build your own models.
Yeah.
Right? You build your own models from scratch. You're not using somebody else's model.
We're doing all of it. So we have our own platform, which we validated experimentally for many years.
How long did it take you to build it?
We built it in like 5 years to build it and validate. And that's how long it takes to experimentally validate something.
But do you update it all the time? Because stuff changes, right?
Always update. Always add new models, always benchmark, and add new, more performative
Where
models.
Where does your new information come from to actually update the model?
We have our own robotics lab that generates data 24/7.
What role does robotics play in this?
Robotics automates data generation and discovery process.
How?
So instead of manually testing the molecules we design, the robots actually test them in cells, in cultures, in organoids.
This is actually super interesting. So now, how do you? Earlier, I asked you, like, how do you decide when you've actually come up with some kind of proper drug that then can be manufactured and sold to people? And you're right, it's a good question. Maybe the answer to that is we don't really know until we get there. But there's a whole bunch of testing going on, and you're suggesting now that robots are doing a lot of that testing.
Yeah.
That humans. So in other words, you have a team of scientists that are trying to design molecular structures.
Not exactly. So we have AI platform that designs those structures.
Sorry.
But
they imagine do the input that creates the models, that teaches the models how the molecules interact with each other. Also teaches it probably what the symptoms or what the disease, I don't know what else to call it, looks like, what the symptoms look like, and then see if that any particular molecular structure would disintermediate whatever the progress is that disease is making.
Yeah, exactly. The experimental results are fed back into the model. They guide the future iterations and generative cycle. So it's like reinforcement learning, active learning loop.
How do you know, again, this is kind of a weird question, but like, let's just say in a one sort of structural molecular model world, that model should even be tested. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For that purpose, we've created a very expansive library of benchmarks, in silico benchmarks based on proprietary data. we have developed, because internally we have over 30 programs that reach that candidate stage, 30.
A molecular candidate stage, yeah? Sorry, go ahead.
And 13 programs that are in human clinical trials that tested in human patients.
Oh, wow, that's a lot.
So that gives us a lot of data to benchmark our models,
Right.
new models with real data. And if we see that the model is performative, then we go into actual experiment, design a structure, and then test it in the lab.
Right. So again, let me back up and do this one more time. It's so interesting for me. Let's say you have a model, you give it a whole bunch of data, and it comes up with a molecular structure. It's the first time it's done it. You give it some other data, like here's the problem we're trying to solve. Here's the molecular data that we created first. When you look at it or analyze it, or your system does it, or whoever does it, you look at it, you go, that's not going to work. Like how do you know which one to move further along?
Yeah,
or does the model test it?
Yeah.
Does the human, not the human, but the robotic arm who's like doing the testing in whatever, like how does that work?
Yeah, AI engine can give you like million different hypotheses, but
Sure.
you need to prioritize them. So for that purpose, we have hundreds of prioritization scores that help us select the best performing molecules on the paper in silico, and then we take the best molecules and automatically test them in robotics.
How do you know
lab.
what's the best? Again, for someone who has no idea, how do you determine what's best and what's not best?
It depends on the project nature.
Fair enough.
So if you're looking for a molecule with specific profile, it should be soluble, it should be efficacious and not toxic. You can actually profile for those parameters in silico, have in silico scores that are experimentally validated,
Right.
and then select best performing molecules according to those consensus scores, and test those in the lab, and then feed back the results back into the model, and that's how it learns.
Wow. And as the model learns new things, does it come up with solutions to the molecular constructions faster than it might have like 2 years ago?
Yeah, we
Because it's learning,
we
yeah?
observe that the smarter it gets, the fewer optimization cycles we need.
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah.
Yeah. It just in the industry traditionally dozens optimization cycles.
Right.
Maybe like over 10. We do it in just a couple. So it's much more precise.
What is the technology, like the physical representation of your tech, your computer stack? Like, what does it look like? Is it one computer, 1,000 computers? You know what I mean? Like, what are you actually using to do this modeling?
It sits on the cloud because our tech, our AI contain it's very compute intensive.
I was going to say, it must be super compute intensive.
Super compute intensive.
You don't build your own cloud, you rent the cloud essentially.
Yeah, we use many cloud providers
Yeah.
globally and deploy our software onto the cloud so anybody can access it and scale it.
Is it open source?
It's not open source. We have a SaaS subscription model.
Got it. So people can actually do a SaaS model to actually use the stuff that you're built.
Exactly.
If they want to come up with their own drugs or they want to solve their own problems.
So we have two arms in the company. One is software, which we sell to and license to pharma or academia.
Yep.
And we have our own pipeline of drugs with 30 programs that reached candidate stage and 13 of them are in clinic.
Wow. And this is only in 5 years?
We started working on the pipeline part since 2019, but the company was built in 2014.
Okay.
But
you said this was like for every individual drug, it could cost $2 billion to do this.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine you've raised $26 billion.
That's in traditional pharma, right? So traditionally, the initial drug discovery phase, it can cost you anywhere from like 50 to 500 million US dollars.
Right.
So we're doing it at a fraction of the cost. For one program, we reported, but we're doing it at 2.5 million.
Does that mean you've raised capital to do this? Or you have pharma companies that are kind of outsourcing their research and development to you?
That was done internally. We've raised capital.
You have.
And we've performed this exercise, now 30 times.
So do you raise capital for every individual drug, or do you just go out and raise like $50 million and we'll get back to you kind of thing? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, we're a public company now, so we've raised sufficient number of capital. In Hong Kong Exchange.
How did you reach a stage where you could actually list the company in Hong Kong? Have you released any drugs yet?
We've reached phase two complete.
Oh.
We showed that the drug is safe and shows efficacy trend in patients with lung fibrosis.
What is the thing?
Lung fibrosis.
What does that mean, lung fibrosis?
There is a condition called idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis,
Okay.
which develops in people.
Easy for you to say, but go ahead.
Well, basically,
go ahead.
it's a rapidly progressing decline in lung function. So fibrotic tissue forms, and you have less vital capacity,
less capacity in your lungs, and
less
you do the thing that a lung
exactly.
does. And you're creating a drug now that's in second stage,
phase two complete.
phase 2 complete,
So
to actually fix that.
Yeah. So what we've shown in phase 2A study, if I may say, so we run our program. It's a pill, what we developed.
I got it.
Novel target, novel molecule out of our platform.
Wow.
That patients who took top dose of a drug not only did not lose lung volume,
But they actually
but they
regained
gained
it.
100 milliliters of extra lung capacity after 12 weeks of treatment.
I don't even know what else to say.
Well, it's really encouraging, right?
No, it's super encouraging. What are the other drugs that you're working on?
We're working on a bunch in clinical trials. We have several oncology programs.
Oncology is cancer, yeah.
Yeah. Also, we have a very exciting project in immunology.
Immunology.
In, inflammatory bowel disease.
Okay.
It's a GI drug that is gut restricted. So basically, a patient consumes a pill, swallows a pill, and the drug does not get into the blood. It performs barrier repair function in the gut and gets excreted.
It doesn't get into the bloodstream.
Yeah, because the problem with IBD is in the gut, in gut coating,
Yep.
in
So
barrier
it goes
repair.
directly into the gut and doesn't
fixes
get
it.
spread into the blood.
Yeah, you don't need it in the body. It does its thing and gets excreted. So we're really excited about that one as well.
Awesome. And why are you guys based in the UAE?
It's a great country.
It's super great. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very neutral. It's very like geographically blessed. You can
Yeah.
support clients in Asia, in Europe, in US
Yep.
out of it, and it's very innovative. So it promotes progress and very supportive for new developments, especially in AI.
What kind of work do you do on the AI side as well? Do you do some of your own development work in conjunction with the work that you're doing on the drug development side?
Yeah, so we have
you develop your own artificial intelligence stuff too.
We have an exciting new vertical called Multimodal AI Gym for Science, MLAI Gym for Science, where we postulate
Multimodal. Tell me again. Multimodal.
AI Gym for Science.
Got it.
Yeah. So that platform allows us to take any frontier LLM or any language model
Right.
and make it really expert in scientific domains, in biology, chemistry. If you take like any frontier model, ChatGPT, out of the box for any tasks, like a scientific task in drug discovery, typically it will underperform. It will be inferior to domain specialist models. So we have a new exciting framework to make them state-of-the-art level.
And what are you going to do with that model? Are you going to sell that to people?
We plan to commercialize it, and we also plan to use it for internal R&D.
Sure.
Yeah.
And do you think that building this new model is going to help you create better molecules faster than you can today?
We think so. We think we can further increase the productivity and efficiency with larger and more well-orchestrated frameworks.
Right.
Which reach previously unseen levels of performance. Like we call it pharmaceutical superintelligence.
Pharmaceutical superintelligence?
Yeah.
I love this. How big is the team?
Currently, we have around 350, 400 people globally.
All scientists.
Most of them are scientists in different domains, biology, chemistry, medicine.
350 people. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a lot bigger than I expected. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just going to say thank you.
Yeah, thank
This
you.
was pretty
Thank you so
incredible,
much.
and I've learned a real ton. I've never had a conversation about using artificial intelligence to create molecules that disintermediate diseases before.
Well, there you go.
But this is really interesting, in silico. Okay, Alex Alipur, thank you so much for coming and doing this.
Thanks for having me.
I really appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Really interesting stuff. Thank you. Good luck, man. I love it. I love it. Can you just put the weight thing on? You just put it on. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back in a few minutes with our next guest. second. But we're live. Hold the microphone like this. Try to treat it like it's an ice cream cone.
An ice cream cone? All right.
Yeah, but that you're not going to eat. But that you
All
could
right.
potentially lick if you wanted to, but you don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to.
So where are you coming from?
I'm coming from Seattle,
Okay.
in North America.
That's why you're jet lagged.
That's why
a
I'm
little
jet
bit,
lagged.
a little bit closer.
A little bit closer. Okay.
How long have you been in Singapore then?
I've been here 2 days.
Okay. Terry Purcell, Field CTO and Chief Optimizer Architect at TIDB, powered by PingCap. What's the relationship between all these companies and what do they do?
So the company is PingCap.
Oh, okay.
Our product is TiDB, Titanium Database.
Okay.
We're a distributed SQL database.
Okay.
Power companies like Manus, Diffie.
Higher.
Go ahead. Manus, Diffie, Kimi.
Kimi.
And then large companies in North America, Atlassian, Pinterest, Databricks.
How long is I want to get this right.
TiDB.
TiDB. And what is PingCap? Where's PingCap based?
So the company, we're incorporated in North America.
Yep.
We have offices in Singapore, throughout Southeast Asia.
Got it.
North America and in China as well.
Okay, got it. And what are some of the data infrastructure challenges that take place when AI agents are involved?
We've always been challenged by our customers to scale up. The challenges have always been scalability, like linear scale, horizontal scale. With AI agents, they've pushed us to scale the other way.
What does that mean?
Scale down to zero.
What does that mean, though?
It means that when your agents are idle, you don't want to be spending any money, a cloud spend, for the compute.
Walk me through how this works.
So the way it works is our implementation allows us to create effectively a set of logical clusters within a physical cluster.
Yep.
And they represented in our infrastructure as a database that can spawn up quickly, and only then is it using resources.
The database itself, you mean?
The database itself. But it's represented in our architecture as a database, but to the user, it spins up as a virtual cluster. So you see it as your own isolated instance. And that's beneficial for agents because you don't want agents. When you get into a shared database scenario, like a multi-tenancy environment, then if you don't have humans controlling the security, an agent could impede another agent, from a security perspective. Like
how can it do that?
If you're sharing the same database, today you and I might be customers of Atlassian.
Yep.
And you get a tenant ID and I get a tenant ID, and their application controls that you can only see your data and I can only see my data.
Yep.
Do we trust agents in that model once you throw them all into a shared database? Could they figure out how to
trick the technology into giving them access to data that they shouldn't have access to?
I wouldn't say trick. It could be accidental, because how much control you give to agents, it's up to you to ensure that you've got that governance and security policy.
Yeah.
Many customers prefer to have what would appear to be a physical isolation, such that there is no opportunity. Like if you have your own cluster and I have my own cluster, then I can't access your cluster.
You don't even know my cluster exists, to be fair, yeah?
But if we are sharing a cluster,
yeah.
then the application is controlling the security.
So why are we sharing clusters anyway? From a data perspective.
The reason we want to share a cluster now, in our implementation, we're sharing a physical cluster, but you get a logical cluster and I get a logical cluster.
I understand.
So the reason we want to do that is because you want to share the physical hardware,
right,
and be able to provision it on demand.
I understand.
If I want to give you your own physical cluster, well,
it's going to be more expensive for me anyway, right? So how Agentic AI has not been around for that long.
Correct.
So when did customers start asking you to do this thing where you shut down the data? Because it almost sounds like dynamically spinning up the data and dynamically spinning it down so that you're not using resources, again,
Correct.
lowering costs, but becoming more efficient to be able to use the data. But when did customers start asking you to do that? Because I presume before, like 6 months ago, that this wasn't a requirement, or was it?
It actually became a requirement about a year ago with Manus.
Yeah, sorry, a year ago, I should say.
Yes, but
With
before
Manus.
that, you're right.
But interesting, Manus was a company that was in Asia. Right?
Yes.
It's a Chinese company domiciled, at least initially, in Singapore.
Correct.
Now, if you've read the news,
Interestingly, they're purchased by
they were purchased by Facebook, but that was rescinded, and now the founders are kind of
in limbo.
I don't even know how you'd explain what it means.
I don't get into the
I don't
geopolitics
care.
either.
I don't care.
But yes.
But why would Manus be like one of your first clients to ask you to do this, as opposed to like OpenAI or? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know. So historically, let's go back to just SaaS customers, companies like Atlassian.
Yeah.
They pushed us for years to, because of our scalability. A lot of companies come to us because they've scaled themselves into complexity. If you look at a MySQL or a Postgres database infrastructure, you get to the limits of a single node cluster, and then you have to shard, right? So sharding, you create a second cluster and a third cluster, and you do this application sharding. It's painful for application teams. The application needs to know about it.
The application needs to optimize it as well.
Correct. Now, distributed SQL databases came about to remove that sharding requirement. So we're built off the Google Spanner model. You've got CockroachDB out there, you've got Yugabyte, you've got OceanBase, all competitors of ours. And so distributed SQL databases came about to remove that sharding requirement to be able to scale, right? So companies come to us because they're about to hit the limit, and next year, they're going to get to Black Friday in North America, and then they're not going to be able to scale, right?
I was going to say everything's going to all hell's going to break loose.
So they have to decide: do I want to go through the application pain of sharding, or do I move to a distributed SQL database so that it auto shards?
I was going to say
right. So that was our heritage. We moved into about 2 or 3 years ago, a company, Atlassian, and some other companies in Southeast Asia were pushing us on the multi-tenancy side. They wanted to consolidate multiple clusters down to fewer clusters. So Atlassian said, I want you to support 3 million tables in a single cluster, because they could reduce the massive number of Postgres instances they had into fewer TidyB clusters. So we did that, and that brought us into the era of being a SaaS approach, or a SaaS focused database. Suddenly, then we've got companies saying, hey, I want you to support 10,000 columns in a table, and then I want 500 indexes on a table, because in SaaS you can just do random stuff, right? I want to push the limits. So we went down this focus of multi-dimensional scale. You want to scale the number of databases and tables in a single cluster. Maybe you want to scale the number of columns in a table, because people are building generic custom. They'll deliver this custom schema for their users, and they'll put thousands of columns, and some customers will use these features, and so they'll not use these other columns. They'll switch on and off parts of their application. And again, it becomes, well, now I want less tables, so I want more columns in my tables. So we went down the SaaS route, and that accidentally led us into building an infrastructure that when agents came along...
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems very serendipitous.
Yes, it was accidentally...
But you were just ready for it when it came, because other customers were asking for things that were unrelated to Agentic AI, but then the agents came along and were like, we need this stuff, and you're like, we already have it.
We had it, because...
That's super interesting,
It's an accidental thing. because then, previously you had a very small number of incredibly large customers, SaaS players that needed that scale.
Right.
And suddenly, and you're limited by your number of customers, the population in the country, and so forth. And now suddenly, agents come along, and I could have 1 million agents.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to ask. So how does the possibility of having 1 million or 1 billion agents change the way you build the database, or that customers think about the way their databases look?
So the first thing to think about is if you can predict what your number of users are going to be next year.
Yeah, it's a big if, but go ahead.
Right? But before agents, we typically could.
Because you knew how many users you had last year, and you could extrapolate growth for the following year
I'm
based on
growing
historical
10%
growth,
a year, I'm growing
whatever it is.
20% a year, whatever it is, and you can plan 1 or 2 years
But
out.
also the interaction with the database was driven, particularly if it's a SaaS company, based on the idea that humans are going to be interacting with it, and they can only interact at human scale.
Correct.
So, like, even if you hired another guy to sit next to me, he's not going to be markedly faster or do more activity than I am.
Correct.
Unless he's got 8 hands.
You're
You know
right.
what I mean?
Yes.
But, sorry, go ahead.
Unless you suddenly unleash a new version of your product or a new feature of your product that suddenly you got 10,000 more users or 100,000 more users that you didn't predict. Like you had a massive
but
growth.
that's unlikely because as the developer of the SaaS program, you would know what you're developing, what your market opportunity is, what you're projecting. But now, and again, can we use Salesforce as an example for this? Salesforce 360, which again, I've been speaking about a little bit today, but they've re-engineered their entire platform, right, to be agentically available. Every function that they have has its own API, and it's all MCP compliant. So now, the growth opportunity for them is unpredictable.
Correct.
Because you don't know, you can't extrapolate from previous growth who's going to use it, because now the application is built not for human scale, but for agentic scale.
Correct.
How does that change what you guys do?
If you think about, there's the agentic user growth. That is, you also need the infrastructure. So typically in a cloud environment, maybe you're deploying to AWS or GCP.
I was going to say, like an S1 or an S3 or whatever it is. Yeah?
Yes. And so based on object storage, you can elastically scale more rapidly.
Sure.
Spin up another instance very quickly, and you rely on the hyperscalers having the availability, the resources available. Most people are not going to deploy in their own data center and have that capacity available for unlimited.
They don't have the same elastic capacity that a hyperscaler is going to have, right? That's not possible.
So there's another interesting aspect about this that I think you'll see the way these two paths converged. I talked about the SaaS path.
Yep.
The other path was the focus on serverless. We had a serverless.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we had a serverless offering and we had a traditional offering.
Yep.
Right. So the two converged, right? Because serverless was about elasticity and being cloud native.
Yeah.
So we had this serverless offering, and for the last 5 years, we were selling it to tens of thousands of users that had tiny little instances because they weren't the real production customers, right? They were just, you needed very small instances, low cost, but could grow. But if you really grew, you were a large customer and you moved on to out of serverless, right?
Right.
But if you think about the two, what did everybody build for serverless? It was that elasticity, typically built on object storage for that, ability to scale very quickly and not be worried about moving blocks of data slowly. So with the SaaS and the serverless focus, they converged. And again, the accidental, think about the two focuses. And then what happened is a year ago, maybe about 14, 15 months ago, Manus launched and immediately hit scalability limits with their chosen solution,
Right.
chosen database solution, and they were a month in and had a waiting list of 2 million customers, and they could not onboard those customers.
Because they didn't have the flexibility from a database perspective to be
could
able to
not-
do that. Yeah,
They could not scale.
they
They,
couldn't
would
scale.
they would have to shard.
Right.
Right. And so they tried multiple offerings. Many of the other cloud multi-tenant solutions. We were the only offering that had that capability because of our serverless to scale down to zero.
To remove the instances that they didn't need to use at
Right.
any one
So
particular
they
time.
can-
So they could onboard anybody at
Yeah.
any time, and then only use the database when they needed it.
Correct.
Which allowed them to scale at a much, I would presume, at a much lower price point than they could otherwise.
Bingo. So when they were looking at the competition at the time, it was going to maybe cost them $7 per instance, $7 per database.
Yeah.
And their lowest tier was they were charging people $5. Well, the math doesn't work.
No, they're losing money on
losing-
every instance. Yeah.
And so with our scale down to zero,
Zero.
when they're not using the instance, their cost is about 10 cents.
Right. So they're making money by doing nothing.
Exactly. And so once their user actually scales, their user is paying more, like a pay-as-you-go.
Yeah.
So, they're collecting $4.90 when they do nothing.
Nothing.
And then when they scale, they've obviously got a margin on the top. So again, it was an accidental.
I love this.
And that, of course, led us to many other customers. Like, we've obviously used Manus. They're our poster child of success.
Sure. TiDB serves Manus in this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, why aren't you dealing with us? Because we can do things that nobody else can do because of the way the elasticity of the database use is actually really interesting, no?
Yeah. And yes, so that elastic scale, because you go back 10 years, our focus was scalability.
Yeah, but scalability on the upside.
Only on the upside.
Only on the upside, which is what everybody was thinking
Right.
about.
And
Building extra capacity so that anybody could kind of jump. Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
No, that's okay. Because you are exactly correct. And serverless brought us to scaling to the low end because everyone was a tiny little customer.
Yeah.
They're the only ones that use serverless, right?
Right.
The promise of, here's a free tier,
Yeah.
and you get $100 of credits a month, and
Sure.
And then when you exceed that, and
But now
we
you need to
want
have
you to
both
pay
of them
more.
combined with each other to get the most effective and efficient use of this stuff. So this actually helps with agentic AI as well.
Correct.
Because one of the other things I was going to ask, and then I'll let you go, was what happens if some big task comes along and somebody needs to use 1,000 agents for like a week or for 2 weeks, does all that stuff, and then leaves? You don't care.
We don't care.
Because they scale up, and then they scale back down to zero. Nobody knows. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
And
exactly.
that's super effective.
Yeah. And we had also part of our serverless infrastructure, you from a noisy neighbor perspective, we had already put in the workload isolation and microservices such that the background tasks are running on separate worker nodes. And, Amazon used to have different pricing policies for those spot instances. And so we were leveraging all of those and built those into, so you would use the spot instances because they were cheaper. And that was all the serverless infrastructure. And again, it accidentally led us, the multi-tenancy focus and the serverless focus, accidentally we fell into the opportunity with agentic AI.
Okay, Terry, I'm going to let you go.
Go.
I really appreciate your time. Thank you for being our last guest at SuperAI, and hopefully your jet lag gets a little bit better before you have to go home again and get jet lagged again.
Okay, jet lagged
Thanks again for your time.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I really appreciate it.
Hey, cool.
Thank you. You can just leave the microphone right there. Okay, man. Thank you.
That was really great.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, that is the end of day 2 of SuperAI at Marina Bay Sands in Singapore. It's difficult actually to summarize today. We've covered the entire gamut, literally from flexible elastic databases all the way to people that are concerned about the use of AI the IPO for Anthropic, for OpenAI, and for SpaceX and XAI. There's some controversy around that. We also spoke to hardware providers like ARM Holdings, which was amazing. That conversation was amazing. And we talked about agents everywhere in every potential way, and also personalization and customer engagement. I want to thank our sponsoring partners, Twilio and Boomi, who helped support us here. And also thank you to Leon, who was amazing, and John McGinnis in particular, who really helped us from an organizational standpoint to get all this stuff done. And again, to SuperAI for giving us the space to be able to do this in a way that made this one of the best event experiences that ATP and Undercover Media has ever had. I also want to thank Martin from a technical standpoint, from an organizational standpoint. Without Martin, none of this gets done. I just sit here and talk to people. That's ATP Insights. Thank you again for watching. Again, subscribe to our channel, follow us on X, follow us on Instagram, follow us on all of our socials, and on LinkedIn, everywhere. Make up your own social places. Follow us there, subscribe. My name is Michael Waits. Bye for now.